The Interviews, Conversations from Behind the Page, the Eli Marks Podcast. Part 4, The Nuts and Bolts of Magic. Carisa Hendrix, a.k.a. Lucy Darling, on creating a compelling character.
How exactly did Lucy Darling come to be?
Oh, that's a good question. So, Lucy is not my first character. I've performed as a number of characters. None of them have stuck the way Lucy did. And every character I've ever created has I'm kind of realizing this in retrospect, but in my late 20s, early 30s I was doing this on purpose, but in my early 20s I was sort of doing this subconsciously. Every character was sort of a manifestation of something I needed to understand about myself. So when I created Dee Dee, which is my kids show character, I had just started getting a little bit of notoriety. And so Dee Dee was this character who thinks she's famous and she's a big name dropper and she thinks everybody knows who she is, but she's not. And for Lucy, there was this voice that had been in the back of my head. There's a character wanting to come out. She didn't have a name, but I knew she was a little bit, she wasn't really a magician so much as she was magical. So she was sort of an opportunity to explore the idea of, because magic is an art form that deals with power. I wanted to explore the idea of is it possible to create a character that is clever and beautiful and wealthy and powerful and smarter than you and still love her? How would you do that? That felt like the hardest challenge of my career, was to make this character still likable. And so you have to think about, like, what flaws will you give her? And so I made her like she's very smart, but she's naive in other ways, and she's a little fickle, and she's not very driven. And so like I got to give her different attributes till we got something that was still likable and still fun. And a lot of the aesthetic of it and the voice and stuff come from my love of old movies, because I kept thinking, like, well, who are the women who I've seen pull that off? Well, Mae West, Eartha Kitt, Zsa Zsa Gabor, Katharine Hepburn, Dorothy Parker. These are the women who pulled that off. So I took a lot of inspiration from that, and and I told a few people I want to do this thing, and everybody, and I mean literally everybody, said that's a terrible idea. That's an awful character. Do not do that character. And so I kept putting it off. I kept putting it off, and then at the Atlanta Harvest Magic Convention, I did a class with Zabrecki, who I adore, absolutely adore. And we didn't know each other at the time. I was just some chick. And I pitched it to him in the class, and he said it was a great idea. And that's all I needed. I just needed one person. And I took that little teaspoonful of approval and I carried that through to the first show. And I used that to like empty out my savings and fly out to Australia with a whole new show of material I'd never done before and try to launch this character. But I had never been to Australia. So that was kind of my plan, was like, okay, nobody thinks this is going to work. And maybe they're right. What do I know? I know I'll fly to the other side of the literal world and I'll perform it at a convention none of my friends go to. And then if it's terrible, I will just never say anything and no one will ever find out. And now it's like almost 4 years later, and I'm Stage Magician of the Year at the Magic Castle. And what the hell happened?
Who better than Rob to talk about, here's an odd idea I have for a character, as opposed to some magicians, when you ask them about a character, they would say, well, I might try on a hat, or I might try a different shirt, but they haven't put that level of thought into who really is this person on stage. Whereas, when you talk to Zabrecki, he absolutely knows who he is. When we had Derek Hughes on a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about this kind of topic of brand. What is your character brand? And he said, well, his friend Rob Zabrecki's brand is Pee Wee Herman meets the Addams Family. And he said, once you have that, it's super easy to write for that because you know exactly what that is. It sounds like you created the brand as you were creating the character. The character and the brand were one and the same for you. Does that feel right?
Yes and no. I mean, it's a lot of trial and error. Whenever I'm helping someone else create a new character, we always talk about how whatever you have in your head right now, that's a great starting point, but that's not where we might end up. Because at a certain point, that character is going to have some say in what you're doing. And I know that makes me sound like I've got multiple personality disorder. But the truth is that if you do a really good job of your homework at the beginning and you make good choices about that person's motivations and how they feel about things and what they want and what the tone is, at a certain point, you'll want them to do something. You'll go, oh, I know, I'll do this. And they'll kind of be in your head going, I would never do that. I'm not going to do that. And that sort of happened with the Lucy aesthetic. Because when I say like Mae West, Eartha Kitt, Zsa Zsa Gabor, in my head at the time, I didn't know enough at the time about costuming to see how different those visuals were. And so the first few costumes Lucy had were not quite right. And I kind of knew that. So when I was in Vegas a few months later, I was hanging out with Amazing Jonathan and Anastasia Sin and Pam Thompson and Simone. And they took me to this like thrift shop, and Anastasia and Pam picked out dresses for me until we found the blue iconic Lucy dress. And so that was sort of the beginning, because I don't think I picked that dress, like Lucy kind of picked that dress. And then I had a couple different seamstresses work on it until it was perfect. And then the silhouette came. And then from that, I took that dress and I took it to a tailor. I took it to a seamstress, and she replicated it. So like the first dress, it still went through like 3 or 4 iterations. And the brand honestly kind of grew from that dress, because if you look at early Lucy Darling posters and imagery, it's not quite right. And it's not quite right in a way that I think most people don't totally see. They're like, oh, she's just a little doughier, and like in her eyes, like a little too naive, a little too not put together, a little too male gazy. Whereas now it's so much more like Art Deco, golden blue, like it's way clearer. So yes, the brand and the character for me do get written in tandem. However, they don't crystallize for a long time. There's a lot of navigating and letting her grow up.
The other thing I noticed that impressed me, in addition to the magic, which was great, is your ability to engage an audience and sort of roll with the punches. That is a unique skill set, and you have it. So how did you get that sort of just talking to an audience and rolling with whatever they gave you and getting huge laughs? I listened to saw a couple of things, and I'm curious about that, because I don't think that either is something that most people feel comfortable doing.
Yeah, it's hard. And I'm very fortunate so I got into show business at 16 when I got kicked out of the house, and I needed to survive. So for me, show business was like working at McDonald's. It was just the thing I did to make the money to feed my face. And the first gig I got was a mentor of mine just happened to also be casting for this haunted house. And the gig was 5 15-minute sets a night for 25 nights. So that was how I got in. That was my first gig. And when you're performing at a haunted house, where I'm performing is a little stage in a room that has carnival games and popcorns and popcorns, yeah, popcorn plural, and like all and pictures, and there's people coming. So there's a lot of distractions. So the first gig I had was basically, I need to hold people's attention or I'm going to get fired and I won't get to eat. So there was this, I remember coming out and I did like a poi act, and I did one magic trick, and I did some fire eating in my first show. And they only watched the fire eating. So I did that for a couple of days, and then I came back with a glass walking act, which is something I kind of knew how to do, because a summer before I had met this weird sideshow guy, and I put the glass walking act. Okay, they watched that. Great. Okay, they watched that. Then I threw in some jokes, and I brought a guy up on stage and had him like break a bottle. Oh, that's engaging. Okay. And so I sort of learned through trial and error. And then after Halloween was done, I had this chunk of money, and there were tons of walk around magicians at this gig, and a couple of them were asked, oh, can you do balloons? You're really engaging, and we don't have enough balloon artists for the Christmas run. And I went, yeah, I can make balloons, do anything. But it was money. It was better money than I was making doing this show. And so I taught myself on YouTube how to do balloons. And then in January, February, when the Christmas gigs went away, someone was like, hey, can you do still walking on ice? Like, we don't have a lot of you seem really acrobatic. And I was like, yeah, no, I can definitely do that. I bought stilts from a friend. I had no idea. And everything has been like that. But since it's all been like that and it's all been me saying yes, it means I've done kids shows. So you learn on the job how to control a group of people, and grown-ups, I'm so sorry, you're not that different from kids. You're just not. When you get in a group, you're kind of the same. You're basically the same. You're just polite kids. That's it. And then for a couple of years, I did street performing, where you've got to gather a crowd, and you don't have the advantage of having a stage or a theater to help people know how to behave. So you see people at their rawest. And then the next summer, I did a bar tour where people are drunk. So now they're not even polite kids, they're rude kids. So I think most of it just came from, it wasn't even academic. It was just, I had to eat. I had to engage people. I had to pull their attention. And when you do that, as I grew up and I started doing characters, you learn it even in a different way. Because not only am I learning how to engage all these different kinds of audiences, I'm learning how to engage them while being different people. So the way I interact with a crowd when I'm being myself is very different than the way Lucy does, or the way Dee Dee does, or the way I have a character called Maxine. She's a circus performer. She's silent. She engages the crowd totally differently. She doesn't talk, right? She's all eyeballs. She's all, and I think Lucy stole some of her eyeball tricks, but whatever, it's fine. So I think I just have this fairly rich understanding of audiences because I've worked with so many different audiences, but also as different people.
Staying on the topic of how funny the character is and how funny you can be in that character, one of the things when we talked to Derek Hughes about mixing comedy and magic was a lesson he got from Eugene Berger on a particular trick where he was killing the magic at the end of the trick with a really good joke. Yep. And Eugene said, you've got to taper, and get rid of the comedy at the end, or else the wonder goes away. I know you have a concept that you call the third surprise about mixing comedy magic. Can you explain what that means and how you create that balance?
Sure. So I was very much going through what Derek went through, where my comedy instincts came first, and my magic instincts didn't start developing until late in my 20s. So my comedy instincts were really sharp, and I would build this drama for this trick, and then I would feel once you've done like 1,000 shows, more than that maybe, you have this like alarm that rings in your head where you're like, oh, if I said a funny thing right now, they would die. Like you just know, you just feel the tension. You have this visceral physical understanding of the room. You breathe with them. You become the room. And when I would build that with the magic, my comedy alarm would go and I would do the joke and it would get a huge laugh, but then I would have wasted that suspense and I wouldn't have it for the trick. Exactly what you're talking about with Derek. And it drove me insane because I was learning the magic rhythm. And what I was learning is that they use the same fuel source. So magic, mystery, is about, I didn't know a thing. It didn't seem possible. I didn't know where you were going. There was story A. So story A is in magic is the thing you learn in your real life. Things break. Entropy is real. They don't go back together. Or one thing does not magically become two things. That's story A. And then I tell you story B might be a thing. And you go, no, that's not possible. And then I show you that story B is possible. And the journey between story A and story B is where we put mystery. With comedy, it's the same. I tell you a story A. Oh, I'm going to use a Groucho Marx thing. This morning I shot an elephant in my pajamas. Story A, I was in my pajama and I shot an elephant. That's ridiculous. Great. Then between story A and story B, I change it, right? How I got in my pajamas, I'll never know. Classic Groucho Marx. Now, your expectations of what the story were are been subverted, and that's where comedy comes from. So those are the same. If you really, really break those down fundamentally, those both follow the benign violation principle, right? There's a violation. So benign violation is a comedy principle put together by the Humor Research Laboratory, which is the idea of what is funny. So benign violation is a funny thing is some kind of violation. So something that's normal, like a pun is a violation of language, but it's safe. It still shows you understand the language. So it's safe. So a safe violation is where comedy comes from. And a safe violation is what magic is. I expect the world to work this way. You tell me it doesn't work this way, but it doesn't threaten my sense of existence because within this context, it's a magic trick. And so I find wonder in it. Yay. Okay, so they have the same fuel source. Well, that's no good because there's a limited amount of fuel. So how do I make a show funny and magical without them robbing from each other? So what I sort of figured out is I need more fuel. There's not enough fuel because they use the same fuel. So my goal now is to add more mystery, more uncertainty, to have more story A, story B break. And the best way I found for my character, I'm sure there's 1,000 other ways to do it, was to make it so the audience couldn't really tell if the thing I was setting up was going to be a magic or if the thing I was setting up was going to be a punchline. So I messed with the rhythms of both the comedy and the magic so that you didn't know what was coming, which makes the result stronger. But also, it means me as an artist, I can change that on the fly. So the chop cup routine is sort of that way, is that the chop cup routine is basically not written the way I traditionally write a script. It's written so that it's like a branching spreadsheet. So no matter what he says, I'm going to make him wrong. That's my game. That's the game. I'm going to use magic. I'm going to use sleight of hand. I'm going to use the methodology behind the chop cup. I'm going to use my words. Whatever access I have, I'm going to use that to make that guy wrong in a funny way. So sometimes the best way to make him wrong is to do a comedy. And sometimes the best way to make him wrong is to do it with magic. That's sort of that third surprise principle. Because if the audience doesn't know, based on what I'm setting up, where I'm going, there's an extra surprise. It's not just, oh, she did a magic. Oh, it was funny. That surprise. It's also, oh, I thought it was going to be funny, but really it was magical. And so we get more fuel out of the setups for our jokes, the setups for our magic. So it's sort of where Lucy's engine comes from in trying to negotiate those two things. Like the secret to how that character, like if somebody asked me like, what is the real secret to the character? The real secret to the character is that you're the show. Lucy's not trying to perform for you. She's bored and she's trying to push you, the audience, into entertaining her. That's the engine. That's the game of the show. And so that is a game I can play 1,000 different ways. But that's the game, right? The game is like, oh, I can't do this. And then there's other rules, like Lucy can't pick something up off the ground because that's sort of a low status thing. But I drop crap in my show. Sometimes I drop a thing. So what's the game? So sometimes I drop something and I just stare at a guy in the front row until he climbs on silently. I don't say a word until he silently, of his own free will, climbs on stage and hands it to me. And the second he gets back to his seat, I just drop it again. And it's the funnest thing ever. And it's not, I know it's not even, it can't be that entertaining for the audience, but I love it so much that I think they feed off of my love for it.
Now, when you do something like this, to create a character at this level, and the magic is part of all of the things you're doing, did you do this alone? Did you have a team of people that you worked with? Are you checking in with a director or other magicians? Watch this. What do you think? What are some notes? Tell me about that process.
Yeah, I don't tend to think about it as a team. I think about it as, I have had tons of help, but the help I get I like for it to be quite specific, because as an artist creating something, you are the editor. You're the filter through which you take in all information. And if you ask for advice indiscriminately, you'll get an indiscriminate answer. So it's important to narrow your focus to a few people whose opinion you respect and value and who really see what you're trying to do, who get you. So step one I always find is to identify the things in my work I need help with. So early on with Lucy, first step, hire an accent coach. That's what I did. I hired this guy in Calgary. He did the accents for Fargo. He's great. And he very quickly realized I wasn't really trying to learn an accent. I was trying to create an idiolect. So it wasn't about teaching me language. It was about constructing a separate, unique accent that had never existed before, and then learning that. So he was a genius, and I'm so grateful. And I still sometimes listen to the early tapes we made to like bring the accent back to its original intentions. I'm always, because sometimes Lucy gets a little soft in my mouth. If I'm enjoying myself, the accent will soften. And so I have to come back and be like, nope, there are rules. However, there are lots of people who give me advice, who are smart, successful, potentially famous people, who I like them as people, but I don't believe they get the intention of my work. And so I respectfully listen, and sometimes they'll say something that I'll take on board, but I don't just like open my heart to those people. They don't get like full access to the character and all the information. I'm a little bit guarded because if you're not careful, someone will pull you away from your intended goal because they'll say something that's true, but it doesn't matter that it's true because that's not what you're working on. That's not the point. So I think it's yes, I've had tons of help, tons and tons of help.
Can you give us a couple of examples of, because the voice is so specific, a couple of examples of the way she should say things? And I'll preface it by saying years ago, we had Patrick Stewart here in Minneapolis at the Guthrie Theater performing Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. And he was on a local radio show and they were talking about it. He was Patrick Stewart. He's promoting it. And the host said, "Your American accent is flawless. Can you do some of it for us?" And he said in British accent, "It's not a party trick." I don't want to turn this into a party trick, but I am curious as to what are some of the rules that you have?
Well, part of it is where it lives in your mouth. So if you want to get an accent really down, so much of it is about oral posture. So the way I talk normally, this is pretty much true for everybody, but the way you talk normally, that's the way that you talk where you don't have to put any work in, because that's your traditional basic oral posture. So what I'm doing, Lucy, part of what I'm doing is I'm moving the voice forward in my mouth and down. So when I normally talk, I feel like my voice is further back in my voice and a little bit higher. Not higher in pitch or volume, but higher in the position of my oral posture. So everything I say as Lucy is right at the front, the bottom front of my mouth, and it's quite breathy. So it's quite a lot of work. So a little while ago, I did a little show with a friend of mine, a little fundraiser where we raised, I don't know, $1 million. Quite literally, we raised $1 million. And because she's fabulous, my friend, I was co-hosting with her. We ended up doing a sort of a 6-hour live stream. Well, I tend to do this voice for 6 hours. So if you listen to the last hour of the live stream, it gets really lazy and it becomes this, which is not Lucy. It's somewhere between me and Lucy. And so I always think of it like doing a sit-up. Like when you're doing an accent, you're in a crunch the whole time because you're holding that oral posture. And then there's other things like Lucy is not a pedestrian voice. So when she talks, the game is to find the flounciest word. So, I might say like, "Oh, I'm going to go to the store. Are you okay with me going to the store?" Whereas Lucy would say something like, "Oh, darling, I don't know if you would mind if I went down to the shop for just a moment." I mean, there's 1,000 extra words in there, but that's because it's so much softer. So it's not just about oral posture or the sound of it or the pitch of it or the breathiness. It's also about the choice of words and also the way the thing that you're really picking up on about the way I normally speak is my rhythm. So my normal rhythm is I like to think like I speak somewhere between a millennial and a professor and a preschool teacher. Like that's kind of my regular rhythm. I talk like I'm giving a lecture for children. There's just this, I was a preschool teacher for a while. It's how I learned to speak. And so this is just how I talk. I talk like I'm speaking to 8-year-old geniuses. I don't know why. It's just my rhythm. And there's a lot of this thing you're hearing right now, which is a lot of saying something and then pausing and coming. It's very teachery. Whereas with Lucy, so much of the Lucy voice is not just the sound. When I speak as Lucy, it's a much more sing-songy posture or sing-songy rhythm. So as Lucy, I'm always trying to find the little sing-songiness in everything I'm saying. And ideally, if I can find the sing-songiness in a single word, that is the best part. That's why people really enjoy listening to Lucy say people's names on stage. So in the Chop Cup routine, one of the games I play is, "Your name is John," and so I would say John, and then later I would say John, and later I would say, "Oh, John." And I try to say the name stupider and stupider until the name itself is the joke. And so much of that comes from oral posture, sound, breathiness, but also that rhythm that Lucy's always trying to find, the song, the flow and everything. Whereas my actual rhythm is quite staccato. I talk and then I abruptly stop and then I abruptly come back. And it's just nothing like her. And Lucy wasn't crafted deliberately to be the opposite of how I actually talk. It's just that when we were making these choices, the accent coach and I were making these choices about this specific idiolect, so much of the reference material I brought in had those qualities. And so it's genuinely the hardest character voice I've ever learned. Because you're right, it really is the opposite of how I actually sound. Whereas when I do Dee, which is just sort of like high in my mouth and it's entirely oral posture and it's like a little bit rhythm, but like mostly it's just this the entire time. I mean, I could talk as Dee forever and I could do like 3 hours of Dee before my mouth would get tired, but I wouldn't because people find this voice like a little bit annoying unless you're 4, then it's not annoying. But if I did this for parents the whole time, people would get really annoyed. So I can't. So so it's not as different. It's just a little higher in my mouth. The oral posture is just sort of up against the roof of my mouth and a little nasally. That's stuff that's easy for my mouth to do. But the low, breathy, mid-Atlantic, rhythmic voice is exhausting.
Jeez, it's just fascinating. The whole thing is fascinating to me. The thought process, the amount of work, the amount of thought that you have put into creating this character and your work is not something I have encountered outside of, an actor in my theater world, really trying to figure out what you're talking about right now. How does it speak? How does it walk? What is all of that? That's just something I have not seen or heard anybody talk to this degree, maybe ever, about a character. But this is just fascinating to me, the amount of thought that you have put into all this.
The only other example I can think of would be Avner.
Oh, I love Avner.
Yeah, Avner, the eccentric, I think has done the same level of thought on.
More, easily more.
Yeah, he's been around for a lot longer than you, but yes, if anyone has a chance to see Avner's lecture on character, it's really, really remarkable. Okay, most magicians, you talk about not wanting to get tired of it and quit or not be interested. Jim and I both have seen magicians who have gotten tired and quit but are still working. And we've seen them do that sort of thing.
That is a good dig. That is a good dig because of
it's
accuracy.
True. It's true. It's sad but true. However, there are magicians out there who would like to add some of this kind of thinking to what they're doing, but who don't want to go to the full extreme of that level of a character. Do you have any advice for someone who just wants to up their game 10%?
Your physical posture and costuming. That's where you need to start. Because when you change how you stand and you change what you wear, you change how you're perceived and you change how you perceive yourself. That's step 1. If you want to tweak it, but you're not interested in, for me, when I start with a character, I start with what are their motivations and what do they want and what do they not want, and what wants and needs are they aware of and what wants and needs are they not aware of. Yes, that's a lot of work. I mean, the reason I do this work is because I've always been, even in art school, when you look at my visual art, I am process driven. I don't so much care what I'm making. I really like making stuff. That's the part I like. I like learning and I like making, and I actually like doing the work. I used to feel like going on stage was like this necessary evil part of the intellectual work I was doing. That was the actual fun. But I've been able to build games into my show that now I do actually really enjoy doing my show, because the show has now also become the work. But I do see a lot of people who get to this point in their show where they are bored. It's second nature. It's so easy for them. Okay, so if you're bored of your show, and you are looking to add a little bit of character, but not a ton, start learning the language of clothing and start learning the language of posture, and be really strict with yourself about trying to deliberately communicate something with that clothing and with that posture. Even the same item of clothing, but that fits too tight or that's too baggy, those communicate two very, very different things to the audience. And the way they feel in your body will change the way you act and the way you interact with the audience. So without doing any of the intellectual labor of who is this person and what do they want, those two things alone elevate you. They completely they make a character we understand, that we know was deliberately crafted for us, which gives the audience a sense of comfort because they know the thing that's happening on stage is professional and they're safe and they're going to have a good time.
Tina Lenert on building a routine.
How did I get into magic?
Exactly.
Quite by accident, actually. I was a mime. I was actually a street mime at the time, making a transition. Like, I was a street mime, but some nice work was coming in, some television work, some commercials, and definitely private parties as a mime. Mime was starting to not be so cool anymore. This would be in the early 70s when there was almost a mime movement, so to speak. But there was too many mimes out on the street, and it was getting really difficult. So when I started, it was a brand new thing. People weren't used to seeing a mime performing on the street, so it was like a novelty. Within the 3-year period, I was like, oh, there's another mime. And that was very heartbreaking. Not knowing what to do, and for no other reason. I mean, I was just a friend of mine that was a street magician invited me to the Magic Castle. I lived nearby there, so I knew about it. I knew it was a cool looking building from the outside. Wanted to see the inside. I went in there and I just looked around and I said, I love this place. It just feeds into my loving historic buildings and strange little things going on around. I said, I really need to work here. This isn't my place. So I called the Magic Castle the next day. I had a lot more guts back then. And I said, hi, I'm a mime and I would like to find out about working at the Magic Castle. And it was actually Bill Larson at the time, the guy that started it. That's how far back this goes. And he was very kind. He said, well, you have to be a magician to work here. And I just said, well, I'm a mime. Not close enough. No. So I just said, well, what do I do? And I knew a few friends that were magicians, street magicians. And I kind of started poking around to see how I could possibly put magic into my act. Well, I had a pre-skill already that I could cross my eyes in a really strange way. And I figured out how to make that into an act, like a multiplying eyeballs act. So I just kind of put all that stuff together. It's just my logic that was working for me there, and my desire to say, I got to get into this building. I'll do anything to get into this building. So we had a lot of help from friends. I was fortunate to know a few magicians that were very helpful, and figured out how to use my eyes, how to multiply eyeballs and zombie floating eyeball, all these dumb little things. And I got accepted, barely, because there was a few judges that said that I wasn't enough of a magician. But then there was the other magicians that were fascinated by the idea that I was putting mime and magic together. So I did that. And after a few years, when I was starting to be, my 30s, mid 30s, I realized that little doll act, it was like a little wind-up doll type of thing. And that really was scaring me to think that was going to be my future. I could see it as my past, but to be 30, 40 years old doing a little girl act was pretty scary, especially after right around that time I saw the movie Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. Do you remember that from
Sure.
Betty Davis being that's the scariest movie I've ever seen. I said, that can't be me. I can't do that. So that's when I started thinking, and it was a really rough time because I knew that that didn't have a future, but I didn't know how to do anything else. So I think all these, any act, any routine that we come up with has to be a result of connecting a lot of dots, but it takes a long time to know that you're even connecting the dots. And I think that over those few years that I was really upset, I mean, seriously, like not in a good place, thinking, what am I going to do with myself? Because that's all I know how to do, and I'm getting older. So a lot of things came together at different times, and finally it started gelling, and with a lot of support, I kind of found all the elements to bring it all come together.
So are we now to a place where we could just chat about Mop Man and how that
right there, we
walked right up to it, but just
I walked right in.
How did that come about?
Okay, first of all, I knew I couldn't do the doll act anymore, right? What can I do that's ageless so I don't have to think about having to completely change everything every few years? Well, characters, cleaning lady character, that can work anywhere. And it's people associate with that. And it's also, it's the idea of a cleaning person is someone you don't really want to pay attention to because you want your place clean. So I like the idea that I could be somebody that would finally find a place, find love, which is, and like the romanticism. So I knew that was a good point for me to start with, but how do I turn that into an act? Then over time I saw, Betty Davis, that was the scariest movie I ever saw. Then the most important movie in my life I ever saw was the first Rocky show. There's a scene where Rocky meets Adrian. Adrian has, she wears glasses and she has this hat. The scene where he takes off her glasses, he takes off her hat, and shows her how that she's really beautiful underneath that. Total goosebumps when I saw that. But again, it registered, but I knew that had some meaning to me. Let me kind of go back a little bit. I've always been a little bit worried about being on stages myself. Hiding behind a mask was good because I didn't really think that anybody would ever want to look at me. So how was I going to get to a point where I would look okay? Well, I thought if I start as a really homely cleaning lady and I end up like in an evening gown, then I go from really ugly to not so ugly. In other words, I don't have to run out on stage looking really beautiful. And then where do I go from there? I just rather start and then have an evolvement. So the idea was to evolve it. Okay, good. So how do I do that? Part of this whole process was that I was in Las Vegas and I saw a strip act of a woman that she took a coat and put it on her shoulder and kind of improvised a hat. And that side became a man, and the man began to like remove her clothing. So that was two characters. I'm a mime. Great. I love body division. And then that's where the fun for me began, is because I really got to use my mime techniques to do that. Then, of course, the magic was my weakest point. And thankfully, I'm married to Mike Caveney, so that helped me there. And I also had other magicians around that were just, the magic world is great. It's great anyway. But when they see someone who's really interested, that already has existing skills, I just had really good fortune to know a good amount of great people that were willing to work with me on this.
You were also influenced by Kenny Raskin, weren't you?
Yes, absolutely. The stripper made me interested in the technique, and then when I saw Kenny in 1984 at a mime festival, he brought the emotional side of it to the idea. And I still hadn't thought, and in my case, it wasn't quite a love story that hit me right away. In fact, the other character with a mop, with a coat, was going to be my alter ego. That was my kind of first thought. But romantic is a lot more relevant. I think my big word in performing, coming up with a routine or an act, it needs to be relevant. People need to understand what you're doing, and they need to be affected by it emotionally. And if you don't get those two things, you could be the greatest artist in the world, but if you can't make that connection. So I found that if I turned it into a romantic story, and with Mike's suggestion, like a Cinderella story, then that could be something that everybody could relate to. But yeah, there was all these little things that came together, not at once. I had only planned on doing that act for about 3 years, and I'm on my 34th year now. It just it wouldn't leave me, which is nice. I'm grateful, but I really wish that I knew the formula of that. I mean, I know it back thinking, I know the formula. I wish I could think forward, because I would love to be able to do more things like that.
You mentioned connecting the dots, which I think is kind of a theme with you.
Yes.
And I think a lot of times we can only connect the dots in retrospect. We're not seeing.
That came from a Steve Jobs speech. That's where I got the term. And that's exactly what he says. You can't form them yourself. So you just have to notice them. You have to, every time something happens to you, that I like the word goosebumps here, where you just get this feeling that if that means something to you, then there's a possibility that you can transfer that. If somebody tells me that they saw my act and they got goosebumps, that gives me goosebumps. I mean, it makes me feel really good. So I want to see if I can transfer things that make me feel really good to others. And I think that's been as varied as my theme and my interests have been. My deep interest is to find things that make me feel good, and then me find a way of having other people feel good. And that's why I teach yoga now. That is my outlet now, that's my way of expressing how I can share my joy.
Sharing your joy is that's a great.
Yeah. Although joy is kind of a word of, it's stronger than joy, sharing the feeling. Yeah. Because there's different kinds of feelings. They're not always joy, but still it ends up being, I guess the general term is joy, the love of life, which I guess is what I want to share.
A lot of magicians, not all of them, but a lot of magicians rely on their verbal skills, patter, storytelling, and you did your act completely silent. Can you talk to us just a little bit about the power of silence and why that works?
I'll tell you why I do it, because I have not so much now, a lack of speaking skills. I just found more difficulty using words, and I was, the major introvert that I just spent a lot of time by myself, but I had a really strong desire to express myself, and without words. When I first saw Marceau when I was 12 years old, I had no idea I'd become a mime someday, but I knew that really grabbed me. It said, I feel that. Some people would have a real difficulty. I would have a difficulty if I had to come up with a speaking thing. And you'll never see me do a speaking magic trick ever. I tried it. It was traumatic. So a lot of it has to do with necessity or just, DNA. I don't know. But yeah, I wish I could do talking stuff. I really do. That would widen my thing, but it's not me. And I, in fact, I was even doing lectures for magicians for a while. And I just would stress out so much, and I'd feel so bad that I just couldn't go through with it.
You two are an interesting pair because you're married to a man who's highly verbal on stage.
I know.
It's a really interesting contrast.
It is, but we have kind of the same energy and the same appreciation for each other. In our relationship, yeah, he does more of the talking. He does, yeah. I'll say. I mean, I'm thinking this one through. Yeah, I think words a lot, but it doesn't occur to me to let them out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just don't think about. And it isn't people. Some people just have this ability. I talk now because I'm being asked to. But I would never start this. I would never say, hey, I want to tell you guys this. And it makes me feel good that you guys ask me, because it's good for me to do it, because I just don't do it that much.
Well, we're happy to help you.
You're a great help to me. No, seriously, I'm not.
It's a joy for us. Yeah.
It's a joy for me too. I appreciate that you're interested.
Jim talked about the value of silence, but you also have some really lovely music choices that you've made throughout the routine. How did those come about, and have they changed a lot?
On Mopman, no. Once I lock in, it takes me a long time to find. I've done 3 pieces, like 3 silent pieces, and Mopman's been the one in the middle, the one that's kind of my identity. I'm driven by music. I really thought my whole life I was going to be a musician, and I didn't know what instrument yet, but I ended up with a guitar when I was 12, and kept that going till my 20s. With some interruptions, because I got practical and realized that being a guitarist wasn't exactly a sustaining thing. So I did have a couple of regular jobs in between. So the music from Mopman, it's a guitar concerto, and it's a guitar concerto that I didn't play it, but I used to listen to it a lot. And so I use that at the beginning. Of course, the opening of it is Frank Sinatra singing "Fairy tales can come true." So that pretty much, those words define a whole act. Fairy tales can come true. It could happen to you. That was the idea to produce it. And then it goes into Close Encounters of the Third Kind music, because it's like a scary, because that's when Mopman finds me to wake me up. And then the rest of the music is this beautiful guitar concerto that I always wanted to play. I just never did.
We talked to John Carney a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
He talked about, that his focus is on honing and perfecting. That's his secret. Mm-hmm. He said, I don't necessarily I don't hack things off. I'm just sanding. I'm just always sanding.
Yeah.
Can you think of any moments from Mopman that over the years you've really just perfected to where you saw little subtle changes?
All the time, because the audience reaction is going to be slightly different in different places. Also, people would give me little ideas here and there. And then the biggest idea that was actually a gift from David Copperfield, unexpectedly, I mean, in a nice way. I was in Atlantic City, and he was performing somewhere else, and he was doing a show, and he came and saw Mopman for the first time. At the very end, he just came. It was really such a touching moment. He goes, "That's a beautiful act, and I wanted to cry, but I didn't. So you need to end it so that people want to cry. They want to feel something." And I go, "Yeah, sure. How?" And he demonstrated this to me. Like, well, how about at the end, if Mopman turns his head towards you and kisses you? And I went, "Oh my God, yes." And Don Wayne, thankfully, who's a master of making things come to life, was there. Long story short, Don Wayne's, we can make that happen. So yes, that was probably the biggest change I made that enhanced the act. So it was just a little thing that, David hadn't even thought about it. He just kind of mentioned it, like, why don't you have him turn his head and kiss you? And that's how that was the new ending. So that was big. Jeff McBride was, I was doing the flower that goes in my ear, and Jeff McBride said, "Why don't you use a feather duster, and then that becomes a bouquet of flowers." Duh, is how, because you see old magicians would use feather flowers that look like feather dusters. So, and again, you talked about honing a moment ago. You have to hone things so that they're understandable, especially in a silent act. I can't explain anything. Everything I do, every move I do has to be understood, or otherwise it's a waste of somebody's time,
Can you think of a moment where there was confusion early on, where you had to adjust?
Yeah, there was a couple of things when where Mopman's trying to ask me if I want to go for a walk with him, and I do this thing with my fingers, and it was a matter of how I was holding my hand that wasn't making it clear, and there was just certain things that I have to clarify to make sure.
I remember you saying at one point that one of the motivating factors behind creating that persona was you felt there are people in the world who we simply don't notice who we should.
Yeah.
And this is a person who is not noticed.
Right.
And we should notice this. And I will say that I have never not noticed them since. When I see the carts and I see them and I immediately think of you and think of what they're going through. That was an indelible thought. But I also look at the cart on a more practical level because I picked you up at the airport and we got you to the St. Paul Hotel. And that act packs into a reasonable size case. I mean, it was very easy to get you in and out, which is, that's the least of the problems, but sometimes that can be the most of the problem. It probably helped that it was that way for traveling internationally with it.
Well, here, the story on that is that I went to a janitorial supply store to get ideas. And I walk in there and there's this Rubbermaid cart that actually comes apart. I mean, when I saw those screws in there, I go, oh, this is so great. And the woman that was working there just couldn't figure out why I was so excited about that. I said, can I sit in this? And she goes, yeah, of course. She finally got what I was talking about. So she was really cool. She was very helpful. But I'm sitting on this cart and I'm looking, how does this thing come apart? I didn't care how it worked. I just want to know how it came apart.
So do you have any advice for someone who is thinking about trying to connect the dots themselves and come up with a routine that they can perfect and hone?
If I knew, I would have 20 different acts and I'd have a 1.5 hour one-woman show. If I really knew this technique, I feel back engineering, yes, I figured it out. But I do know is that, when someone says, if you can dream it, you can do it. I hate that. No, you have to dream it. You can't do it if you don't dream it, but that doesn't mean you can do it. If you dream, it's just a dream. That's just like that. It takes a lot of perseverance and it takes a lot of, not so much belief that you can do it, but such a strong desire to do it. And you need to be around really people that are smarter than you, but they need something. You can't expect a smart person to help you unless you have something to show them that inspires them to help. So the work has to be there. And I think some people think, as performers, when we do our acts, we make it look easy. We have to, because if we make it look hard, then I don't want to put the audience through the stress of somebody thinking that I'm doing something that's hard. That takes away from their joy, so to speak. So it just takes a lot of not giving up and not giving up on yourself, because rejection is like 90% of it all. But I think that's beautiful because that makes me think more. And I think 90 to 99% of anything that I've asked artists that I really highly respect, and I get that kind of same answer. Yeah, 90%, you're seeing 10% or less than 10% of what I've worked on. Things get rejected, but everything that you have to learn from what gets rejected. So pretty much just deal with rejection. Don't be afraid. Just dare to get out and fail.
And I would say that your act has a very powerful emotional wallet that is rare to see on stage that isn't in a piece of dramatic theater. So when you go to a magic show, it's not always possible to bring an audience to tears. But you have that potential. And so while you may think, I wonder if I should have concentrated on one thing, that is something that you put some focus
that's
into.
me.
Yeah. And so that really comes through, and it's very, 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 very powerful for an audience. And so somebody who may be focused on one thing wouldn't give us the emotional whack.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. It's powerful. It's powerful to me that we all have that power in us, some kind of power. It just takes a lifetime to discover it sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes you think of power as like, and that fits some people. Some people come out like with a machine gun. I mean, a performing machine gun, and it works great. Other people try that and it doesn't. So I think it's a discovery of who we are, and then be able to feed on that. And that's what I've been trying to do, but I've never satisfied, which is fine with me. I think I'd be really bored if I got satisfied. So I'm always struggling to find the next way of expressing myself with whatever tools are around me that I can utilize. So it's a constant learning. I have this constant sense of curiosity. And if you're curious, then nothing else is going to get in your, it's bored. If you allow yourself to be bored, that's where you start going into that downward cycle. And I just find so many interesting things in life right now that I want to explore.
David Regal on creating and selling magic.
All right, let's just dive right in. So do you remember the first magic trick you bought and what that experience was like?
Well, it's interesting. When I was a kid, a few things happened that happened to a lot of people. I don't know if it's predominantly male or not, but magic sort of crept in when I was a kid. And another thing I had at a very young age, the Jerry Lewis Book of Magic. I was a huge Jerry Lewis fan, and I just loved him. And there was some book, the Jerry Lewis Book of Magic, which actually was a reprint of another book written by some guy. And I guess the publisher made some deal with Jerry, and they put his face on it. If you open up the book, it says like in tiny print, the editor does acknowledge that none of this material would exist if not for in the previous book. But it was a pretty good book. And it was the standard stuff like the broken match and the handkerchief. But there was some good stuff in there too, like the sugar cube trick where you could transfer the initial, onto their palm, which is a profound trick even today.
How old were you at this point?
Oh, single digits.
Single digits.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's been in your blood for that long.
Well, I think that's an interesting thing you bring up, because I do think it is a bug. And the pop psychologists among us say, oh, it's because as children we're powerless. And, this gives us a feeling of power or whatever, gives you some sense of control because as a child you have no control. Maybe that was the key word from another pop psychologist. I don't know. I mean, we all go to magic conventions and, I have the Magic Castle. And you learn that magic does appeal to different people in different walks of life. Some people make it their occupation, others don't. But, some of the greatest magicians are amateurs. Ed Marlowe was an amateur magician. So I think it hits people profoundly, and it became in my case, very quickly, a form of therapy, and a very deep therapy, and sometimes for different reasons. And I don't say that in a sort of joking way. It's like I grew up as about half of kids do in an unhappy home. And magic for me was this thing to fall into. And I wasn't very athletic. I was overweight as a child and short. I'm still short. And I was never on any of the teams. But I think magic and athletic endeavors have one thing in common. They take over you. In other words, mentally and physically, you are occupied trying to master magic or trying to master some sort of athletic maneuver. It just occupies you totally, which in that itself is therapeutic. And I love magic for a lot of very solid reasons. Those reasons, plus, of course, I grew up loving to amuse people. And something, you sort of have. I always wanted to amuse people. So, yeah, magic hit me, but it hit me in a substantive way that really hasn't changed since I was single digits.
That's great. Can we talk just a little bit about the first magic trick you created and sold? Now, let's move out of your single digits into something else.
I will take the word sold off of that because I have sold tricks, and I do it because I really do enjoy the process of trying to improve something and putting it out there. And very often that process costs me money. And, I'm married, I have kids, but my kids are young adults now. And so I always wanted to get that money back. And so I have put things on the market, and I would say some broke even, some made a little money, and a few did very well. And coincidentally, it would happen in a year where I'm a TV writer in real life, where a writing gig fell through, and I go, oh, look, this thing just made money. And so I never, ever take that for granted because it's rescued me on more than one occasion. So why do I take selling off of it? Because I love the stuff I market, and I'm not, shy about marketing it, but I never approach it from a place of that. I'm always trying to, scratch an itch. For me, I like the process. I love it more than my enjoyment of performing. So it's scratching an itch for me, and coming up with something new. First of all, a lot of the times you think it's new, but it isn't new. So that's part of the process. Other times you think you have a good idea and it fails. That's part of the process. And after a while, you start to learn things. And I sort of have to admit, I like the failure. I like working on something when I was, yep, that's not going to work. I wasted this many hours or this much money or this combination of the two, but I enjoy it. So that's a weird thing to say. I enjoy it even when it fails, but I do because I feel it gives me something to try for again. I like having something on deck to try for. I like having that thing that has not been solved sitting over there. If I do solve it later, I like that too. So look, I've worked on this all this time and now I've solved it. But even if I don't solve it, there's something I like about the fact that I haven't solved it. So I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
But at first you get very upset with failure. And then you realize, oh, it's so often part of the process. It is the process. Creating magic for me is never about selling magic. And frankly, I don't think it should be. I think it could be, but I don't think it should be. And, I don't want that to be my life. And so far, it hasn't been my life. And people say, you put out so much. I go, well, I put out things that I feel should exist. And some people may agree and other people may disagree. But that's, for me, why I do it.
You said you love the process even when you're dealing with failure, but are there any parts of the process that you don't like, that you don't look forward to, or that you even hate?
I don't like getting knocked off. And in magic, it happens a great deal. And that's just a sinking feeling. And if it's a successful item that you're marketing or something that you published in a book, you hate to see someone else's name on it. Or in the case of a knockoff, sometimes it still have my name on it. I could tell from the packaging it was a knockoff. Oh, man, it's rough. It's just tough for every reason you can imagine.
And so you're talking about piracy here, that people are literally, I guess I didn't realize, I mean, I knew that happened, but to an extent that, does it deter you from creating magic, knowing that?
It does for a while. It puts a sort of a stink on it. And I'll give you an example. I came out of a little clear box that switched cards. It'd be a folded card, and it switched a card, which you'd think would be impossible because it's clear. And I came out with it. It did well, but it was knocked off within 90 days.
Wow.
90 days. And that was unfortunate because it was very popular. I mean, super popular. And the fact that it was knocked off that quickly really did make a difference. It was one of the few items that made me actual money. I mean, you look at it and go, wow, that made me actual money. But the knockoffs also did extraordinarily well. And I'm not talking about other people who, as time went by, came out with another clear box. That's magic. And that's, someone comes up with a smaller one or a different one, or that does it a little differently. That's magic. And, I'm not complaining about that at all. That's just how that works. But I'm saying, it would say David Regal's Clarity Box. It's like, oh man. And it wouldn't be David Regal's Clarity Box. So yeah, that was rough. And other times it's has nothing to do with money. And in magic, most of what we do, and by we I mean anyone that's trying to, contribute. And sometimes it's just a little thing. And all you get for that little thing is the fact that, hey, you came up with that, and that's your entire payment. And in magic, sometimes those bragging rights are significant. Like, I love giving credit to somebody. Like as magicians, sometimes we teach magic to other magicians, and they'll hire you to do a magic lecture. And you do that lecture and you teach people the tricks. And I'm not kidding, I love giving credit to other people. And I say, now this is Wesley James who came up with this. And a lot of people use it with the ambitious card, but I use it here. But it's Wesley's, idea. I love that. And I'm sure people like Wes or other people that come up with these little, their own special way of controlling a card or palming a card or switching a coin. And all these people get nothing, really zero, except for, that little spotlight that shines on you when someone goes, oh, this person came up with that. And of course, when you see another magician doing it, it sort of enters the vernacular. That's payment you get as well. So yeah, in magic, credit's very important for all those reasons I just mentioned.
I first noticed you giving credit like that when I was either reading your reviews in Genie or watching your review in Real Magic. And I'm wondering, doing all those reviews, did that have any impact on how you create magic, or having created magic, does that make you a better reviewer?
It's hard to review and do a decent job of it. It's not an easy job for a lot of reasons. But I like reviewing because it keeps me engaged in what's current to some degree. It used to be the magazines had greater sway and people were very excited about sending items to a magazine for review. But I think those days are gone because the internet now has more sway than a publication. So it isn't like I can count on getting all the greatest stuff and review it. So very often I'll pay for something to review, or I'll pay for something just to see what the secret is. And, what's fascinating is it runs the gamut. You'll have somebody come out with, $150 gizmo that's very intricate and had been machined. And I look at it and go, how do they even have this thing made? Because it's such a little gizmo. But it'll be something that breaks, and it's not really that practical, and it'll work 50% of the time. And then someone will come out with something for $15, which still happens almost never. Like Silk Through Telephone came out a couple of years ago. I think it cost $15 with the silk. So you got the silk and the gimmick, and I think you saw people do this online. Look it up if you haven't. Fantastic piece of magic. You borrow someone's phone. You put the handkerchief up against the phone and you pull it right through the center of their phone, and their phone is unharmed. Unbelievable, fantastic magic, $15. So that dichotomy is one of the most fascinating things in all of magic, reviewing magic, of course, but in all of magic. And when you review, I think it helps teach you that dichotomy if you haven't learned it up to that point.
Nice. Do you, if there was somebody listening that might be thinking, gosh, I do have some magic ideas and I would like to, do you have any advice for someone thinking about creating or marketing their own trick?
Well, don't go into it expecting to make money. There's a small magic universe. And while it's possible to make some money with some effect that, just everyone loves and everyone in the world seems to want to have it, that almost never happens. And generally, it's a lot of effort for very little financial return. Because if you think about it, the people that are making lots of money, I mean big money, in magic, are the people, the jobbers or the big stores that have thousands of items. Because then, think about it, you have thousands of opportunities to realize an amount of profit. But if you're a creator, you're not going to come out with thousands of things. You'll have a few things, maybe a dozen things. And looking toward it as a livelihood, you could do, and Godspeed if you want to do that. It's possible, but you shouldn't go into it that way, certainly. If you want to try to do it, trust me, there are people that will help you. Because if you have something that looks great, and you put it on video and you send it to one of these big magic stores, they will want to produce it. And they'll say, here's the deal we'll give you. We'll pay to make it, and we'll give you X amount of the retail price. And you'll either say yes or you'll say no. And obviously, if you want to take the financial risk and think you have the wherewithal to get this thing made, then you can make a bigger piece of that pie, retail price pie, because then you'll be selling a completed thing to a store. But trust me, even if you made it, you still have to package it. Then you got to do an ad for it. And now it has to be a fairly decent video ads. And my ads are rudimentary compared to what I see out there. And if I had the ability to make better ads, I would. So there's all these components now, especially in this video age, that go into putting something on the market. First, it has to be good. Well, actually, that's a lie, because a lot of junk is sold. I'm a reviewer. I'm the first person to tell you. It should be good. If you want to go into it, have something good. Don't try and, swindle the magic community. And by the way, you can get away with that more than once before they catch on. Because it's possible to do something that looks good that's actually bad. But have something good. And then, you'll have no difficulty finding someone that wants to help you. Everyone wants to help you because everyone's looking for the next new thing. It's kind of ugly. The magic business, since you really want to talk about it, and I realize you do, the magic business is an ugly one. It's like opening a movie. It's like, oh, you do have a great first weekend, a pretty good second weekend, and after a month, okay, everyone is done with it. Start working on version 2 or the next thing.
Right.
Yeah. Very few things, very few items have that shelf life.
Despite all that, you still seem to be very excited about the idea of creating products and marketing products.
And I love I think when you say how do you come up with things, I think basically we all frequently start from the same place. Well, there's an A and a B. There's inspiration. Oh, you're taking a shower and you think, bing, something comes to you. Great. That happens to all of us once in a while. But generally, much more common, we look at an effect that someone else is doing or has been done, and we like everything but one stinky part. And we go, boy, except for this one stinky part, this is really pretty good. And so you start to worry that stinky part. You either get rid of it or you don't. But if you get rid of it, I love getting rid of that stinky part. There's a trick I put on the market called the gold standard. And this plot existed already. So I'm a little crazy, I have to admit. What plot existed already? Well, you're wearing a tie pin or a lapel pin, or it's a pocket pin, but you have a pin. It can go anywhere. The kind goes into the clothing, the thing goes on the back, it's there, whether it's a tie clip on the lapel, or it's on your jacket or your tie or whatever it is. It's just there. And at some point, you're doing a trick with a signed card. And the card trick where cards go to an impossible location, it goes under your tie clip. It's under it. You can pull on the card and your tie goes like this, or on your lapel or your jacket. And you have to undo it. You could spin it on this thing and you take it out and it's done. And the way this trick, I own 2 versions of it because I love it. Sometimes it's under a thumbtack, sometimes it's under a tie pin, whatever. But the previous versions, there was never a hole in the card because it was an illusion that it was under the tie. It was an illusion. So you take it out and it hide the fact, I guess, there was never a hole, or you hope they didn't notice. I remember even in the instructions of one of these that I bought, it said, there probably should be a hole in the card, but there isn't.
No.
And so I was like, what? And I think they suggested you could just put holes in every card and hide the fact there's a hole, which doesn't seem like a great solution. So I came up with, over a period of years, with a design where the hole would get put in the card and it would do the same trick. So the trick was the same. The only difference was, well, this will put a hole in the card. And so I'd write to these jewelers companies and I actually had these made. Same trick, but it put a hole in the card. And I got to tell you though, I do this at the Magic Castle. And the first time, first of all, for magicians, I would always mention, look, there's a hole, because I was so proud of myself. But you probably shouldn't say that. So I stopped saying that. I'm doing it for a lay person at the Magic Castle, because people don't realize that. At the Magic Castle, you're generally performing for lay people that come to see a magic show. I do the trick. The lay person looks at the card, sees it, and he says, there's a freaking hole in the card, to the entire audience. I go, okay, those labors were not in vain. But this truly was a gold-plated piece of jewelry, made to do this trick. And I would say that's one of the effects I just broke even, because it cost me so much. I had a jeweler make it. So anyhow, you do it to do it. But when the layperson goes, there's a freaking hole in it, that's when, that's the payoff.
David Parr on the value of narrative in magic.
Why is storytelling just in general an important thing?
Human beings are storytelling animals. Stories are how we understand the world around us and our place in it. Our memories are narrative. Our memories are stories that we tell ourselves and tell others. And what we know as history is a story that's passed down from generation to generation. We are built to consume narrative. It's difficult for a human being to avoid becoming engaged by a narrative. So if I have a limited time in which to engage with my audience, the quickest, most direct path to do that is to engage them with a story. That's the most surefire tool I know.
Talk a little bit about the role storytelling plays in the performance of your magic. I understand why stories are important now, and I agree with you, but talk specifically how you use stories or what stories can do in a magical performance.
Well, I look at it this way. If if I can give my audience multiple levels on which to engage with my performance, I increase the likelihood that they'll engage with me. You know, there's the sort of technical puzzle level of magic that's right at the surface, and that's the deception level of magic, right? The level where our senses are fooled into seeing something impossible happen. And you know, while some people find that fun, some people find that annoying. I mean, that's the fact that there are certain people who tend to be puzzle minded in their lives, and those people tend to see magic as a puzzle that demands a solution, and they'll fret away and worry away at trying to reach a solution to it, and some people find that process unfun. And so if I want to engage with those people and have them relax and let go of that puzzle thinking and enjoy my show, the way I found to do that is to engage them on the theatrical level, on the dramatic level, which is the narrative level. And if they can get into the story, they'll often become engaged in the magic without really knowing that that's what they're becoming engaged in, because they've been hooked by the story.
Do you have an example from your own career when you felt a trick became stronger because you wrapped it in a story?
Yeah. In fact, I have a very strong example of it. I was performing magic for a festival, and so there were events happening all around this town square, and I had stationed myself in a bookstore because I thought, well, this is where I feel most at home, is here in this bookstore. So I set up my table and everything, my little pop-up parlor of mystery, and I started doing magic for people. And at one point, I noticed there was a young woman and her son who looked like he was about 7 years old, and they kind of cut a swath around me. And as they were passing by, I said, "Hey, would you like to see some magic?" And the woman looked at me like, she was going to say no. But her son, of course, was like, "Yeah." So he starts walking over toward me. So I had him take a seat, and his mom just kind of hovered nearby, and I began performing magic for her son. And I found that about 3 to maybe 5 minutes into my performance, Mom, who was standoffish at the beginning, started to engage with me. She started to laugh at the jokes, and she started to respond to questions, and she started to ask questions herself. And eventually she was in the audience and she was clearly having fun along with her son. And at the end of my set, her son took off and went exploring the children's section of the bookstore. And this woman said to me, she said, "I didn't think I liked magic." And as performers, we seldom get a glimpse into how our audience is processing our performance. So when someone gives me that opportunity, I tune in and I listen, because it's rare. So I said, "Why? Why did you think you didn't like magic?" And she said, "Well, because I can't figure it out, and that's just frustrating." And that's exactly what I'm talking about. She was one of those puzzle-minded people that finds the open-endedness of the mystery of magic irksome. and so she can't get past that and enjoy the performance, but she had, in my case. So she went on to say, "I didn't think I liked magic, but I liked what you did. I liked the stories." And now she started talking about all the things I had spoken of during my performance. She relayed back all this information that I had dropped from the narratives I had used. So she retained all that stuff. So clearly she had engaged with me. And it was because I gave her another level on which to engage with the performance and to engage with me. And that was the dramatic level, the narrative level. And that enabled her to let go of the puzzle mind for a little while anyway, and enjoy it and have fun.
I love that, all of that. I love that story. That's a good. Is there any example that you can think of, either from your own work or just in general, where that sort of approach just flat out didn't work? It was like, oh, I'm going to have to cut to the chase because they're not listening.
Words can sometimes get in the way. They can sometimes be an obstacle between the audience and the experience of mystery that's at the heart of magic. And my task as the performer, as the magician, is to know those moments when the story will enhance the performance and enhance my engagement with the audience, or the moments where I have to shut up and get out of the way and let them experience the mystery of it all. And at those points, any words I say are an obstacle between the audience and that experience. So if I perform something and it gets stunned silence at the end, instead of, oh, that was fun or whatever, I've had to learn to let that ride out, which is not easy at first, because the fear is that if I let silence stretch out, I might lose the audience. It means I'm losing them. And so the reflex, the automatic response is, we'll say something. Say something to fill in the silence. In fact, say something funny so they laugh. And then you know you have them, right? And I've had to learn to tamp down that fear and let the silence ride out so that they can absorb the mystery that just happened. Because what's happening is the stunned silence is that they're processing, they're absorbing it and processing the experience. And if I step on it with a joke, then I've knocked down the house of cards I just took all that time to build, right? So I can think of one specific instance where I was booked to perform in a fringe theater festival with a new show. I was doing a version of the effect where the magician takes a long piece of thread, breaks it into lots of little pieces, balls it up, and then stretches it out, and it's restored in one long piece again. And I had written this elaborate script that was like it was a narrative in the sort of Arthurian legend mode, about a wizard and a king and all this stuff to go with this magic effect. And the night before the show opened, I was rehearsing, and I was rehearsing in front of a mirror, as I've done since I was a kid, just to check the audience's point of view on the effect itself. And as I was performing this magic effect in the mirror and running through the script, which I had lying on the floor next to me, so in case I needed to check it, I suddenly became sort of entranced by the simplicity of this magic effect. That broken and restored thread effect is like one of the rare effects in magic where the closer the audience looks, like stares at your hands, the more baffling it is. I mean, usually you're trying to persuade the audience to not stare at your hands during the performance, but with this, they can stare at your hands all day, and it becomes more mysterious, because it's like, how could that have happened? So I had this realization as I was watching it in the mirror, and I thought, wait, is this story enhancing this effect? And the answer was no. The answer that immediately came to mind was no. And I thought, I can't do that script. the script is getting in the way of the beauty of this, the simplicity of this. What I realized in performing it for the audience in that show was that a narrative is not necessarily spoken. It was the process of tearing the thread into pieces and balling it up and then restoring it is the narrative. So it was like I needed to get the script out of the way so the audience could focus on that narrative. So what I want my audience to be able to do, one of my goals after my performance, is I want them to retain enough of it that they can describe what happened to someone who wasn't there. And if the magic is too complex or convoluted, they're not going to be able to do that. But if the magic is simple and direct and has a very clear narrative, someone who saw the show can convey that, describe it to someone who wasn't there in basically a sentence.
You know, we've known each other for 30 plus years. And so I've watched your magic for a long time and loved it from the minute I saw it. But most of the stories that you tell are rooted in your interests. So it's not like you just didn't pull something out of the story that you tell about your love of horror movies or these are all things that you are passionate about and love, and then you weave a story that disarms us. I think there's a certain amount, I'm not a finger pointer guy, because I certainly take an easy way out when I can, but that's a harder path to walk, I think, for a creator of anything to have that level of commitment where I'm gonna filter this with my own, because what if I don't care about monster movies? You make that, you know what I mean?
I see what you're getting at, but I kind of view it from the opposite side, and that's that to me it's easier to be myself. And I had this realization as an actor doing roles in plays, and that was that the more of myself I bring to the role, the happier everyone's gonna be. And so the realization of, oh, this person cast me in this role because she saw some qualities in me as a person that she wanted me to bring to that role. And if she wanted someone else with different qualities, she would have cast somebody else. So the more of myself I bring to the role, the happier she's going to be, the director of the show, the happier the audience is going to be because they'll sense the sincerity of my performance, and the happier I'll be because I can relax, bring myself to the table, and enjoy the process of acting. And that totally applies to magic. If I can just relax and be me, then I can have fun engaging with the people in my audience. I don't have to try to be who I think they want me to be, because that's a thing I can never achieve. The person they meet on stage when they see my show is me. And by the time they leave the theater, they should have a really good impression of who I am as a person, not as a performer, but as a person, what my interests and obsessions are since my childhood, what my history is, all that stuff. Now, to me, that's the path of least resistance. Trying to be someone, to pretend to be someone I'm not, that is difficult.
That question of how to be genuine on stage, I think, is at the root of so much of a performer's fears and their desires. How to be genuine on stage is the crux of the biscuit. Yes?
Yeah. I think so, because I think everyone in the audience has an inner radar that detects falseness. And if my audience thinks that my onstage persona is a put on, I'm sunk. It's going to be so difficult to connect with them as a human being, right? But if I'm myself and they get the sense that, wow, this guy really cares about the things he's talking about, even if I'm not into those things, Like if I'm in the audience and I'm not into monster movies and I'm not into magic and I'm not into ghost stories and all that stuff, I can sense how passionate that person who's talking about it is. And that passion and interest rubs off on me because emotional states are contagious, right? So if the audience senses how my enthusiasm and passion for these things, it's contagious for them. They start to feel that, and that engages them. So when I can, I'm as honest as I can be about myself.
I've said this often in your presence and behind your back, David, but one of the things I admire about your magic is that you have put a lot of thought into it, a lot of thought, more thought than a lot of other people put into anything, really. I'm not saying just magicians. I mean, you put a lot of thought into what you're doing, and you have subtracted essentially those moments when somebody might think to themselves, well, I don't know exactly what he did, but I know when he did it. And that undermines the magical experience. You've also spent a lot of time scripting your show, that you shows when you perform, that you have, this isn't by chance, you're not standing up there winging it. It's not, although probably at this point you could, but that idea of scripting a performance, why do you think maybe somebody might put the stop sign up or be afraid of that idea of sitting down and scripting out their entire show?
I think there are a number of reasons why magicians might be resistant to that idea, why magicians are resistant to that idea, some of them. One of the reasons I think that they're resistant to it is a simple practical one, and that is what I would call the terror of the blank page. And that is, you sit down at your computer ready to type up a script and you stare at the screen and nothing happens. And we've all been there. Anyone who has written anything has been there, right? And it's like, okay, now where are the words? Why is nothing happening? And it's usually because the task is too big to be manageable. And so then our mind just goes blank. So what I found during those moments is to narrow my focus to something very simple. And that's where to start. And so what I usually do is, and this was the way I learned to write term papers in school. It was the way I was taught to write a term paper. It's that the opening paragraph is your thesis statement. It's your statement of purpose. The middle is the proof of the thesis. And then the last paragraph is the restatement of the thesis in light of the proof, right? So what I found, the easiest way to write the paper was write the beginning and the end first, and then fill in the middle. So if I know where I'm starting on the map and I know where I'm going on the map, making a straight line between those 2 points is relatively simple. So I would always write the beginning and end paragraphs first, and then write the body of the paper. And that's the way I usually write scripts now. And it gets past the terror of the blank page. If all I have to focus on is what's the first thing I'm going to say, or what's the last thing I'm going to say, then I can write that sentence and I'm on my way. I'm no longer staring at a blank page. I've tried doing the other thing where it's like, just let it spill out of your brain and onto the page, and that almost always fails for me.
Well, yes, but I would have to say the work is definitely worth it. And just as an experiment, I would suggest anyone go onto YouTube and type in Magic Act and listen to the first lines of most performances that are posted there, which are lines like, let's try this. Or, up next, why don't we? Or this will be fun. Let's try a little experiment. And none of those come close to your opening lines, which immediately hook people.
Well, because those sentences convey nothing. There is no information in any one of the sentences you spoke. They convey zero. And that's because they're just space filler. They're just said to fill in silence. And I personally, unless I have something to say that is some information to convey to my audience, I'd rather be silent, honestly. And I think that is another one of the reasons why magicians might be resistant to the idea of scripting their material. And it's because what I've often told them to do is to just, okay, focus on one piece, a piece that you've been performing for a long time, just record it, and then transcribe exactly what you said. And I think this is the problem, because they think about it and they think, oh, wow, how is all that stuff I say going to look when it's on the page? And what it's going to look like is garbage, because all the ticks and weird repetitions and like sentences that don't make any sense, that are convoluted or grammatically awful and stuff, they're glaring when they're on the page, right? So I think they're terrified to look at in black and white what they're actually saying. But on the other side of facing that fear is actually gaining control over it. Right. And that, to me, is worth staring down the fear of, is most of what I'm saying to my audience garbage?
I remember you saying once along these lines, because you aren't locked in to the degree that you might be suggesting, you said a script is not a straitjacket.
No, it's not. It's a base structure for my performance. It provides a solid structure, so I always know where I am. It's like a roadmap to my show, right? And so I always know where I am. I know what territory I'm in. And the freedom that allows is that if I have the territory mapped out, I can deviate from the path. I always have my eyes and ears open. And if someone in the audience says something funny or provides a circumstance that will allow for a fun interaction, I deviate from my script and I follow that new path. I see where it goes. Because I know the territory well enough, I can go right back onto the path that I need to follow to complete the script, right? To end the routine. It's knowing that I know that territory gives me the freedom to explore when opportunities arise.
We've talked about this, but I just want to kind of revisit this idea for a minute, because stories have a beginning, a middle, and an end, but you kind of go beyond that. You have a very strong beginning in most of the stories you tell, and a very memorable end, a nice hook and a nice blackout. Just talk again about the value of that approach.
I think what it boils down to is, because my background's in theater, I tend to look at each piece of magic as a little one-act play, right? And if it's a little one-act play, it has an opening line, and the opening line should be something that hooks the audience interest in. And so in the case of, there's a bill transposition routine that I perform, and the first line of it is, tonight's first subject, the con, the grift, bunco, hustle, racket, flim-flam. I have to admit, I've become fascinated by the art of the swindle in its many forms, always changing, always evolving. And now we're in.
Yeah.
Right? And that's in the first line spoken. And that's what it should do. Something in what I say has to convey to the audience, this is important. Something amazing is going to happen. And if you're not paying attention, you're going to miss it. And so what I strive for is that everything I say, especially at the beginning of the piece, has to convey, pay attention, this is important. Something cool is about to happen.
Yep.
And then the final line is a blackout line. And the blackout line is like if we were in a theater, the last line of the play is spoken, the stage lights go to black, and the audience realizes, oh, that's the end. We can now respond. And they start applauding. So usually the blackout line is an applause cue line that puts the punctuation on the end of the narrative. Because in some sense, even though you'll hear gasps and what and things like that when you're performing magic, in some sense they're reserving their response for the end. Right? So you have to give them the opportunity, the outlet in which to do that. The way you do that is by giving them an applause cue that tells them on an unconscious level, oh, that's the end. We can express ourselves now collectively, as an audience, as a collective. So I give them that line, and the line at the end of that bill transposition routine is, as I'm tucking away the money in my pocket, I say, and that, my friends, is a lesson in positive cash flow. And that functions as an applause cue. It's clear that means that's the end. We can now respond as a collective.
So the listeners last episode heard Eli Marks perform the trick that he thinks he invented, which you'll find out later he didn't, but he thinks he did, called the Ambitious Dog, which is his take on an ambitious card. Do you have any advice for Eli in how he set up that story and how to make that a more effective trick?
I think Eli suffers from a common problem in magic, and that's not knowing when to stop. I think magicians get so jazzed on the high of a successful performance that then they're like, but that's not the end. Here's more. And they continue, and then they do more, and then they do more. And then at some point, diminishing returns kicks in because, in a sense, the audience starts to become numb to the experience of mystery the more you club them over the head with it. So your advice to Eli, first piece of advice would be less is more. Well, in the sense of, he does a routine that sort of starts with what magicians called the Chicago opener, and that's where chosen cards, the back of the chosen card seems to change color. And then that leads into the deck, a color changing deck. And then that leads into the ambitious card. And so now it becomes this extended routine. Now that's fun. Clearly the audience enjoyed it. But would they be able to describe what happened afterward to someone who wasn't there? Whereas if he had stopped after the deck changed color, or after the doggy card jumped to the top 3 times, that the audience would have been able to convey to somebody in a sentence. But he is being smart in that the word isn't anthropomorphizing, but he's canine pomorphizing the card and giving it an identity. So now the card, what happens to the card is important to the people in the audience, particularly the volunteer he's working with. And that's part of the challenge of magic. How do I make finding your selected card important? How do I make this important for the audience? And that's one way to do it. Give the thing an identity, because we care. Because even though we know Nemo in Finding Nemo is a cartoon, it's not a living creature, we become attached to Nemo, right? Emotionally. And that's because that's what human beings do. It has an identity. It has a personality. And then we can't help but attach ourselves to it. That's just what human beings do. So by canine pomorphizing the card, he gives it an identity, and now it's important, and we care about what happens to it.
David Williamson on Magic Conventions.
We're thrilled to have you back. You're doing well?
Yeah, I just got back from Magi Fest. It was a blast.
I know. I've seen your picture all over Facebook. And
why didn't you come? Where were you?
Well, here's the thing.
Snowstorm?
No, I could have gotten there. I'm trying to limit I was told by Mike Caveney that I see too much magic. He said, well, no.
Look who's talking.
I know. Yeah. That I see more than I need to for my purposes. And I went to a big writers conference last summer, and I thought, well, I don't need to, but I'm hoping to go next January, and I'm hoping to bring my friend Jim with me because he's never been to Magi Fest.
I would love to go. You know, I would.
It's kind of overwhelming. I mean, there were 1,000 people this year, and it's mostly guys with facial hair and tattoos doing card tricks for 3 days straight. That's basically. Yeah, well, there's other pleasures as well, though. Yeah. There are, but the seeing of old friends and all that. My impression. No, I've been going to Magi Fest since I was 12, so I have so many old friends there. All right, we're going to dive right in because that's it. Let's do it. The fact that you just got back from enough about magic conventions. Let's talk about magic conventions. Exactly. You just got back from one. So this is a perfect time. You know, the last time we chatted, you told us about your first experience at a magic convention where your mother dropped you off at Abbott's. Yeah. You pitched a tent, you got rained out, and you officially entered the world of magic. For listeners, you can go back to episode 223 and hear that whole story. Have you camped out at a convention since then? Let's see. I may have. I don't know. I've slept in hallways and, in foyers and cars and things like that at magic conventions over the years. Absolutely. I don't know if I've slept under a canvas tent since then. My wife actually gave me the weekend pass. She goes, I can see it in your eyes. You don't want to be sitting here. You want to be an hour away with your little shuffling cards. I've been away all month in England doing Circus 1903, and I've been home for just a week, and she was like, go, get away, go, you're bothering me. Okay,
I have to sidebar to Circus 1903 because this is the first I've heard of it, but already I am excited beyond belief. What is it? Oh my goodness. Circus 1903 is a big show about a circus coming to town in the year 1903, and I'm the ringmaster in that show. We started in 2015 in Australia at the Sydney Opera House. We toured Australia, we toured the US. We sat down in Vegas for 6 months at the Paris Hotel. And now every year we go to London, and the first 3 years over the holiday season, we're at the Royal Festival Hall right there at South Bank. And this year we were at the Apollo Hammersmith, big venue for 3,500. We played Chicago. We played the Oriental Theater. Dang it. How come I hear about this stuff after?
I don't know. It's a beautiful show, and the elephants are puppets. They're like the people who made Warhorse puppets made our puppets. And the big elephant is a 3-man puppet, and the baby elephant. And we have incredible circus acts, all in period costume and orchestration and sets. It's gorgeous. It's a romantic love letter to the history of the circus, basically.
I want to see this in the worst way.
Well, go to circus1903.com and see the pictures and learn a little bit about it, and search it on YouTube. We did a lot of TV appearances, and you kind of get the gist. But it's a fun, big, crazy show. And I do magic and comedy, and I narrate it and all that kind of thing.
I'm going to turn this back over to John, or this.
Yeah. Sorry about that sidebar. That's okay.
I'm going to plant a flag right here.
We love sidebars. So can you estimate how many magic conventions do you think you've been at since the Abbott's
not
adventure?
as many as many others. I mean, when I was a kid, ever since that first one at Abbott's, I was hooked, and my parents were putting me on buses to St. Louis and South Carolina and Pittsburgh.
And these were all, if I can interject, these are all places that had magic conventions. They weren't just putting you on a bus.
Right, they weren't just randomly putting me on buses. Where's this one going? Get on there, David. They would write a letter to the organizer. I'm going to put my son on a bus. Could you pick him up at the bus station, and can he stay in your home or look after? It was 70s, and my mom was kind of, very liberal and loose in that way, and trusting, and would talk to these people on the phone. And then people from my magic club eventually would travel to magic conventions, and my mother knew them, so they would trust me to be able to drive with the local dentist or the local doctor and his wife to go to a magic, and I would be maybe a dealer at their booth or something like that for their part-time magic shop. So I did a lot of that. She couldn't hold me back. She couldn't restrain me. She knew that either that or I was going to hitchhike to go to these magic conventions around the country. I mean, I went up to Galion, Ohio, up North Ohio. There was a little convention that this Terry Roses was his name, I believe, at the time. And so I stayed at the organizer's house, and I had breakfast every morning with Slidini, Del Rey and Zone Zero. Who am I thinking of? The Hexaflexic, Jerry Andrus. Jerry Andrus, Sly D, and 3 heroes of mine. And I'm 15 years old and hanging out with them at the organizer's house. So it was just great. I grew up. They'd see me at these conventions. These old men, Carol Fox and Al Goshman and Paul Diamond and Jay Marshall. They didn't know me. There's that kid who's like a sucker fish. He's at every convention. He's walking around. And they just kind of knew me as this kid, and they go tell Paul Diamond, go tell so and so, and come here and carry this box out to my car. They didn't know me. They just knew.
As long as we're talking about that, any great stories? I mean, those are some incredible names.
Well, I mean, there's so many stories. I would sneak into the president. Ken Klosterman at Magi Fest every year had the big presidential suite. And I just knew that everybody gathered there after the big shows, all the big important magicians and all of their friends and invited guests. And I just kind of would go with the flow, like I said, like a little sucker fish on the side of a shark. I just kind of walk in and stand in the room and watch these grown men act like third graders. And that's when I fell in love, really with the magic, because Jay Marshall would sit there. I remember somebody brought him a drink. They were sitting in the Kid Klosterman. I was sitting at the table with Goshman and all these guys, and they were telling stories and laughing and telling jokes. And none of them were serious men. I mean, my dad was a farmer and a factory worker, and everybody in my life outside of magic were kind of serious people and very concerned about me, and spoke in serious tones. And here were men who were in their 50s and 60s and 70s, like I said, acting like kindergartners and telling rumors and whispering jokes to each other and cutting up. And somebody handed Jay Marshall a drink, and he said, "Why, thank you, Dr. Jekyll. I don't mind if I do." And he took a sip, but he went under the table for a second, and he was in his 60s, and he came up and his glasses were like this. His teeth, his dentures had fallen down to his chin, and his hair was all, he started going, just acting like Mr. Hyde. It was so, I mean, I was addicted to this kind of thing. I told you about the convention in Texas, the TAOM convention, where they brought me up to the room, the Midnight Society.
I'm willing to listen again if you haven't.
Well, this guy came up and he goes, "Midnight Presidential Suite" at the whatever Hilton it was in Dallas or something, at the Texas Association of Magicians. I think I was 17 or something. Induction ceremony, the Voodoo Society. I was like, oh my gosh, I knew all these Merlin societies, all these secret societies within the world. Voodoo Society. I'm being inducted. They may have seen me in the hallway doing tricks. They thought I was worthy or something. I was so excited. So I went up there at midnight. This door opens. I go in, and it's a private dining room. It's all candlelit. Long table, bunch of old gray-haired men, like the three of us, sitting there. And Jay Marshall was at the head of the table. They all had towels on their heads, like turbans.
Yeah.
And there was candles on the table and 2 pieces of paper. I think they were Bev naps or something with a pen there. And they said, "You are to be inducted into the Voodoo Society, the Midnight Voodoo Society," and blah, blah, blah. And Jay Marshall was just saying all these things, intoning all these chants and words, and write the name of the Wizard of East, Willard on this one, and write Houdini on the west, whatever it is. And now hold this one in your right hand and swear to this to the gods of the secrecy and deception and whatever. And then wad them up, 1 voodoo ball in each hand. Now place both voodoo balls into your right hand, the heart hand. And now squeeze with all your might, both voodoo balls. And I squeeze, and 2 of 1, all 12 guys went, "Oh," like, grabbing their groins. And then they all had a big laugh, threw me out, and they go, "Next." And, John Ace Palmer comes in, or some other teenager. I walk to the elevator. There's a line of teenagers coming up the, being let in. I was like, ridiculous. I mean, that's what I missed. That was so much fun. Things like that would happen all the time.
Yeah. I got to go to more magic conventions, I guess.
Oh, it's just silliness. And nobody takes it serious. Of course, you have all the serious magic and the serious discussions, but there's the pranks and the and just the fun,
Who did you run into? What are some of the other teenagers that you met there that people listening might go?
Well, like at Magi Fest, years later, I was saw Lance Burton for the first time on stage doing his act, his kind of bird act, the 12-minute kind of award-winning FISM act. After he won FISM, he was at some major American convention, could have been an IBM or something like that. I was so impressed with him. I went up, I thought he was much older than me. I thought he was a Channing Pollock character, and I imagined his voice was something like this, and I went up to him and I said, Mr. Burton, and I just have to say, and I never do this, I just, I love magic and all, but I've never seen anything like it. And he had 3 standing ovations during his act. They wouldn't sit down. And I said, I have to tell you, it was the most impressive and wonderful magic act I've ever. He goes, hey, Dave, you remember me? We used to throw cards at each other at the Magi Festival. We were 14, running up and down the hallway. I was drop jaw. I go, that's you? The skinny kid? We used to run around throwing cards and pranking him. Oh my gosh.
That's this. I have the rest of the day. I don't know about the two of you, but I'm willing to say the rest of the day. These are great.
That was things like that were always happening. And
you mentioned Lance Burton. Are there other kind of? You must have seen all kinds of magicians coming up that have gone on to.
I mean, exactly. Well, I used to, when I was young, Joe Stevens, who just passed away from Wichita, Kansas, a magic dealer, and he had that wonderful Las Vegas Magic Convention years ago. When I won the IBM convention gold cups in 81 or whenever it was, he invited me out to work the desert seminar the next year. He goes, you come on out and work the seminar. I think he forgot about that because I took it seriously and I didn't follow up. But a year later, or the next spring, whenever it was, I borrowed money from my grandpa and rented a car, and Marcia and I drove from Ohio to Las Vegas for the first time. And I show up at the Frontier Hotel, at the convention hotel. And I go, here I am. He goes, who are you? I said, you told me I could work here. He goes, son, you got to make some plans. I haven't heard from you for a year. And on the bill was a very young Juan Tamariz and Paul Gertner and Michael Amar and Heba Haba Al from, and who else was on? Ascanio was on the bill. And he goes, I guess I could squeeze you in one more. And there's David Williamson and people are like, who? I don't know. Must have told the kid I can't send him home. He spent his savings getting here. So he was very kind to me to let me do that. But that was, and that's when I met Michael Weber for the first time, 21 years old like me. And, nobody knew who he was, but he was brilliant. And Tim Conover and, just all the great people I knew back then. And I spent time with Mike Skinner and met Roger Klaus. And the first time I went to LA was I was 18 with Michael Amar, and I were buddies because I met Michael Amar at a convention up in Galion, Ohio, the same little convention. I was in the competition. I was 15. He was 18. He won. But he came over and talked to me right away because we liked I'd never met him. And he was he was wearing a vest and short sleeves and making silver dollars vanish at his fingertips. I didn't know anything about a top it. And the way he did it, nobody was doing it like that. So it was the most magical thing I'd ever seen. So he and Gary Plants were there, and then we became fast friends. But I used to go, Michael, his father owned a hotel in Jekyll Isle, Georgia. So we used to go there every summer and work the tables. And that's when he was working on John Kennedy's floating bill. He was preparing it in the room, and he said, I'm going to do this at every table. And I go, aren't you afraid they're going to see the thread? He goes, they never see it. First table, this guy's looking at the salt shaker, looking at the bill, looking at the salt shaker, looking at Mike's mouth, he's kind of tracking where the thread. Mike didn't see it. And the guy reaches forward and plucks the little piece of wax, and he goes, I can barely see this. And he's moving the string around, and Mike's like a trooper, Connor, give me that. That's when I swore off thread at that moment. But anyway, but Mike invited me to go out to the Magic Castle with him. I was only 18. He and Daryl were 21. We stayed in Daryl's horrible little apartment a block from the castle. And Daryl goes, do you like art? I go, I'm going to be an art major. And he said, good. And they took me to this cinema on Hollywood Boulevard that plays Caligula and Behind the Green Door 24/7. This farm kid from Ohio. I came out like the producer sucking my thumb, Anyway, that was my first. They said, stand here. They took me behind the Magic Castle beside this kitchen door. Stand here. And they would sneak me into the castle every night that week,
I'm reminded of Malcolm Gladwell's whole thing about, you need 10,000 hours, which I always say it doesn't make any sense if you're not doing it right for 10,000 hours. And he mentions that that Bill Gates says that he's successful because he had such access to computer equipment when he was a teenager. He had unusual access to computers. And it sounds like with your parents' willingness to let you go more than anyone else your age, most likely, you had an advantage because you were just getting an education
I
much
really
faster.
was. And I think anybody who loves something, go to where people are doing what you want to do. That's basically it. Be around the people who are doing what you want to do. You'll see how they live. You'll see the ups. You'll see the downs, more importantly, of that lifestyle. And you'll see, and their passion will rub off, and you'll see that it was inevitable that these people are in magic, just like it was inevitable that I was going to do it too. Nobody could stop me. It was a forward force. I didn't have any choices along the way. There was no branching decisions. That's just the way it was. I was bitten hard, and I'm sure it was reinforced by all these people I met at magic conventions. And I entered competitions, and it wasn't about winning. It was about showcasing. So it's like your calling card. Here I am. Here's what I'm interested in. Here's what I do. And after each competition, whether I won or lost, I made fast friends. People come over and want to talk about what they just saw. And so that's the value of the magic convention. I encourage anybody who goes to the convention, put yourself out there, go to a competition. I know some of these modern conventions like Magi Fest and Magic Live, they've done away with the competition aspect. And I think it's a shame because people don't have anything to work towards. If I know that in 6 months I'm going to be entering this competition at the convention, I have a goal. I can put a routine together. I can think about something. I can work towards something. And I think that that's the value of competitions, just having some sort of showcase. And I think it's missing from some of the modern conventions. Maybe it doesn't have to be a competition format, but some sort of showcase where you can get up and kind of show what you do rather than broadcasting that out, rather than just hitting people one at a time. When you have 1,000 people at a magic convention, it's tougher.
Well, you're in front of your peers.
Yeah. And nerve-wracking all at the same time.
It's nerve-wracking, but it's educational, and it has benefits down the line every time. And then there's the flip side of working in magic conventions. And like I said, Joe Stevens was, he wasn't the first person to hire me, but that was probably the highest profile magic convention I got hired for, allowing me to do that Las Vegas convention. That was a really good showcase because I made a lot of contacts from that. And every time I've worked a magic convention, they don't pay anything, but that's not why you do it.
Yeah.
You make contacts. People see you. I want you for my festival. I want you for this TV show that I'm producing. You never know who's in the audience at these things. And it has benefits beyond the meager paycheck that you get that week. Anybody who goes, I don't work magic conventions, they don't pay anything, you're kind of missing the point. People come to magic conventions, not just amateur enthusiasts, but there are people there who have things happening, beyond that. And Gary Ouellette from Canada, he was a lawyer and a magic enthusiast from Canada. Eventually, he became a TV producer, and he's the one who was responsible for the world's greatest magic. For a decade there, he produced these high-end network shows that were incredible showcases for magic at the time in the 90s. And he used to see me at Fechter's Magic Convention. I would go up there with Bill Malone. See, Bill Malone and I, our goal was to get kicked out of Fechter's. What does it take to get kicked out of Fechter's? We would plant stink bombs in Roger Klaus's cigarettes. He couldn't get away from it. We went upstairs at 2 a.m. and take a bite out of every donut that they laid out for the guys, and came downstairs with chocolate around our mouths and on our chins going, "Hey guys, there's donuts upstairs." And when they went up, their bite had been taken out of every one of them, and every time we did something outrageous, Obie O'Brien, who ran the convention, would laugh louder. "You guys are welcome anytime." It's like, what does it take to get kicked out? We were just so badly behaved. And I think in a good-hearted way, we wanted to make everybody laugh, but we were kind of awful. But Gary Ouellette laughed the loudest at our antics. Gary Ouellette was the one who laughed the loudest. And when he did a special about Houdini's Hidden Secrets, he had the Pendragons doing metamorphosis, and he had all these high-end magicians doing incredible feats from Houdini's repertoire. And then he had me. He goes, "I want you to do the needle trick." He called me, the Houdini needle swallowing thing. I go, "I don't do the needle trick. I don't even know how it's done." He goes, it's for network TV. It's at Caesar's Palace and you'll be on NBC and it pays, this much money. I go, Marcia, where's the sewing kit? I got to learn this trick, So I had never done the trick before, but it was because of my antics at the Magic Convention that Gary Roulette was always laughing the loudest. He just thought I was funny. I go, well, I said, I don't do it. Teller does it. We don't want Teller. Steve Spill. We don't want Steve. Gary Kurtz. I named all the guys I knew who did a great job at the needle trick. I'd never tried it. He goes, no, I want you, and I want you doing that trick. He told the producers I was the world's expert on that trick.
Oh.
I'd never done it. So I got there and I couldn't get the trick to work. All the rehearsal I did, they would tangle every time I tried to pull them out of my mouth. I finally, just before I went to Las Vegas, I found a method I thought might work. And I'm sitting here with the producers with a big wad of needles in my mouth, talking to them. And they had no idea. I felt like I was the Godfather, but they apparently had no idea. And they go, what is the trick? What's the demonstration? And I did it for them, and it worked perfectly in that meeting room. And they were floored and flabbergasted by the trick. And I go, okay, it has merit. And the second time I did it in my life was on stage at Caesar's Palace for a live audience that was taped. That was the second time I ever did the trick successfully.
Have you done it since?
And then I flew to Boston the day after that taping. I did it for a corporate show, and I've been doing it ever since.
Oh, wow.
Post-COVID, I don't do it so much because it's kind of gross in the mouth and all that.
Right. You're reminding me of we had Jade on recently, and she was talking
about
Jade,
she's wonderful.
About being 5'4" and the way she approaches people, and she used you as an example of well, he doesn't have the same issues I have, and I don't have the same issues he has. And she said the thing about Dave Williamson is you don't book him, you deploy him. And that's an interesting way of
you point him at the audience
and he's off and running. You mentioned you miss the competitions at conventions. Is there anything else that's changed over the years that you're glad has changed or that you wish would come back?
I remember the dealers show. I enjoyed that. The dealers would get up and be able to demonstrate one thing from their booth during a session. So they'd have everybody the dealer show is at 3:00. Everybody go in, and each dealer would get up and go, here's what I'm featuring this week, and demonstrate one of the tricks. I thought that was a
terrific idea. That's a fantastic idea.
It was a show, but it was also a dealer dem, and everybody got to kind of get to know the dealers. They talk about themselves a little bit and some of the things they offer, and they each had like 5 minutes.
That's really smart. Jim and I, with our friend Suzanne, ran a show called Sunday Night Magic pre-COVID, and we haven't brought it back yet. But one of the things we talked about was trying to put together a convention here in the Twin Cities, because we haven't had one in a long time. And that idea of letting the dealers get up, because I know that as I'm a non-magician, but I've gone to several conventions because that's how I learn about, like you said, I learn what it's like to be a magician by talking to real magicians. And one of the things I found was the dealer room could be really intimidating because it was so crowded, and you want to see what they're doing and you can't quite get in there. And
there's no way to invest 20 minutes at each booth is almost impossible because they're so they're dealing with people. They're trying to sell to 12 people at the same time, and you're lucky if you see them demonstrate the one thing that but dealer show is a nice way to let them showcase their top items in a relaxed atmosphere. Everybody can sit there with their Diet Coke, kind of watch.
I'm all for that. Anyone who's putting on a convention is listening now. Dealer show, we should do that.
Yeah, it's a really good idea. And it does. I have not been to a magic convention in 15 years probably, and now I just have to make it a priority. This sounds just like way more fun than I should be allowed to have, I guess.
Well, it is all the fun. The thing about the Magi Fest that I always loved, it's the sharing. I mean, there was really there were always tables in the lobby in the foyer. They just put big 10 tops and throw a million chairs out there, not in a back room. They didn't set a separate room for sessioning. It was front and center. It's the first thing you see when you come in. And that's where everybody hangs out, in the lobby of the hotel, depending on which hotel it was at. But they would just find the biggest open area and just throw tables down, and you don't have to do anything else. You don't have to put, maybe have some food, some snacks nearby, so people don't have to go out to a restaurant and leave the hotel. That's what it is. It's about the sharing and the interfacing, and as much as you can do to facilitate that makes for a great convention. the banquets, there used to be formal banquets and people would dress up and you have these formal shows. And it was like, the Rotary does that too. And so does the Plumber Supply Convention and so forth. It's not unique to magic. So it feels kind of like, I see all the professional magicians and all the guys who are there for other reasons get antsy during that. You mean like I got to put on a jacket, I have to use a knife and fork and sit through a 4-course meal, and it's extra money, and that's not why I'm here. If I want to go out, to a nice dinner and have chicken, and no. So that always felt like a little old-fashioned to me, and not necessarily part of what attracted me to magic conventions. It was a distraction,
But there also are, I've talked to a couple magicians who go to conventions and never even go into the ballroom to see a program. It's all sessioning all the time.
Yeah, you got to make sure your security is before the sessioning somehow, because plenty of people just show up and won't pay for registration because they don't go into the dealer's room, they don't go to the lectures, they don't go to the shows. They just want to hang out with their buddies in the lobby because that's where the best part of the convention is. How do you police that, and keep, I mean, I'm going to say this now, because the guys who run the conventions aren't running them anymore. But when I was young, we used to go photocopy badges. We used to scam badges. We used to pay people, we go find the right kind of yarn to put around the lanyard and all that, and change names and stuff. I snuck into many magic conventions, many. I didn't have the money to pay $200-300 for registrations when I was growing up. So we would just kind of walk in and scam our way, borrow other, let me have your badge, I need to go in the dealer's room, things like that,
So anyone listening has learned 2 important things. One, you can show up at a magic convention and say, I talked to you last year and you said you were going to put me on stage, and they will. And 2, it's really easy to sneak into a magic convention.
There you go. You don't have to pay. Just don't get any notoriety, because once they recognize you, they know you didn't pay. That's the problem.
Can you think of, other than yourself, who sounds to me like you have done magic conventions really right over the years? Can you think of other? Well, it sounds to me, from my perspective, from where I'm sitting in my kitchen, you would be the guy I would want to tag along with at a magic convention. Are there other magicians you can think of who really knew how to do a convention right?
Well, yeah, like, Mike Caveney, he's the ultimate insider when it comes to magic. He knows everybody. He knows the backstory. He knows the politics. He knows he has access to everybody. If you're going to a magic convention, find Mike Caveney and stick next to him. He knows all the interesting little diversions. Come on, we're all going to go up to David Copperfield's room, or we're going to go down to this warehouse down around the corner. This guy has a secret little dealer's booth that he's got some old posters. Or I heard about this, we're going to go do that. And we're going to get in a car and drive an hour outside of town tomorrow and go visit this person who nobody's heard of anymore and he'd forgotten, things like that. So that's my advice. Find Mike Caveney and buy him lunch and dinner and stick to him like glue.
All right, that's good advice. That's very good. Let's talk about funny experiences at magic conventions as we warm up to what I think will be a terrific finale to this conversation. Other funny experiences at magic conventions? Not that you haven't given us a ton already.
There's just so many little ones. I can't even. The time I tied a weather balloon to Roger Klaus's coat, and he had no idea he was walking around with a 3-foot balloon above his head everywhere he went, and the time Paul Diamond had one of these. He was one of the first guys I've seen with one of those rascal scooters, where you make a scooter. Yeah, the little scooters of mobility. Now they're very popular with people who have issues. But his was always sitting outside his dealer room, and I would just see him. I go, "Can I borrow your scooter?" So now it came to the point where he would just see me and he'd toss me the keys to his scooter, and I just drive around the magic convention and crash into people. And there's sessions on the floor of cards and so forth. I just drive right over them, and I became a menace in that scooter. Carney and I made video. We used to make videos to show on the main stage, just around the convention. Because I remember Carol Fox and Ab Dixon and Duke Stern used to have the Foxy Follies at Abbott's convention, where anything that happened during the week, they would spoof for the final night show. So they would do a spoof of all the other acts, and if there was any drama or if any mistakes happened, it would just be a huge pantomime spoof. And that's what the Follies were, where they would come out and kind of recast the convention in a highly comic way. And I absolutely love that because they weren't taking themselves seriously. They weren't taking the magic seriously. And it was like, guys, we're all here for fun, you know? So I kind of tried to interject that when I would go to conventions, and often like I went to FISM and they were having a lot of problems, and the organizer came to me and he said, "Can you just make a funny video and kind of document all the problems and, you know, maybe pop the balloon of tension a little bit. So let everybody know, yes, we're all aware of the problems that we're having with the technology and so forth." So I've done that at a few conventions where I'll run around and just make crazy videos. And Tom Mullica, once we were at the Atlanta convention, and during my lecture, I said, I'm getting hungry. I don't know what time dinner is. Anybody else hungry? And this kid said, "Yeah, I'm hungry." I go, "What do you want?" And he goes, "How about some chicken or something like that?" I go, "Really?" So I walked out the back of the, through the curtains, the camera, which was, you know, projecting up on the screen above me, followed me through the curtain, and you could see me walking across the street through the parking lot into a Popeye's chicken. And I walk up to the counter and I go, "Hey, you got any?" And Mullica steps out from behind the, you know, he's back there with a paper hat and an apron. He goes, "What do you want?" And I go, "I don't know. I'll have," he goes, "How about some mafiosa chicken? The bones are already broken." He produces this ball-peen hammer and starts smashing pieces of chicken on the counter. And he picks it all up and sticks his hand through the bag and drops it on the floor. Whoops. And he bakes all, and then he hands and pushes me out the door. And what the people didn't know is, like 5 minutes before my lecture, I saw Mullica and I go over to Popeyes, get behind the counter and pretend you work there. And I'm going to come over in about a half an hour with a camera crew in the middle of the lecture. He goes, "How am I going to do that?" And I go, "You're Tom Mullica. Be Tom Mullica and make it happen." So as I'm walking across the street, I didn't know, I couldn't see him anywhere. I walk in, I don't see him anywhere, but I did see the employees look like they were in the middle of a robbery. They just had this looked like they were looking off towards the managers, you know, and then boom, out comes Tom in full regalia.
1/4 pounder. We don't sell hamburgers, we just got chicken.
Whatever. Come on, man. I don't have much time. I'm at the Magic Convention.
You want mafioso chicken? You know, where the bones are already broken?
Yeah, I don't know what she likes. Okay. All right.
You want that to go?
Please, if you could just wrap that up. Do you have, it's not very sanitary, sir.
What do you want, napkins? Something to drink? What do you want to drink?
That's right. Anything. Just give me something. Drink? I don't have a lot of time. You don't seem to understand.
Coke?
Yeah, Coke is fine.
I have no idea what he said to get back there or what happened before or after. It was the most hilarious thing.
Great.
On my website, I'll tell you another one. On my website is, if you go to davidwilliamson.com and look at my little blog called The Ridiculist, there's a video of Rich Block used to do a magic convention in Washington, D.C., and he had something called Midnight Madness. And one year he said, "You're doing Midnight Madness." So I go, "Okay." And I did what I always do. I called John Carney. I said, "We're doing Midnight Madness." We are. I said, "Do that funny character you always do." He goes, "What character?" I go, "You know, you wear that little hat and you talk stupid and you do things." He didn't have a character. He just had a move that he did with a guy in a hat, you know. But I knew he was the man of 1,000 voices. So right before we go on, he goes, "Should I talk like this or should I talk like this, man?" I go, "I don't know. You're the man of 1,000 voices. Pick one." And we started the show. And then out comes Mr. Misto in full form and hilarity. So you'll see the birth of Misto, this half improvised, half written, crazy Midnight Madness show we did at the Washington DC convention.
Mr. Misto Jr. III. How do you? It's a pleasure. Mr. Misto, please have a seat. Mr. Misto, nice to have you on the show.
Thank you very much, David. It's certainly a pleasure.
You know, it's wonderful to have somebody like you on the show. Thank you so much for coming out, a busy professional like you. This is an honor for me to have you. You've had such a wonderful career.
Yes.
How'd you get into magic?
Well, my father...
That's the question everybody asks, I'm sure.
Well, yes, my father was in show business. He did the sideshow. He was Mr. Misto Jr. the second.
Yeah.
He did, besides magic, he did challenge regurgitating.
Oh.
Any object from the audience.
For.
Yes, well, his undoing was a bowling ball in his pride. Yes. I begged him not to do it during the heavy pollen season.
Yeah, that's a shame. You had an unusual start in show business, in magic. You didn't start on television or on stage.
No, I did magic on the radio. I did... I did the chalk talk and balloon twisting on the ready. Very annoying, I think.
That was before squelch control.
Yes, much further.
And you were in the circus? I remember you traveled in the circus?
I did?
Yes.
Oh, I did, yes.
What?
I couldn't see the card.
No, you...
Oh, yes, I did
a
lion act, yes.
You were a lion tamer?
No, I blew dry his hair. Yes, I was a lion tamer. What kind of question is that?
That's
yes, it was unusual. I was able to take a lion and a lamb. They became the best of friends. It kept them
A
in
friendship
the same...
between a lion and a lamb.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Didn't they ever quarrel?
Sometimes, yes, but then we just hose it down and get another lamb.
Everybody was in stitches by the end of it. And there's cameos by Renee Levon and Chuck Fain and Harry Anderson and who else is in it? Mike Finney. It's just a crazy, over-the-top midnight shows we used to do with these conventions, you know.
I want to see that too.
Yeah, you'll love it. And Eric Mead plays a character who just got back from mystery school, so he's wearing robes. He has a skull on his staff, and you know he's Ben Johnson, the accountant from Oklahoma City, but now his name is Beowulf. You know, and he just got back from mystery. It's all that kind of stuff. It's so, and him interacting with Mr. Misto is like, you've never touched a stratospheres. Hell, you know what, you weirdo, and it's just so funny.
David, do you think you have now become the cranky old magician at the convention?
Cranky?
The cranky old magician at conventions.
Well, here's what
kids,
I love.
Who
I
kids
love
come
going,
up to.
I think I told you this before. I hung out with 60-year-old men when I was a teenager, 60-year-old men. And they didn't care anymore. They said that what they thought was funny. They didn't care about being inappropriate. Jay Marshall would stand up in the middle of somebody's act and say something hilarious and walk out, and Carol Fox and all these guys. And I wanted to be them. I wanted to be this 60-year-old. And now I'm 61 years old. I was just at Magi Fest yelling at the teenagers and it was so much fun. It was like, okay, I'm passing it along. I'm the cranky old guy, but hopefully with a lot of love in my heart, because I felt the love of Goshman and all those guys.
It's gone full circle. It's the circle of life.
Yeah. It is. We have to keep the younger ones in check. They get full of themselves, don't they?
They do. So on this episode, the audience has heard before our chat, they heard the short story called The Vanishing Man Redux, in which Eli Marx's Uncle Harry recounts being at
I love your books,
convention.
by the way. I love your books.
Thank you. Well, you're prominent in that story because Uncle Harry recounts the original story of The Vanishing Man and then your version of it, which he co-ops and does somewhere else.
Right.
Could you tell us the history of that and your version of The Vanishing Man?
Well, I believe, it was Max Maven who first told me about the original stunt. And am I correct that it was Winston Freer? Was that the name you got, or did you?
Boy, you're thinking I did more research than I actually
did. I believe it was Winston Freer. And
okay.
I think it was a Chicago Magic Convention on the 30th or 40th floor of this hotel. And he announced that he could go into the bathroom and they count to 30 and anybody would come in and he'd be gone. And back then it was all plaster walls, tile floors. No, the window didn't open to a balcony. There's no drop ceiling. He was gone in a small hotel bathroom. He was gone. And then they would come out and, a minute or two later, he'd reappear soaking wet and say something like, you couldn't see me, but I saw you, that kind of thing. And it was
he was really gone. They would walk in.
He really was gone. I mean, yeah, he was really gone. And there was a backstory to it that had something to do with he figured out how to do it because somebody was in somebody's wife's room when they shouldn't have been, and the husband came back and they figured out how to hide, and he found his hiding space out of panic. That was what Max figures. But he figured out that he could pull the medicine cabinet out and there was a crawl space behind the wall there. So then he would crawl through that hole in the wall and then pull the medicine cabinet back in. And that's how that was the secret to that. I love that story. And I was Ron McMillan used to run a wonderful convention in London back in the day called the International Magic Convention. He had, it still exists. His son runs the International Magic Shop in London on Clerkenwell Road. But back in the day, it was in this little place called the Empire Rooms, a little kind of theater space and event space. And I'd had maybe one too many pints of lager, a little shandy or something, whatever they were giving me. And I said, I will now recreate the bathroom vanish. And I had Johnny Johnson, JJ, man the door. I said, send them in one at a time. And people started to line up. I go into this bathroom and the first person goes in, and 30 seconds later, they came out and said, he's gone. He's really gone. Now, the other 20 people in line are intrigued by this. The next person goes in and comes out astounded. He's really gone. Now there's 40 people in line. The word is spreading, right? And then I would pop out after every 3 or 4, attempts and say, I'd be kind of wet and I go, you couldn't see me, but I saw you. Let's do it again. Count to 30. Come on in. And I'd go in and hide. And 201, everybody came out, announced that I was gone. They didn't see me anywhere. They looked everywhere. And it was good fun. And I did that at several conventions over the years.
And the secret was?
Oh, you want to reveal it, huh?
I want you to reveal the well, it's revealed in the story, so.
Okay, it's revealed in, because John Lovick, unbeknownst to me, revealed it in Genie magazine. I didn't want him to, but that's all right.
I think that's probably where I read about it.
When that first person came in, they looked around, they don't see me, and then they opened every stall in this lobby level gents room in the loo. And when they get to the last stall and open it up, they see me with my feet on the toilet seat, squatting, hiding with my head down with a towel over my head and my 2 fingers extended as a toilet paper roll holder in front of me. So I'm ducked down like this with a towel over my head, just trying, to blend in. I'm squatting, up on the toilet seat, and they giggle. They close the door. I didn't know what would happen. I just thought it was a dumb prank. That first person came out, and whoever that first person was, I thank them because they set the tone for everybody else. They came out and said, he's gone. And I never, in all the years I did that, I probably did it 4 or 5 conventions. Never once did I instruct anybody I didn't say a word to anybody. They giggle and then they go out and they know what to do automatically, instant stooge, just because they want to prank the other 40 people in line, And there's some people who waited, 45 minutes or so. And what must they be thinking? And the culmination was there was a convention in San Diego that the Buck Twins put on called Magic Con, where they brought all the cardistry kids and all the old guys together and let us, interface with each other. It was a great convention. I did it there. Michael Weber was my gatekeeper. He was letting people in, and it was the lobby bathroom of this hotel in San Diego. And the management was like, what's going on here? You can't clog this hallway. And Michael's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Everybody moved to the wall. Well, when they did that, I was peeking out through the door. There's a little alcove that has the 2 doors, the men and ladies. And for about 10 seconds, I was completely out of view. And so was the door to the ladies' room. And Weber's like waving me. So I run to the ladies' room. And then the next person goes into. So those last 10 people got the real experience. They had no clue that I had run over to the ladies' room during that little misdirection because it wasn't planned. It was just an organic moment. So Doug McKenzie, who's a wonderful magician very influential. He was one of David Blaine's top consultants and so forth. Very smart guy. I mean, he's one of the smartest guys in magic. He was completely fooled. He had no idea how it was done. And you can imagine the conditioning after standing there for 30 minutes, watching everybody else go out and say he's gone. And then he goes in and I'm really gone. He just had no explanation for it. And he told that story for years. And we never let him in on what was happening.
I hope he doesn't hear the podcast.
He might. I think he read the article. I think now he knows what happened. But he had a couple good years there of a nice mystery living in his head.
Magical Katrina on the Business of Magic.
Katrina, can you share with us your odd journey into magic and what was your initial goal?
So I went to clown school when I was 17 and I met someone who was a Spider-Man at children's parties, would be different superhero characters. And I thought that was awesome that you could make, $40 an hour being a superhero for children. I thought that was so amazing. So I auditioned for the company and I got the role, but it was, I feel like 12 years ago. So the Frozen movie had just come out and they said, well, you're a woman, so you can't be like a superhero. That's a guy thing. You could be Elsa, which honestly, between you and I, is basically a superhero. right? She has ice powers and saves the day, and she gets to sing. So it was better. Spider-Man doesn't sing. So I just was Elsa and Anna and all of these characters a lot. And I would do like a 20-minute magic show with very simple self-working magic things. And I would do face painting and balloon twisting. And at first, I really dreaded doing the magic shows because the person who taught me how to do them didn't really teach me like how to use a dustpan or any psychology at all related to children or even magic. So I didn't really know that it's, it's nice to give them the prop beforehand so they can check it out and make sure it's a normal rope, or just anything like that would make the magic more powerful or the children interested. So it was really hard. And at first I really hated it and I would prefer the face painting. And then the more I did it, the more I looked forward to the magic. And I started kind of pursuing all of these things on my own. I went to a face painting conference and bought a bunch of supplies for face painting. And then I started doing that for magic. And I kind of made my own kids magic show that I was then proud of and started learning more about kids magic and the psychology behind children. And I realized it was my favorite thing to do. So yeah, I think I kind of came at it from this opposite like way that other people came to it, which is getting paid and doing it professionally and then loving the art, whereas most people do it the opposite way.
Do you remember exactly what kind of tricks you were doing as a princess?
Yeah, so when I was a princess at children's parties, I did things like a dove pan, which I would like make candy appear. And I wouldn't use fire or anything with it, just be empty. And sometimes I'd have a smelly sock appear or something like that, like, oh no, it's a smelly sock. For some reason, boys love smelly socks and stuff like that. Hey, you're an adult and you're laughing right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
That's funny. I love the idea.
You're appealing
That's
to
great.
the kids. That's smart.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this one that was it's kind of like multiplying bottles, but with peanut butter and jelly, and they switch places and multiply. And silks like Miss Made Flag, if you know what that is, and a change bag. So stuff like that, like pretty self-working stuff. Had nothing to do with being a princess. The only trick that I did that actually had anything to do with the character I was playing that they taught me to do was like a disappearing and appearing rose. I'm not going to tell you how it works, but it's super self-working. And so I would be Belle sometimes, and I would use that one. Or if I was any of the other princesses, I would say, Belle, let me borrow this rose. And it's related to the beast. Because we're friends. We have tea parties every single Sunday and play video games with each other. So, what my favorite thing about being a princess was coming up with the most ridiculous, absurd, silly things to like tie the universe to reality. So kids were like, you're not Elsa because, I didn't see you fly here. Or so I don't know if she flies. I should know that. Yeah, she kind of flies. She raises her body into the sky during Let It Go, I feel like. And snow swirls around her anyway, and I just go like, oh yeah, like I'm it's illegal to do ice magic in the county of Los Angeles because the last time that they did it there was an endless winter and it snowed. Just like coming up with stuff like that to answer them was some of my favorites. So I guess the point of my story is it's really fun to lie to kids, but for their own fantasy and enjoyment, which is kind of what we do as magicians. It's the same thing.
I'm also guessing the parents enjoyed some of those detours.
As a parent myself, I'm already chuckling at the idea of you lying to the children. That makes me happy deep inside.
How old is your child?
I have 3, and they're all now adults living on their own. So I have a 20. Let's see, we're all odd. So 29. No, that's wrong. 31, 29. And 23. So I'm out of the parenting business, but not really, because you never really are once you have them there. They're there for life, and it's a constant. But I don't lie to them anymore. My kids spent their entire formative years having me lie to them, and then they would immediately, after I said something, look at their mother, who would go, "No, that's not right." So, but they seem to have turned out okay. So I'm not lying to children is, I enjoy that idea very much. And so I have questions about clown school and how did that kind of dovetail into you being a princess? Were there any things that you were able to take from clown school and but into the princess act?
So I feel like I use my theater and improv and clowning training in everything I do. Growing up, I was a theater kid, so I was in the Rocky Horror Picture Show when I was in high school, and I was in working at the Northwest Children's Theater as an intern, and then I went to clown school when I moved to San Francisco, from Portland, where I'm from. And so I feel like all of those things go into doing magic as a performer and breaking the fourth wall and being entertaining. And I mean, it is kind of awkward to be up on stage in front of like hundreds of people or even just 10 people. It's kind of scary. And so it's definitely a skill that over time you mold and perfect. And even if, that improv and clowning didn't directly, immediately correlate to magic, the runtime of just doing that since I was like 3 and I first, saw an old movie musical with Judy Garland and I was like, oh, that's what I want to do. Ever since then, every year I've been in plays and musicals and singing, and I was in choir for 8 years and just been practicing that muscle. And I think all of that goes into being a good magician. So in some ways, I feel like I started late to the game because other magicians were doing card tricks at 4 or 5, which I know several magicians, I've dated them where that's their origin story. They're like, I picked up a deck of cards at 2 and I was doing card tricks and I could memorize the whole deck. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not that good. But I was memorizing Broadway musicals. I know all the words to all the songs from Chicago and every Sondheim ever. Does that count? So that, anyway, my long story short, I feel like all that went into it. And so, all of that has gone into me being a good performer. Literally, I was performing for 14 years before I ever learned a magic trick, but that doesn't mean that I wasn't preparing.
It sounds like you were preparing the whole time.
Yeah.
That's a consistent message.
Exactly.
Because it's a consistent message we've heard over the years is take an acting class, take an improv class. It's going to help you as a performer. But before we dig deeper into that, I got to jump back. Who were you in Rocky Horror?
I had to work my way up the hierarchy of the cast. So at first I was a transvestite from Transylvania.
So you did the time warp.
Yeah. If you've seen the movie, I specifically was the one with poofy blonde hair, and I have 2 like party hat cones and a pink cummerbund because we were very screen accurate. So I had the exact costume. I still have it somewhere in storage. And then I was Rocky, like a gender bending Rocky. So I had a gold sports bra and gold shorts. And honestly, Rocky was really hard because the amount of times he lifts the weights and the sides that he lifts the weights on, if you're a nerd and you go rewatch the movie, it does not match up. So you have to remember he starts on the left and then goes to the right because, whoever was doing continuity on set obviously wasn't looking at that. So anyway, that's complex and nerdy, but that's the kind of things magicians have to remember is these little details. So that's the same with shadow casting and being, in front of the screen and matching them. And Janet was my favorite, and I loved playing Janet. One of my favorite memories that I also think completely encapsulates my childhood was instead of going to prom senior year, well, not senior year because I graduated by the time prom happened, but the one time prom happened. So I think juniors can go to prom, right?
Yep.
Do you guys remember high school? I think you could go twice. Second year, I graduated early, so I missed it. But first year I could have gone was a Saturday night. And I was also playing Janet in Rocky Horror, but it was also like a special costume night. We only did them once a year where we would wear a costume to a theme. So the theme was superheroes. So I dressed as Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I was obsessed with as a high school kid. So I was dressed as Buffy playing Janet, and I was so happy. And I did not want to go to prom. I was like, why would I go? This is way more fun. I'm doing Rocky Horror. And yeah, I missed my prom because I was doing theater stuff.
You had your priorities entirely straight.
We all make choices, and you did make a wise choice there, I think.
You did. So a past guest of ours, David Kay, Silly Billy, he wrote a book that I believe had a big impact on you, Seriously Silly. At what point in your children's magic career did you read Seriously Silly?
Time is elusive to me sometimes, but I think like 3 or 4 years into my career as a children's magician. And I will tell you right now, if you're starting off doing kids magic of any kind, just immediately read the book, save yourself pain. Because so many of the things I read, I was like, oh my God, I wish I read this forever ago. I just had to find these things out the painful way. Like I'll say the making socks appear. It's great. And just like tailoring your type of comedy to the age of the children. I'd already kind of been doing it when I finally read the book, but I didn't have a vocabulary for what I was doing. Honestly, reading this book was amazing and helped me sell parties too. Having the knowledge to talk to parents and say a 4-year-old likes a different thing than a 10-year-old seems really obvious now that I'm saying it, because they have very different rates of development and intelligence and, cause and effect. If you levitate something for a 2-year-old, they're not impressed because everything is magic to them. I just did a 1-year-old birthday party yesterday. So I literally remember telling someone this. I'm like, they're not going to know what's going on. But, a 10-year-old, you basically treat them like an adult. I say like 8 and up. They just want to see a card trick and be treated like an adult. Obviously keep your humor appropriate, but, they don't like to be patronized. Or is it patronized? Patronized. Yeah.
You can use either and we'll be happy.
Well, back up a second. What sort of things do you do for a birthday party for a 1-year-old?
Yeah, that's because who are you entertaining at that point? The other people in the room, huh?
Yes, yeah. So I would say a 1 to 3 years old is for the adults. Sometimes they call me thinking that it's not, and they're like, but most of the time when someone hires me for a 1-year-old party lately, it's because they saw me at their other friend's 1-year-old party and they're like, oh, doing that strolling and close-up magic for the adults was great. So the one I did yesterday was because they saw me at a different party, and they always have really fun themes. So the one they saw me at was Chosen One themed, so it was all Harry Potter stuff. And then this one was Wild One, like, you're a wild one. And so it was fun. I dressed up like a safari character, which they did not ask me to do, but I just had a safari outfit because I love dressing like a vintage adventure, like Indiana Jones. But I do not usually wear costumes to parties anymore. I just come as myself. But if I have a costume, because I have a collection of costumes and it matches and I want to, I'll dress up. So anyway, what was my point? That was just really fun. I got to run around being an explorer all day.
So you moved out of kids shows full-time, you still do them, and you started doing adult shows. So what was the biggest thing that you took away from kid shows that helped you with adult shows? And how did you make that transition?
So the biggest thing I took away from kids shows to adult shows is probably that sense of play. I feel like when I saw corporate entertainers and people that primarily do corporate events, right? I always thought it was really intimidating because I thought like, oh my gosh, I don't know what you do. What do you do? Do you just like, do people do a card trick, but then they just shout out things like synergy, leadership. I don't think I've seen anyone do this, but I think I'm actually going to do that as a trick I do now. That's hilarious. I'm going to be like, you guys, this is my corporate entertainment, and I'll press play and it'll be just like a rap track with me randomly saying corporate words, and I'll just do magic to it. I'll be like, this is the corporate entertainment part of the show.
I can sell that.
Where was I? Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, I had no idea what it is. It's really intimidating and scary. But actually the main thing is that it's not. A lot of times when people are hiring you, you're solving the problem of entertaining. They're not hiring the magician to necessarily like weave a message about their company into it. Now that's the next level I'm at, is I'm trying to do more things like keynote speaking and team building workshops that I tailor to them. So I will ask the client, like, what are your biggest problems? What's your day-to-day like at work? What's your company culture? What are your values for your company? And I'll try to weave that in, and that improv background, I think, really helps with that. The ability to connect these different concepts into my brain and then make entertainment with it. But
that's a very good idea, that tailoring for each client. I don't know if Jim ever saw a performer named Durwood Fincher back in the day, but Durwood was a double talk motivational speaker. And Durwood had, I think, a 3-page speech that he would do that was full of jokes, but and he would put it in front of him on the podium. And it was a photocopy, and there were blanks in certain points. And before the show, I mean, it could be a minute before the show, he would go to the client and say, name your biggest competitor, the problem you have in the product you're having the most trouble with, who's your best salesperson, where'd you go on your sales trip, and he would just glean this information, write it into the blanks, and then give his speech, and the audience thought it was the most custom thing they'd ever seen. And he literally just had 6 blanks in a speech that he would fill in, and it seemed custom. So it doesn't take much to do a custom corporate entertainment presentation.
Speaking of challenges, I had the opportunity yesterday to ask John Mitchum to sum up his strategic vision. John answered by saying, well, wherever we go, there we are. I don't know about y'all, but I think John needs to take some time off. But today's communication strategy should be, and indeed is, an integral part of AT&T Paradigm's overall corporate plan, designed not only for today, but certainly for the remainder of March.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at now, is trying to make my show more like that, or just my offerings, because like the team building magic workshop isn't really a show, it's an experience.
Mm-hmm.
But what was I saying? So that's like the next step, but that's intimidating. I've been doing corporate entertainment since March 2020 is probably when I started. I did it a little bit before then, but virtual is really the catapult that helped make the transition easy for me. But when I started doing it, it was just to entertain. And I was lucky because it began during COVID. So a lot of it was virtual shows, and that's like was the Wild West. So they didn't have any expectations. It wasn't like you go to a summit and they're like, which role are you fulfilling? Are you doing strolling magic during cocktail hour? Are you doing a keynote? Are you doing a workshop, or a lecture or breakout room or something? They just, they didn't know what they're doing. So they're like, we need entertainment of some sort. You say you're a professional virtual magician, you're the expert, go. But here's the other thing too, that if you're intimidated by doing magic and you're like, oh, I can't do this in the virtual realm because that was 4 years ago, these people are educated buyers. They're not going to want me to do my magic show for them that I do for normal adult events. I would recommend just Googling corporate team building or corporate workshop icebreaker for conferences, anything like that. And what will come up is escape rooms, puzzle solving, relay races where they make these people dressed in suits build boats out of cardboard and race them. Literally the most absurd, ridiculous, silly things is what people will hire. And the more fun and the more crazy it is, the more people usually will hire you to do it. So if you're ever like, oh, magic's kind of silly, I don't know, like look at that. Look at the Jenga block challenges. Like there's so many weird, fun, silly things that corporate entertainment, that corporate people hire for that are weird. So don't be afraid to just get out there and do it, because magic is not as weird as you might think in that kind of sector. It doesn't have to be tailored to them in that specific way. That's like the next step, is then tailor it to them more. But just get out there and get that social proof, get that logo wall. Someone the other day was like, oh, I like your company graveyard. And I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, you mean my logo wall, the thing on the website that has all the companies you've worked for and their logos. So, you just need that social proof, the video, someone talking about it, like, oh, she worked at Lockheed Martin and everyone loved it. Get that social proof, then work on tailoring the product. But as long as what you're doing is making people happy, don't worry if it's kind of intimidating and maybe a little silly because it's magic. Definitely don't do your kids' show there, but you can take your adult show and put it there.
All right, we'll come back to the how you changed to the adult thing in a second, because you said a word there that I don't think any performing a magician has said in 4 years on this podcast. We're in year number 5 now. You use the word offerings, which is not something I think most magicians think about, but I think it is what sets you apart, because you look at your career as what are the different things you can offer that no one else seems to look at it that way. And I know that in addition to being a princess, you also were a manager or agent for other princesses. So you were sending people out to do jobs, and that might be giving you a different perspective when it comes to meeting the needs of any of your clients, whether it's a corporate client or a parent client or anything, because you think of what you're doing in terms of offerings, the different things that you offer. How did you get to that mindset? Because it's different from what most other magicians do.
Well, I think part of maybe my strength and also my weakness sometimes is coming at magic as a career, because I got hired to do it as a job before I appreciated it as an art form. And now I love watching magic. I went to FISM. I'm in it. I'm reading magic books daily. To me, it's one of my favorite art forms. But that's not how I started. I started as it was a service that I was giving to someone solving their problem. So I think a lot of magicians are like, I love this. The way that I love musical theater when I was a kid is like, this is art and it brings my heart joy, and that's the most important thing. And so maybe they have a problem looking at it as I'm doing this for someone else because it's a way they're expressing themselves. So it can, I get it, feel a little soul crushing to go to a company and be like, we're going to do the leadership and magic workshop, when they want to just do card manip to moody music. Trust me, all I want to do is card manip to moody music. That's what I do at home, like when I'm practicing. But I mean, I'm just projecting. I love manip to music, but I have a hard time finding out how to sell it commercially. But like I'm working on a magic routine to music right now. So anyway, what was my point? So I think that's a differentiator for me, is that I came at it as originally I'm solving a problem, not as like I'm doing it for myself and it's art and I'm expressing myself. Now I do both, but they're very different parts of my practice and my day-to-day life. And I set time aside to work on both things because they're different things. Is magic as a career and magic as, a long-term goal, or I'm making something more artistic. I also will say, I think me, like everybody else, I don't know, 15 years ago, read 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss. And I love that book and the whole concept of buying back your time and hiring other people to work for you. And you can't really scale your direct time, right? You can only hire other people or sell a product. So I realized, when I was like 20, that I would have to hire other people because I only have so much time if I really want to make money doing magic or like being a princess. And so, yeah, I started a company hiring other princesses literally because of this book. And it totally was a failure. It just, for me, it was bad because I'd be in Las Vegas and I would have booked out like a Spider-Man for Jimmy's party. And then I'd get a call at 10 p.m. that the Spider-Man was sick and couldn't go to Jimmy's 8th birthday the next day. So I have to find a replacement. So then I would spend 3 hours at 10 p.m. calling everyone ever that I knew who could be Spider-Man. And between you and me, I would have gone and been Spider-Man, except I was in Las Vegas at the time and the party was in San Francisco. It's just impossible. So I just had the worst time. And I think part of the reason that it failed was because I was hiring people that were not actually interested in magic, face painting, or balloon twisting. They were like actors that responded to a casting and were like, ooh la la, $100 an hour. And then they realized they have to drive there to make the $100. So it ended up being $100 in 3 hours, and that's also part of the gigging thing, is you're not paying to be there. You're paying for everything you put in. But anyway, that was a failure. I think now if I were to make a company where I book out other people, I would have to just approach people that are already magicians and be like, what do you charge? Cool. Do you want to make a little more than that? And I do the booking for you because I'm good at sales. And then they do it. But I would say even then, I didn't like being responsible for other people being bad at stuff. So like when the Spider-Man didn't show up, that random guy isn't getting a bad review. I am. And I have to explain to the mom why her child's party is ruined, and I'm the one doing all this emotional labor. So I didn't want to, I stopped doing that. And when I moved to LA, I just never did that again. Now what I'll do if I do get a gig I can't do is I'll send it to other magicians, and I will say, like, just send me 10 or 20% or gigs if you want. Don't even send me money, just send me gigs. And then basically if the person sends me money or gigs, then I'm like, oh, heck yeah, they booked it. This person's good at sales or whatever, they booked it, or they're honest, you know? And if I don't get any money or gigs from them, then I'm like, okay, either they suck at sales and I've sent them like 5 things in a row without them closing, which is not good. And they're probably a fine person. I'm just like, okay, I'm sending the lead to a place where it dies. I'm going to send it to people that are good at selling. Or they sold it and they just didn't tell me. They just didn't send me money or a gig or anything. And I'm pretty chill about it. I don't have time to like follow every single lead I send to someone and like double check. Like, I think of it more like when you do your laundry and you find $50 in your pocket and you're like, oh, that was nice, thanks. And then you put a note. You're like, oh, that person's good. I'll send them more kids' parties or corporate events. So that's kind of how I look at it. And I find magicians tend to prefer that etiquette wise as well, because they would rather sell themselves. And we're our best at selling ourselves, I think. Whereas if you're hiring like a stable of 20 women to be princesses and they have musical theater degrees and they're happy making $40 an hour, they might not be the best at the business of selling themselves. So I think the princess party companies do better that way. But I just find that there's a lot of ego in magic, and we're so used to doing everything ourselves as magicians. We're like lone wolves that we don't necessarily, as a community, like other people booking us out. And I've seen a lot of animosity and negativity towards magicians that do that. Not me, but I've like heard people go, oh, that guy booked me out. He charged the client $1,500 and talked me down to $400. And I'm like, oof. And, you know, now he hates that person. And it's like, if they just let them book it, maybe they wouldn't have not liked it. I don't know. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
anyway, I feel like I learned that the hard way, both from people being inconsistent and unprofessional and then being responsible for it. And then also just like, I don't know. That's my experience. So I would rather just be hands off and book people that way.
Yeah. Don't ever give the Glengarry leads to someone who doesn't know how to sell.
Please don't.
These are the new leads. These are the Glengarry leads. And to you, they're gold. And you don't get them. Why? Because to give them to you is just throwing them away.
I really like that idea, though, of you know, being busy enough that you have to farm gigs to somebody. And the way you have chosen to do it, I think is really cool. I'm going to have people I trust and I know will do a good job. And I'm not asking anything other than, hey, if something comes your way that you can't do, send them my way. I think that's really smart and fundamental that we just don't do like we should. So I admire what you're saying and doing. Can I want to pivot, if that's okay, John? I want to, because I enjoyed your performance on Penn and Teller's Fool Us very much. I thought you and Penn were terrific together, and I admired everything about what you did there. Can you talk just a little bit about your experience and how that worked for you?
So I got the gig from performing at the Society of American Magicians convention. They had basically an audition kind of thing for the producers. And I did Triumph, with like slop shuffle Triumph, if you know what that is. And one of the most basic things you learn in like Card Magic 101. But I had found out a couple days before I was doing it, so I didn't have a lot of time to prep. And a friend really encouraged me to do it. They were like, you're funny, they'll like you. Doesn't matter if you don't have anything fooling, that's not what the show is about. And they'd been on Fool Us, and that's what they told me. So I did it, and the producers said they really liked my perspective and what I was doing and my jokes and everything. But obviously they said, don't do that. Don't do cards unless you've, have something really good at cards that you do. But so I discovered that basically they pick and choose, what effects are on the show. So it's not 20 card tricks in one episode, which makes lots of sense. So if you're trying to get on Fool Us, I would say don't do cards, coins, things like that, unless it's something that you've invented or you're the best at in the world. You're probably not going to get on. They prefer things that are more creative and weird and odd props and, very original tricks like that. But it's not hard to do that. So my trick I did out of this world with a twist. And it was basically a card trick that I made more personal by putting photos on for dating. So I would recommend that if you're trying to get on the show, I know that wasn't your question, but I feel like it's an actionable thing that listeners can take away from this, is maybe make a list of the kinds of things you do, make a list of the premises you often visit in your magic, right? Like for me, I was like, oh, dating, that's a relatable thing. Or premises that you just have in your life that you haven't done a magic trick with, and try to combine those and maybe mix them up too. And look at props that can be replacing other props. So like photos can replace cards, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, to just brainstorm in that way, and maybe you'll have a better chance. I would say too, throw as much at the wall and see what sticks. When you're doing these shows like Masters or Penn and Teller, and when you're doing any gig in general, you're solving a problem for them, right? They want you to win. They want you to succeed. The second they book all these 30 people for the season, that gets off their to-do list. They want that off their to-do list. They're not going to look at you and go, and like move it away, so send them like 10 videos. And I'm sorry if you're listening to this, Lincoln and Andrew, but or Fool Us Casting, but like I do find the more you give them, the more they have to work with. And maybe they look at 3 of your videos of the 10 you set, and they're like, this person's terrible at performing and they don't want to have you. Who knows? I don't know what their thought process is, but they might look at it and go, oh, we like this aspect of this thing from video 1 and this aspect from video 3. Can you combine those things? Or can you do that and put it with this trick? Or what about this premise? And they'll often work with you if they see something in you or in your magic that they want to make better, like they did with me. They were like, we love you, we don't want you to do cards. So yeah, I think that's the best best advice I can tell someone to succeed.
That's excellent.
Fascinating. Yeah. And you know what? We've talked to some people who have been on the show. That stuff has never been said before, at least in my memory. We've got a lot of here's how the day went and here's what happened, but just the process of getting there to the day, we've never really dealt with. And so I think that was fascinating.
So this season, we're listening every episode to a chapter from the 4th Eli Marks book, The Linking Rings, which takes place in London. And a lot of it takes place at the Magic Circle. So you're a perfect person to talk to about the Magic Circle. Why did you become a member, being that, you're on the west coast of the U.S. and they're a long ways away?
Well, as a teenager and a kid, I loved Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
So this is my personal reason is I grew up watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, there's a Watchers Council. So there's Watchers, and they're kind of like the Yodas of the Slayers, like the Slayers are Jedis. And so it's like one girl in all the world who fights the demons and vampires and forces of darkness, and she has a Watcher, and he teaches her how to fight and tells her what to do. And maybe I'm telling you stuff you already know because you've seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but that's the lore. And in England they have an office, and they have the Watchers Council, and they're all British, and they like study magic and have books in a library. And so anyway, that's like, how some kids grow up with Harry Potter? That's like my Harry Potter. And so I just loved going there when I went there the few times. I loved being in the library. I loved that everyone was British, which I know is such a shallow thing, but to me, I'm like, oh, this is so cool. I love it. And it felt like, being in something from my childhood. So I loved that aspect of it. And then it's just a really wonderful, supportive, welcoming community too. From my experience, I know not everyone has that experience with magic clubs, and each magic club is different. And it's also, they have a really fascinating background with like one of the first women members pretended to be a guy and then got in. I think her name was Sophie or Sophia. And then they allowed women in, and she was like, oh, I'm a woman. And then they were like, oh, you lied to us. And they kicked her out. And I'm paraphrasing that. I apologize, Magic Circle, if I said that wrong. But now I think the Magic Circle and Laura London, they're actually looking for her. So if anyone has any information on the first female member of the Magic Circle, reach out to them, because they want to, I think, give her membership back and apologize. I'm not sure exactly, but they want to find her, or maybe to give her a high five. Laura London can also high five her. And it's really great group of people. I really like being a part of it, and I love going to the lectures. They have virtual lectures too, and that's great because I don't like driving, so I love watching the Magic Circle lectures from the comfort of my living room.
When did you first go physically to the Magic Circle?
I think I first went in 2017 or 18. And I was just getting into doing more magic for adults then. It was great. And Faye Presto was performing. So like right off the bat, I was like, oh my gosh, like she's hilarious. And I remember at the time I was wearing this vintage 1940s fur coat because I love dressing in vintage all the time because it's fun. And Faye Presto complimented my coat. She said, oh my gosh, I love your coat. I want to take it off you or something. And I said, thank you so much. I want to be you when I grow up. She was like, okay, come here. We're going to go to the Soho House and we're going to have a drink and jam magic. And she was just so sweet. So that was my first experience off the bat of going to the magic circle, was being welcomed by, a badass older female magician, and her just sharing her wisdom and stories with me. And anyway, there's so many reasons that I love the magic circle and the community there. And yeah.
That would be similar to going to the Magic Castle back in the 60s and having Di Vernon wave you over and say, come and sit next to me. I want to talk to you.
Right, exactly.
That was the ultimate magic circle experience.
Right. Pretty great.
Yeah. I got lucky.
So what was your process for joining?
So it's, I don't know, I think this is on their website, but there's an audition process where you can do it in person, which sounded absolutely terrifying to me. I definitely have rejection sensitivity dysphoria, which is like an ADHD thing where if I get rejected from something, I just never want to do it for like a year. It's like it's like a breakup. Especially auditioning. Auditioning is scary to me. It's really scary. So I was like, oh God, I don't want to do it in person. I'm just gonna freak out. So they also have a video process where you can send in a video. And I actually emailed them this because I was like, I want to know the rules of this. In theory, couldn't I just do the same trick 20 times to a camera till it works correctly and then send that to you, with my boyfriend in our kitchen? And they were like, no, you can't. It has to be with a real audience, like in a real setting with an audience, like multiple people. And there can't be edits. So, similar thing to that. And but it's also a little bit scarier to do a video audition because you can't. I think there's, I don't know the amount of judges. I think there's 3 or 4. And if you do a video, 100% of them have to say that you're good enough to be in. But if you do it in person, only a majority has to say it. So you have to be like you have to risk that you have to be twice as good to do video. But you also can just do video, which is better than in person, I think. Less physically terrifying. I still was really nervous and scared. So I did have like a drink before I did the audition, but we invited people to our house and did, just did 25 of our closest friends, and it was just a party, and we played board games and, had cocktails. But then for, 15 minutes of it, I did a little magic show for them. And we had 2 cameras, one set up that was close up to me so you could see my hands, and then one farther away so you could also see that there was, 20 people there in our living room, so that so it was clear. And then I had no edits to them, and I sent them both of them because I felt like showing the audience but being far away, you can't really see my double lift. And honestly, it was not a show that I would normally do for like an event. It was kind of a bunch of my most slight heavy stuff thrown together. And I think you have to do like 10 minutes. So I did Anniversary Waltz, Ambitious, or I guess Ambitious, but like a multiple selection Ambitious, and Eugene Berger's Unfazed, if you know what that is. It's in one of the later books, but I love it so much. And the version that I do is about dogs looking like owners. So you know how sometimes people look like their dogs and nobody knows why, but it's like a magical coincidence. So I had these cards printed out that look like they match the dog and the owner. And I have like a ton of different versions of this trick. I have a comical deck version I've started doing that Zabrecki was helping me come up with. And the Unfazed version is kind of when I want to fool magicians, is what I do the Eugene Berger one, because between you and I, muggles don't want to sit through a 6-minute multi-phase card mentalism trick where the payoff is at the end. You know what I mean? Like they need Ambitious for 6 minutes at least has like a little dopamine hit when it's like, oh, it's at the top again. Oh, it's at the top again. Okay, we have 3 more rounds of this. But and I love Unfazed, but I don't normally do it in my normal show. It's like my go-to. I'm trying to mess with magician's trick. It's so good. So I did that and I got in and but I did have to have a drink before, even though I was in my own house in my living room with friends. I was so nervous, but it made me feel really confident getting in and feeling like good enough, and part of a community, to have your peers be like, hey, you're a magician. Like, it felt like something I'd been striving to do and be a part of for a long time. And I've been a part of the SAM and the Linking Ring, and the Linking Ring even gave me an award for an article I did on virtual magic in the Linking Ring. So thank you, IBM. But I never really was, felt valid as a magician in a way until being a part of a secret special group that you can't get into unless you audition, which I know is so silly, but it did make me feel empowered,
I totally get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Jim, you had one last question.
The diversity that you have created in your life as a performer is astounding to me. I don't know how old you are, but you strike me as on the younger side, but with a ton of flight time in a lot of different things, clown college, musical theater, improv, princess shows, kids magic, adult magic, Penn and Teller, masters. There's a lot there. So if you had to give, let's say, a piece of advice to an aspiring magician looking to create that kind of diversity and maybe a sustainable career in magic, what advice would you give?
Yeah, that is a lot of things. I knew I wanted to be a magician. And like, after going to the Magic Castle and seeing all these amazing performers, like, Zabrecki and Lucy Darling and Piff the Magic Dragon and I thought, okay, I'm gonna transition from just doing this as like a job, like waitressing. I'm doing kids parties, I'm doing it as a job, to doing it as a career. And I looked at the people that were doing well in this industry, and I was like, what's their social accolades and social proof? How do I know that they're doing well? How do I know that they're an expert in this field? And so I made a list, right? And then just started checking them off, right? Like Fool Us, Masters, Penguin Lecture, writing in these magazines. I saw that like the people that I look up to and admire and learn from are doing that. And I didn't just start there. I then did magic a bunch, but I already had some expertise in doing kids magic, like just learning from failing, which, flight time is a good teacher. So that's kind of why I did all of those things, I guess, is, the constant need to feel approval from strangers. And maybe that doesn't appeal to you too. Like, I know so many people that don't need that. So if you don't need to do that, then don't do it. That's probably not the positive advice we're looking for, but if you're happy, like, not doing all those things, don't do it. Because I did them because I felt like I had to feel good. This is becoming a therapy thing. But and even still, I don't feel, I'm like, I need more. I need to do better. I need to prove myself more. I need to work harder. To be taken seriously in this industry. It's funny. It just never stops. I'm sure the other people that I look up to feel that way too. And so it's just something inside of you that's like, I have to strive to do more.
Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
Because you've done so many smart things along the way to get to where you are now.
Agreed.
That looking at it from the outside, if I were a magician getting started and wanting to have a career, I would be intimidated even by that list that you rattled off of what you did. So let's narrow it down. If you could give me one thing to do in order to have a sustainable career as a magician, if I can only do one thing right now, because I only do one thing at a time, what would be the very first thing you think I should do?
Oh, okay. That's a better question. That's a more answerable question. For me, I was off on a tangent. I would say, well, okay, two things. Do two things. One, remember that you're solving the client's problem that hired you. So, first I started as a princess and a children's performer entertaining the children and making that birthday child feel good and special on their day and give them a memory that they'll be thanking their parents for years down the line, right? That was one. When I do wedding magic, I'm solving the problem of people haven't had a chance to take advantage of the open bar and get drunk. They don't know each other. They're both sides of the family. They need something to break the ice. The couple's off taking photos. That's the problem I'm solving. Corporate event. They have a budget. They have an activity slot for 2 hours. They need something about leadership because they've been having problems with communication and leadership lately. That's the problem you're solving. So that's like step one. Just remember it's about the client. And no matter what industry you pivot to, as long as you, one, get social proof first, two, know what problem you're solving, and three, can like talk that language to them so that they know that you understand them when you're on the sales call. You could do that even if you don't have a video, as long as you can talk confidently to, like, I always say Karen from HR or Janet from HR, who's the executive assistant, like, as long as you can speak to her about what she's doing, you'll get the gig, I think. And it's slow going. You need to get those videos and that social proof and the logo wall. But that's a place to start. Look at your industry and research it and figure out the problem. So then my other thing I would say, just remember that every goal you have is a series of hoops to jump through, and you can break it down. My career might seem really intimidating, but like you can look at someone that you admire, that's not me or someone else, and look at their career, look at people's bios. Like I know this is funny, but like, so I went to Blackpool and I saved the brochure because I wanted to go home when I had time and I wasn't hungover and tired. And I wanted to look at their bios and see what they're proud of, and then go, oh, is that like something that I would maybe want to do? It's not going to be exactly what they did, but oh, this person has a world record. This person has an award. This person was on Fool Less. Oh, they were a magic consultant for this movie. Is that something I want to do? And then that's how you can make that list. And then that list is intimidating, as you said, but just go for the least intimidating thing that you are the most qualified for on the list. And it might be like 2 things out of 20 things. But over the course of years, you'll start to chip away at that list. And it's just little steps, little hoops to jump through. Try to break it down into bite-sized things, and then you can do anything.
Matt Donnelly on Improv and Magic.
First question, which we always ask, is, did you get a magic kit when you were a kid? Was there any magic when you were younger?
I did actually have like a Fisher-Price magic kit. It had like the 3 like primary colored doors on the top, and there's a couple of sliding rigs on the side. It was this perfect kind of black box briefcase. And I did like magic in that way, but I also would use it when I played with like, Batman and stuff like that, and G.I. Joes, and it would be like a prison, and then you could escape prison and that kind of stuff. So I don't know if I necessarily was like so focused on it. It's funny because I didn't become a magician until I was 39 years old. But when I do look back, I had a magic kit. When we had to dress up for biographies in 3rd grade, I did do Houdini, and I did dress up as Houdini. And then I do remember spending money at the toy store around the corner. I grew up in New Jersey, and there's a place called Mike's Toy Store in Little Silver, New Jersey. And I would spend money on magic tricks then, as well as like, starting lineups and those kinds of things. So it's weird because I did remember having magic as a kid, but what never occurred to me was that there was magician mentors, that there was magician clubs. Like that just didn't exist in my town that I knew of. And so it wasn't until I was much, much older that I understood there to be an actual community of magic and magic instruction.
Yeah. So let's talk about comedy then, because that's where you spent a good chunk of your life, right?
I was a kid who got kicked out of class all the time for being a wise guy. And, like there's people always tell stories like, oh, if I could go back, I wish I said such and such. And I always say like, you might not. You might not, because I was one of those kids who did always say the thing you weren't supposed to say, or had the quick comeback to someone who didn't expect it. And it gets you into a lot more trouble than it's worth, biting your tongue sometimes. And so I was always getting kicked out of classes and going to the principal's office and stuff like that. And then a friend of mine, his older brother was in this thing called Improv Jam in Red Bank, New Jersey. And it was happening at 11 o'clock at night on every Friday and Saturday. And I was like, what? And he started describing what an improv show was. And as he was describing these games, I was like, what are you talking about? And so I went and fell in love. It was this little tiny 100-seat theater on the third floor of this converted factory turned into a mall. And I was just, I have to be a part of this. And so I started taking classes there, and eventually they put me on stage. And then all of a sudden I was performing every Friday and Saturday night from the time I was 16 to the time I graduated high school. And I just loved it.
Wow. Now, Jim, is that similar to your experience with improv? Because Jim has quite a background in improv. Is that how you got into it?
Well, we have a theater here in the Twin Cities called Dudley Riggs Brave New Workshop, and it is.
I've performed on that stage. I love that.
You have? Okay,
Yes.
so you know. It is a great improv-based theater company. All of the sketches that you see in any given show are written by the cast through improv, and then after every scripted show, we do or did a chunk of improv that night, and then an hour-long improv set on Saturdays. So I came to improv very similarly to your story. I started going to Dudley Riggs when I was in high school and fell in love with the art form and thought the people that were doing it were geniuses, and they were.
Right.
And then eventually auditioned and got cast and was part of that resident company for about 3.5 years. So.
And this is where things can become delightfully full circle. First of all, Brave New Workshop's older than Second City. It's the oldest improv theater in America.
I love
and
you.
Dudley Riggs was also someone who performed at the Minnesota Renaissance Festival, where he met and became friends with Penn and Teller.
Correct.
And so they go way back. And
Yeah. That's where they met. We've talked about that on the podcast. Teller mentioned it when we talked with him that they had met before that. First time they performed together was at the Minnesota show, and I think the first time I saw them was at Dudley Riggs ETC, which was his other site, and they did a tremendous show there. And then I followed them incessantly from that point forward because they were so great.
And for all the listeners out there, if you're near Minneapolis still has an amazing improv scene. They're still thriving. I just went out there recently and taught at the Minneapolis Improv Festival, and I still can't believe how much talent they still attract, how much their community really buttresses all their theaters. And Brave New Workshop still running their full-time reviews. I mean, that is 4 to 6 full-time employed comedians doing reviews in a small city. It's pretty great. It's really great.
I think you're right when we have a tremendous community of improvisationalists here, and I think largely Dudley can be given the lion's share of that credit because he was so instrumental and out there before anybody else was doing instant comedy. There, Dudley. So he should. God rest his soul, he should get a large share of the credit for the fact that we are as improv friendly as we are here in the Twin Cities.
Yeah.
So you're doing improv in Red Bank, New Jersey. Where does that take you?
To New York, right? Like New York's right up the train tracks there. And so from there, I started studying at Chicago City Limits, which is an off-Broadway improv company at the time. Really great improv teachers there. I went to Performing Arts High School where I was an actor, and then I went to Performing Arts College as an actor. But I really, as soon as I went to Montclair State, I really started dropping classes and spending more time in New York, more and more. And then 4 people moved from Chicago and started a theater in New York called the Upright Citizens Brigade Theater. And that is the game changer we all know. But so Amy Poehler was one of my teachers.
Wow.
I remember when she booked a Tide commercial and we all went out to like McManus Pub to celebrate as a class that Amy booked a commercial before she was on Saturday Night Live. Amy Poehler is, by the way, the best improviser I've ever seen.
I wanted to ask you about that. What did you take away from her in particular? Because she has such a fearlessness on stage. And I think that's what sets, certain performers apart is a Kate McKinnon or Will Ferrell, their willingness to just, our friend Mo Collins, who's from here and did Matt TV, had that same sort of thing where they're just completely fearless to go where they need to go on stage.
Amy off stage was a boss. she was a real kind of punk feeling boss, and she really challenged her students. She really challenged people, and she didn't really like categorizing anything or putting barriers. And then on stage, you could learn more about improv watching her go, because she could do it all. She was really great at committing to characters. She was really good at addressing environments. She was a fantastic initiator. She's a fantastic scene supporter of initiators. She was great at walk-ons. She was fantastic at editing scenes. She was fantastic at pattern play. She could call a show at the right moment to say goodnight, everybody. Like, she just had a handle. I mean, I'm not even kidding. I really felt like she was like the Michael Jordan or Magic Johnson of improv. Like, I really just was like, it just was a better, if she was on the floor, it was a better game. It was so fun to see her play.
Well, you certainly, that has been borne out by her incredible success.
Certainly, yeah.
I mean, she's dynamite on stage, on screen, wherever you see her, she delivers it. And I think there's something about, you mentioned all of those different things of improv. There's something about each one of those that can give you so much courage on stage. Once you've got sort of those things, there's very little that freaks me out, unless it's Shakespeare and I haven't done the homework memorizing. But other than that, the improv sort of burns that fear out of you.
Oh yeah, I always say, like, the drug of improv isn't making it up on the spot. The drug of improv is consistency. That's what you're chasing.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You think you walk in the theater because you're like, oh, I want to see what it's like to make it up. And once you start to do it at all, you're like, can I do this all the time? Can I really just walk up on any stage, connect with my scene partner, and make magic happen? And that's the real draw of it. That's what keeps you going to the theater.
Yeah, I agree.
What a great skill set and school to have had at that time and in that place. I mean, you really were in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, for me, it was unbelievable. I mean, it was the improv theater was started by this guy, Mike O'Keefe, and in Red Bank, and he was part of SAC Theater. So SAC Theater were like Wayne Brady, Nathan Fillion, all this famous improv theater down in Florida. And he was originally from New Jersey, but unfortunately for him and lucky for me, he went through a nasty divorce and moved home. And so he started this improv show just out of habit, but he had such a great knowledge and came from such a successful place of improv. And it was so important that it wasn't a school program. I know this sounds silly because I wish improv was a school program, but it was this really cool thing that was happening on the weekends that was not affiliated with any school or anything. And it just was this great social event. And so to earn my way onto the stage, almost get fired, then get back in and get even better. I went through a tremendous amount of flight time and a tremendous amount of like learning how to work with adults at 16 that really just kind of changed my world forever.
Was there a moment on stage early on when something clicked and you just went, oh, I get it, I can do this, this is for me? Did you have that sort of road to Damascus moment?
I was it turned out that basically they felt weird that the 16-year-old wanted to be on stage so bad that they put me on stage out of pity, and then we're going to say, okay, you had your shot, you can go home now, right? And I didn't know that until a tech guy told me. And when they took me out of the lineup, I actually went and studied. I grabbed books by Keith Johnstone and all this other stuff. And then what clicked for me was, I'm not going to try to be funny. I'm around these really funny guys. I'm going to make them shine. I'm going to be the perfect scene partner. And so I just studied like all these things about status and status negotiation and, working with the environment and all this other stuff and trying to really just make, feed the fire. If my friends were cooking on stage, it was like, how do I keep throwing fuel on that fire? And that's when everything changed for me. And there was this big improv festival, big improv contest. By the way, big improv contest. There was this contest in a bar in New York, but for me it was huge. I was 17, and at the last minute, the improv director invited me to go with them to this improv contest. Nathan Fillion was going to join us. I was going to be doing an improv show with Nathan Fillion.
Wow.
I was out of my mind, right? And in order to go, I had to skip a basketball game. I was on the basketball team, and I said to my basketball coach, I'm like, hey, I got invited to this amazing opportunity in New York to come do it. I have to go. And my basketball coach said, like, what? He like, improv? What? Contest? Where? New York? Who? Like, this is basketball. My brother was and still is like a famous basketball player in New Jersey. And so like to be his younger brother was already hard enough. And then all of a sudden I'm breaking this basketball coach's heart. And I said, yeah, I got to go. I got to do it. And I left I left at halftime of my game to catch a train to New York. And I wasn't even told I was going to play. I just was going to watch, but this was an unbelievable opportunity. And so I went up there, and on the train ride up, he goes, I'll let you play in a couple of games. And so I'm up there, and they put me into some scenes, and the New York crowds were a little more sophisticated and with the improv stuff than New Jersey crowds were, New Jersey high school kids were, because that was who was going to our shows. And the crowd started laughing as I set up my performers. They started like laughing with anticipation as I was just getting the other guys going. And then they would slam it home and get these big laughs. And my improv director, Mike, just turned to me after the show was over and said, every show, Friday and Saturday, every show. And I was like, great. And that was the game-changing moment for me.
Did you ever go back to basketball?
No, actually, I went in that Monday morning and handed in my uniform.
Yeah. Same thing happened to me with soccer. I was a big soccer player and then found theater and was like, I'm done. I don't need to kick something anymore. I'm going to do this now. So,
well, for me, it was much easier. Like, no matter what I was doing, I was a foot shorter than my brother, right? So it was like, I knew what it took to go to the promised land, and I just knew that it wasn't happening for me. So it was a lot easier. But once I had improv as the excuse to stop playing, yeah, I handed my uniform and never played.
Before you went to that first improv show at 11 o'clock on a Friday night,
Yeah.
you didn't really know what you're getting into. Did you have any background or interest in comedy or improv? Did you have a favorite comic you liked when you were younger, who you listened to?
I was just obsessed with it. Like, I grew up, one of 4 kids. And so like, when the babysitter took us to the video store and everyone get one video, I always got a stand-up comedy video. Like Howie Mandel, I rented that probably like a dozen times, and once I was old enough to sneak in Eddie Murphy, I started buying Eddie Murphy CDs. Stephen Wright, those kinds of things. But I used to also set my alarm to wake up to catch the comedian at the end of Johnny Carson when I was a kid. I had this little like Snoopy alarm clock, and my dad had an old TV in the garage, and I lugged it up to my room myself and put tinfoil in the antenna. And I used to go to sleep, wake up, watch the opening monologue of Johnny Carson. Then the stars would come on, and I thought it was boring. And I would go back to bed and wake back up and watch the stand-up comedians at the end of the show. I think I just always loved it.
You were just priming yourself at that point.
You really were.
Yeah. I think so. It's so funny because it all seemed so haphazard in the moment, but looking back, I guess the seeds were there. Yeah, it's weird.
Are you still making it up at the Venetian with Wayne Brady?
So he closed that show once he got the Let's Make a Deal hosting gig. He could move back to LA, and so he did. And so he closed that show. But I was in that show for about 4 months. That was another interesting one where I moved to Las Vegas, heard a rumor that Wayne Brady was having auditions for his improv show at the Venetian. And I knew his longtime partner, Jonathan. Again, they came from Sac Theater, and Jonathan came and played in Red Bank with me a few times. And so I got the skinny on it. It turned out I was back in New York, and we just moved out to Vegas, and my wife booked Jersey Boys. And it was really good because we were very poor. And so like her first paycheck we used just to fly me back to New York to audition for Wayne Brady. And then it was the way, like, people who aren't in show business think auditions work. Like, that's the way it worked. There was 50 of us in a room, and Wayne Brady kept playing different games with all of us, and they would just whittle down the room. And then I whittled down from about 50 improvisers to me and this woman, Glennis. And we just played with him for like an hour, just the two of us, just doing different games and just having a good old time. And then I turned to Glennis, who I knew, because I just left New York. I said, I just have to say one thing to him. I'm very sorry, because I think it's going to have an impact or whatever. And she said, oh, okay. And we were leaving, and I said, Wayne, I live in Las Vegas. And he said, what? And I said, I just moved to Las Vegas a month ago. So I'm a local hire. I live there already. And he was like, "Oh, okay." And then I really apologized to my friend Glennis, as I was like, I just had to do it, And then I heard nothing. And I was just, I just moved to Vegas, and my wife was in Jersey Boys, so I was just waitering at this Italian restaurant. And all of a sudden my phone rings, and it's his manager. And it's 7:00 at night, and the show started at 9. And the manager said, "Wayne wants to know if you can come in and do the show tonight." And I'm in the middle of a dinner shift, right? I have a full section, all my tables are filled with eaters. And I go up to my restaurant manager. And now, if you're in New York or LA, if you're ever around a management, you having to do stuff for acting gigs and stuff is always just a pain in the butt for any restaurant manager. They don't want to deal with it at all. I went up to my manager and I said, "I'm sorry, you're not supposed to have your phone on you while you work." And she's like, "Yeah." I said, I have my phone on me. It rang and I answered it. And it was Wayne Brady's manager. And he's telling me I can be in the show at the Venetian tonight, but I have to leave right now. And she said, "How exciting! Oh my gosh, who wears your section?" And she quickly got all these waiters to all grab one of my tables and cover my shift. And she was like, "Go, go, go!" And I took off my apron, left it there, got in a cab, went in my waiter outfit, my slacks, dress shirt, and tie, to the Venetian. Hit one of those stores. I found a sweater that could go over the top that would make it look like a sweater vest that make it look okay to wear on stage, and went on stage, sound checked, and did a show for 700 people with Wayne Brady, and it was awesome.
Bet it was. So you quit basketball and you quit waiting tables. Essentially the same fashion.
Exactly.
Here's my
turned in a uniform.
I don't want to be such a dramatic person, but I have these dramatic stories. Right?
That's great. That's a great story.
And that restaurant manager story could have gone a whole different way. I mean, that's
absolutely. I thought I was going to watch a bridge burn to death. I thought it was going to be like goodbye.
Yeah.
Like I said, Wayne closed the show 4 months later and moved back to LA. And so I went back to that restaurant, and they hired me.
You did, and they took you back.
And they took me back.
Nice.
Yeah.
But they told you leave your phone in your locker.
The phone rule is still in effect. Please.
Right.
Yes.
You might hear from the New Jersey basketball team that they want you back finally. This is without you.
Was there ever any interest of getting on Saturday Night Live? Because that's that pool they draw from. What was your experience and thoughts on that?
I think I was secretly intimidated by it. Every time I thought I was going to take a shot at it, and I was on their radar, a different friend of mine would get hired. First it was Rob Regal, who I thought was my type, and then he came and went, and then they hired my friend Bobby Moynihan. And once Bobby was on there and Bobby was kicking butt, I was like, I think that's it. I also could have been wrong and just been a big wuss about it. I never got to the point where I got to audition. I was on the radar. And this is going to sound so stupid, but I'm also really bad with tech, especially now in modern times. But getting an audition tape together to make and send in, I just was really intimidated by the whole process. And so I never really got that together. It's a regret for sure, just because I'd rather have tried and failed than what happened, which is I never really got to fully try. But I've had a lot of friends get on the show and as writers or actors, and it's crazy. And no matter how crazy they make it sound, and no matter how underpaid they make it sound, everyone I think will still cut off their own limb to do a season of that show. It just sounds like the craziest thing. I still dream about it. I have dreams where I'm on the show.
Oh yeah, I hear you. I get it completely.
So how did you end up opening for Piff the Magic Dragon?
Well, that's really that's where it all starts for me with the magic world.
So are you shifting to stand up at that point, out of improv and into?
I started doing stand up more when I moved to Las Vegas because it was more available to me, and then I did a little bit in New York, but New York is so competitive out there, and I was still doing so much improv and teaching so much improv. But in Vegas, I started doing stand up a lot more and trying to write a lot more, and that's where I was a writer for Penn and Teller's Fool Us. So no magic background. I wrote for Penn and Teller on the Discovery Channel show and a couple of other projects, and eventually Fool Us, where I wrote for the hosts.
How did you get that gig then? How does that happen?
So Emily Gillette comes and sees Wayne Brady's show. I'm in it, and then she goes to see a local improv show, and I'm in it. And then there's this improv fundraiser, and I'm in it. And she was like, "I've been in town for a while, and all of a sudden you're at every improv show I see. What are you doing? Who are you?" And she has me host a celebrity poker tournament, kind of doing what you were doing at the Twins games, where I just go around the tables and get bits going. And from there, I get invited to be, Penn would have people over at his house for movie night. It was a kind of like a casual affair, but you can kind of get in that way. And I wasn't friends with Penn yet, but I was around him, and he talked about the Discovery Channel show that they were doing. And I just wrote an email saying, can I intern on this? I'll do anything. I just want to be around a TV show. Can I just work for you guys? And Michael Goudeau, who is Penn's radio co-host and later podcast co-host, is juggling comedian. His wife and my wife were Mamma Mia together, and I had met Goudeau, and he was a super nice guy to me. And he responded. He was a writer on the show already, and said, "I know Matt. He's a super nice guy, and if he can help, I think we could use his help." And so Goudeau vouched for me. I interned because I was going to movie night and joking around with Penn. About 6 weeks in, Penn said, "Matt's pretty funny. Should we let him take passes at scripts?" And again, I kind of just have this nervous meltdown of like, oh, I'm going to write jokes for Penn and Teller to approve of. But I do. I take passes at the scripts, and I write, a bunch of jokes. They keep like 3 or 4 per script in, and they like it. And then I get hired as a writer mid internship going into the season of Penn and Teller Tell a Lie on Discovery Channel. And from then I'm a comedy writer for them the rest of the time. And so fast forward to Fool Us, where I'm working with the hosts. What I try to do is go up to each contestant and try to get extra information so the interview, after the trick is done, while Penn and Teller deliberate, they got to talk to the host. And so I have to give that host as much material as possible, because in the taping, it's a lot longer than what appears on TV.
Right. Are you feeding like Allison stuff through her headset as she's talking, or have you done it beforehand?
Beforehand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I, prep the first like 5 questions kind of thing. And so I'm interviewing full-time magician after full-time magician after full-time magician. And all of them are like, I've been doing this my whole life. I've never had another job. I've been doing this since I was 14. I've been doing this since I was 9. And I'm just interviewing, 4 seasons in a row, all these people who just seem to be really satisfied with their walk in life, regardless of the amount of fame they have. And so out of a bit of frustration in Penn's dressing room, I was like, I should just learn like 4 tricks, right? Like I should just learn 4 magic tricks and then, do what these guys do. Just seems like it's a lot easier to make a living as a magician than it is as a comedian.
What did Penn say?
In a tone that's like slow your roll, it was like, it's harder than you think. But then he thought for a moment, he goes, but you might be better at it than you think. Why don't you try to just learn 1 trick first? Like, why don't you try before you get carried away? Why don't you learn a magic trick? And so at the time they were mentioned by this guy named Johnny Thompson. Johnny Thompson was a famous magician in the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
Thompsonian Company, and legendary magician, and then legendarily generous with his time in the last 20 years of his life. He would just teach anyone and everyone magic when he could. And so I started asking Johnny if he would teach me some magic. And so I started going over his house, and Johnny Thompson started teaching me magic in his living room.
Good Lord.
You remember the first thing he taught you?
Chop cup. You make a ball go into the cup, it disappears, and whether it's in your pocket or underneath the cup, and you keep making the audience misguess, and then you sneak a larger object in at the end to surprise them.
That's a pretty good teacher to start with.
I was just going to say, Johnny Thompson is teaching you the chop cup right out of the gate. You're working with the best of the best. That's incredible.
It is. That's the thing. I just laid out. It's like we just laid out from like ages 16 to 39. We just heard what I've done, right? Like taking swings and misses, swings and little hits, never quite out to a career. Really just always kind of finding my way and weaseling my way into different places, getting a paycheck here and there, enough to stay in show business, but not enough to really say I have a career. Then I turn to magic, and it gets stupid fast. It gets real stupid. I can never write a book. It's just embarrassing because the book is like, be friends with the most amazing magicians and make them teach you stuff. It's not a book you can write or publish. So no, Johnny started teaching me stuff, right? And so at the time, I'm in this show called 50 Shades, the Parody at Bally's. And it's a parody musical by 50 Shades, and it's going fine, but it is closing. And then I'm hired as a comedy writer for this new show, Opium, that's opening up at the Cosmopolitan, a circus variety show, where I help construct the show. And there was a 6-month gap between the closing of the show and the writing of the other show. And in that 6 months, I still have 2 children, and I got to get a job. And I can't get a job that if I get a good job, I'm going to quit it, right? I have to quit in 6 months. I'm definitely going to do this writing job. And so I'm racking my brain of like, how am I going to do this? And I thought, Johnny has already been working with me on magic. I bet if Penn hears that Johnny's working with me, Penn will teach me a trick. And I bet if Johnny and Penn teach me a trick, Teller will teach me a trick. And if Teller teaches me a trick, anyone will teach me a trick.
That's pretty much true.
So I do a Kickstarter, an Indiegogo campaign. I do a crowdfunder. I say, I'm going to learn 7 tricks from 7 magicians, and I'm going to put it into a show. And if you want to be a part of this, you can get involved. And I do a big blowout fundraiser, and it goes very well. And I learn from Johnny Thompson, Penn, Teller, Matt King, Piff the Magic Dragon, Brian Brushwood, and Eric Diddleman.
Good Lord.
All teach me one trick.
Wow. That's the happiest story I've ever heard. Really. I mean, that is just so much fun and so incredible. Good for you. Gosh darn it. The chutzpah there.
It's like one of those, terminally ill kid wish for things. But
I told you, I know it gets dumb. I can't write a book.
Jeez, that's fabulous.
So
so now you have 7 tricks. What do you do?
I have 7 tricks. I put them together, do a run of shows. Magic is crazy hard. I work constantly on it every day for 5 months. And I go do my first show. Penn and Teller there, packed house. Pip is there, and it all on 4 of the tricks goes south. I mess up everything. I cut my thumb open doing the rope trick Teller taught me. Bleeding all over the place. I have to duct tape my thumb mid-show. And through all of it, I was funny. So as all the tricks were messing up left and right, and as all the things were putting on this hour-long show, I am just laughing and making fun of myself and making fun of everything that's happening as it goes wrong. Piff the Magic Dragon turns to Penn when it's over and goes, "Gosh, magic is hard." I go, "It sure is."
Yeah.
But then Piff turned around and said, I know I saw you on a bad night, but I think you can come out on the road and open for me, because what you have is definitely an act. What you have is an act. You have a real act on your hands. It's funny. It's everything. And he sits down with me and we go over my set list, and he just figures out the 3 or 4 tricks he wants me to do to open for him, and tells me just to work on those 4. And we go out for 1 weekend. It goes very well. And then he takes me out to comedy clubs across the country for the next 2 years.
Oh, that's great.
Is that where the Mind Noodler was born?
Yes. Originally, I was Hillbill, the psychic hillbilly, because I imagined the show. I had dancers in my show and stuff. I imagined the show being this kind of big theatrical thing that would graduate to a theater. And then when I was opening for Piff, and people were like, where in Appalachia are you from? Or is your real name Hill? And I would be like, "Oh no, I'm Matt. I live in Vegas." They would hate me. They would their faces would fall, and they would be like, "I don't like you anymore." And I thought, gosh, I either have to become like the Larry the Cable Guy of magic, or I got to drop the hillbilly thing and just go with the Mind Noodler, with the caveat that all the magic I was taught in overalls. So I still wear the overalls, and
I noticed.
Call myself the Mind Noodler, because I really was like, I really haven't learned magic for that long, and I'm used to having pockets and places and stuff, and so I kept it. And I just dropped all the false bio stuff. So I'm Matt the Mind Noodler, and no one questions it. And if you look at me, you don't think, why isn't that guy in a tux? You think that guy looks pretty comfortable in overalls. And so I am a tubby lumberjack of a man. And so no one ever questions why I wear overalls, even though I don't do the character anymore. And even for the Magic Castle, I got ones made of suit material. I got these very fancy overalls made with suit material and a bow tie, and I just wear a jacket over it. And then the Magic Castle gave me special approval to wear overalls in the Magic Castle.
That's fabulous. That's just fabulous.
That is amazing.
Yeah, it's just a great.
Everything comes together in the perfect storm. The improv training and being a nice guy, and everything just comes together. It's funny.
So strange. Because my children, they're 8 and 10, and they think Dad's a magician, and I think that's the craziest thing, because it's like, for so many years I absolutely was not, but it's been a crazy ride. And and as someone who was clearly obsessed with improv and clearly obsessed with performing improv, to have done it from the age of 16 all the way into my late 30s, I didn't realize I needed something else in my artistic world. So when I started learning magic, it was so awesome to be a student again, it was so awesome to be obsessed with stuff that I had to learn and figure things out again. And not that I could ever master improv, but I had reached the end of all of my curiosities. It just became a question of discipline, right? And I was so happy to be unbridled and obsessed with something new. And it was really great to get something new going on in my world. And so, yeah, I've really been loving my little world of magic. Yeah, and where my improv is absolutely a superpower in that space.
Yeah, I think listening to your story, many magicians listening to this will be going, I got to take some improv classes.
Yeah.
Oh, you really should.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does. I can only imagine how that gives you such a firm platform to spring from. If the magic should go wrong, you've got all of this other stuff that you can reach onto and grab and save yourself. That's why I hate doing magic, is because, you know, you spend 10 minutes working up to this thing and, oh, crap, it didn't work. Now what? I'm going to look like an idiot.
That's always the funniest thing about magic. Penn says it best. He goes, man, when magic doesn't work, boy, is it just a gigantic waste of everyone's time. It's just a huge waste of everyone's time. And so I was doing a show actually last night, and one trick, you know, I did 8 tricks in the hour, and one trick went wrong. I just missed a cue and didn't have the right thing written down that I needed written down. And magicians will tell you, like, there are outs or no outs, and I was like, I don't have it. I was like, I blew it. Magic isn't real, and we're gonna move on to the next thing. And I just moved on. And the next thing I went through it like hardcore, and the next trick paid off huge. I got this applause, and as the applause died down, I go, kind of makes up for that book trick not working, right? And they got this second laugh on top of that, and just moved on. And I thought the audience actually seemed to like that I was just honest, like, this messed up, I'm moving on, and now there you go.
You're like a juggler, where you dropped it, and then you did the next thing. It was even harder, and they love you because they saw a mistake.
If you talk to magicians, they're obsessed with outs. If this goes wrong, you have this. If that goes wrong, you have that. And it's true. And there are tricks where you definitely should do that, and you have to have that. But my primary influence in magic is Penn and Teller, and they really don't. I remember when they came back from the pandemic, we were working with putting their show back together, and Jeff McBride, another big magician here in town, came in as a consultant. And with all these tricks, he kept going like, "What are your outs?" And Penn and Teller kept going like, "Oh, we don't have outs. We don't do outs." And so I feel like I came from that school of thought along with them. And so I don't really do too much of that, trying to like turn these little things. If it goes wrong, I think improv always says like you celebrate those things. And so you celebrate the mistakes. You let the audience know you're human. And as long as it's not your last trick, I think you're okay.
Yeah. So with all of that, how do you end up on Fool Us?
As a contestant?
Yeah, as a contestant. A surprise contestant, apparently. Well, they're all surprise contestants, so, but a huge surprise contestant.
They were very surprised because I was very young in my magic career. I just knew, look, any magician will tell you, if you get on Fool Us, it just helps you book work so fast. And I really just wanted to work. And so I had the luxury of working behind the scenes on the show with the host and stuff. And I just was eavesdropping on a conversation where they were talking about how they were light on that particular season. They were light on comedic Americans. You know, they didn't have any funny Americans on the show. And I said, oh, I got some stuff or whatever. And of course I showed them all my stuff, and they liked only one of my things, but they worked with me really hard to make that one thing kind of TV ready. That's the interesting thing about Fool Us, is that it's a great, you know, at the time they used to have Johnny Thompson before he passed, and Mike Close, who they still have, from the magic perspective. And then they have Lincoln Hyatt, Andrew Golder, and Dennis, the director. They have all worked in television or magic forever, and so all of them work on your trick at the same time. And so it's a really great way to test how good your magic tricks are. And so I had this duct tape prediction where I duct tape on my chest, and then it's wrong, and then it's duct tape on my belly, and I rip it off and hand it to Teller, because Teller likes disgusting things. But so yeah, I just said, hey, I got some stuff, and so they started working with me on it. And they put it in the lineup, and I definitely was, I think, in the maybe pile, right? And then they kept working with it, and then I remember doing it in rehearsal, and the rehearsal was just dead in the room. Everyone in the room had already seen the video, so everything I was doing wasn't surprising anybody. And so I was going through trying to do all this stuff, and the rehearsal was a total disaster. And they're giving me all of these notes. I mean, just 4 or 5 people just shouting notes at you, not shouting, but talking at the same time, giving you all these notes to like make it better. And you're just saying, okay, for like 20 minutes, you know, trying to make it as best as you can. And in my head, I was like, just get me in front of an audience. Like, trust me, this in front of an audience, this close to comedy clubs, I know I can connect with the audience. And sure enough, I get out there and it just lights up. And I bring Penn and Teller up, and they're a part of it. And this audience volunteer, and the audience is just roaring. And the only problem is with all the laughter and all the improvisation, something that was supposed to be 5 minutes took 14 to shoot. So there's a lot of editing involved in getting the trick down to its arable level. But it's still, if you look at it, it's one of the longer clips you'll ever see on Fool Us. Is that clip?
They do a very good job of cutting those things down, though, where you don't lose any of the key stuff.
The show is dynamite.
They do a great job of looking out for magicians. So anything they cut, they're not cutting to. The audience still should be able to have enough clues to figure out stuff. They do their best not to even have any bad angles, that kind of thing. They really do their good job of they all want to know how the magic works, and so that they can make you look great. And I think that's different than a lot of the other shows.
Yeah, and Penn and Teller are always so kind.
Yes,
I've never seen them rip somebody up and down and left and right. They're just so kind. They will always say, well, you didn't fool us, but dang, we enjoyed every minute of that. That's a good act. That's funny stuff. And that's to me, man, that shows their incredible love of the art form and also their generosity to fellow performers. Did they not know that you were, I mean, is it true that they did not know you were about to walk out?
They did not know. No, they had no clue. No.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
The writers on the show is going to show up as a contestant, and the two leads are taken by surprise. I love that.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it was such a great experience all around. Surprising them, and that really, putting that together. Like Teller said, like, boy, what you said, the trick you actually did was kind of simple, but like what you made it was so much bigger, and he was so thrilled with how big that trick was compared to most of the time you see people do it. They do the same trick. It's with like a serial number on a dollar bill or a phone number or something like that. Not duct tape on your chest underneath your overalls.
Fantastic.
And so, but that was put me on the map. So when Teller later had like neck surgery over the holidays at the Rio, they did Penn and Friends, and I got to be selected as one of the guys to open for Penn and Friends, and that was all because of the Fool Us.
That's just great. What I really liked, and I said this to John before you joined us on the podcast, what I really, really, really like about you is that you take stuff that is, from a magician's point of view, pretty standard, and you tweak it in a way that makes it 1,000 times more you and 1,000 times more engaging for an audience. So instead of, here's a deck of cards, peek at one, it's here's some baseball cards because I'm a huge baseball fan. That's the kind of stuff that separates the average from the great, I think, and you're doing that already.
I mean, I don't know if I see it as a a greatness thing, but I see it as my only way. When Penn taught me to be, when he thought about me actually being a magician, he said, skip cards. There are 13-year-olds who can do stuff you'll never be able to do if you start now. You'll never catch up, and you can get lost trying to be very good at cards. He goes, so skip cards. And he said, do everything from the waist up. So no matter what size theater you're playing, you're not going to learn that much material. So no matter what size theater you're going to play, if you're from the waist up, you can play any theater. And so that was just amazing advice to start with. Yeah. And then, I was basically trying to, can I do comedic takes on mentalism is how it started. And then can I just do very comedic takes on classic stuff? And then that was basically my only way I thought that I could shine and work quickly, was to really just take something that isn't typically comedic and put a huge comedic stamp on it.
Yeah, it's working.
Now I'm finally starting to actually construct tricks on my own that are funny, but I'm not just doing a blank version of that, But it took, but I knew not to rush it, because I knew I can't get in there and think I can just invent everything, when you're in. And so I'm just really kind of trusting the process and the flow. And plus, once again, I have the unfair advantage of being able to run my stuff by great working minds to quickly edit and adjust anything I'm working on.
Yeah, that is an advantage, boy. I'll tell you what.
But it's an earned advantage.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I'm not. You absolutely got there the right way. But what a great place to be. If you can call, if you're a dancer
and you can call Baryshnikov and ask him about plie. That's pretty great. And you're calling that level of magician and saying, let me ask you a question about the chop cup. I can't get, yeah, all right, let me walk you through it. That's some great stuff, man.
Yeah.
Actually, do you have a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan?
I'm just at the end of my 5-year plan because I started 5 years ago, a little over 5 years ago, and I wanted to be on tour on my own. And I'm about to go on tour with Foolers Live with 3 other magicians. We're doing Penn and Teller's Foolers Live. We're doing a 5-week tour across the country, and that's all I wanted to do was that. And so I'm thrilled that it's actually happening.
So mission accomplished. What's the next 5-year plan?
I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, the thing about the Vegas headliner thing is that I think because it's gotten so standard in people's minds, I don't think people realize that that's not a thing that's gonna, I think, always be there. I don't think every casino is like, where's our magician? You know, I think you have to be a person who can put butts in seats. And I think that era of a magician being able to do that solely is, you know, might be, you know, Shin Lim and Matt Franco are the last, you know, Magic residents here. And David Blaine was selling a lot of tickets before he hurt his shoulder. I don't know if you can just be the next person, because I don't even think if you won America's Got Talent, you'd be the person that sells those tickets anymore. So I cautiously try to think of different ways to be involved in a Vegas show, perhaps be an element of a Vegas show would be a big goal. And I think about off-Broadway, you know, off-Broadway, Broadway. I would love to spend time back in New York where I came up, where all my comedy stuff happened for me in a great way. I would love to go back to New York with my magic show.
What advice do you have for anybody who's thinking about switching careers and getting into magic?
I mean, just, you know, I'm an obsessive person. And so I think, like, you know, you have to really want to do it. I think I'm very lucky in that improv specifically really teaches you how to handle failure and take failure in stride. And I think you're going to fail a ton. And I still fail a ton, you know, working on new tricks and stuff. And so, you know, have that cushion in your brain emotionally, be able to do that, give yourself permission to do that. You know, you're going to want to be embarrassed by the work you were doing a year ago. You know, like that's the way when you work on anything, you know, if you're a podcaster, I'm sure you're a better podcaster now than you were a year ago. Right. So like you take those failure moments in stride, knowing that you're going to be better in a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a doing thing. I always say to kids who ask me, how do I get there? You just got to do it. You just have to do it and do it and do it and do it and do it. And then you're going to know, A, do I have what it takes to do it? And B, do I really want to do it after I've done it? Is this, or could you live, you know, doing it as an avocation, be a school teacher or a nurse or a doctor and do some magic on the side? Might that be enough for you?
Yeah. And there is, I even with improv, I thought about that too, which is like when you try to make your passion your living, it's different. It's sometimes it's good to have a passion that isn't your living.
Richard Wiseman on the science of magic.
I've had your name on my list of people to talk to. This is now our 4th season. And every time I go down the list, and as you saw, we've talked to some really amazing, the magic community is so great. People will talk to us. And I kept skipping by your name. Why am I afraid to reach out? Why am I afraid to reach out? And as I was reading through some of the studies that you have done, I was reminded of one that was done years ago, maybe at Stanford University, where they did a study in a grocery store where they had a big stack, like 24 kinds of jam on the table, and nobody bought them. And the next day they had 6 jams on the table and they sold like crazy. And they realized that too much choice can be paralyzing. And that's the problem with you, sir, is you are too many jams.
Too much choice. I've too much choice. People often said that of me. They said, the problem with you, Wiseman, is you're like 24 jars of jam, they've said.
Well, it's true. There's too much choice. So
yes. How are we going to cut the jam jars down to a manageable size?
I think I have, although it's still, there might be 7 or 8 instead of 6. So I'm just going to get right to it. I know you've told this story before, but I'd like the lesson out of it, which is your first magic trick that your grandfather taught you. Can you kick off with that story? Because I think it's really indicative of a good way to learn magic.
Thank you. Yes, so I would have been probably about 8 or 7 or 8, which is this weird age where most people learn or get into magic, certainly of my generation. And so I'd go and visit my grandfather at the weekends, he only knew one magic trick. He wasn't a magician, but he'd learned one magic trick during the war, and it was a good one. I put my initials on a coin, he'd make it disappear. He would then come up with this little metal tobacco box sealed with elastic bands. Magicians will know where I'm going with this. I would take the bands off the box, open the box. Inside there was another box with more bands. I take those bands off, open that box. Inside was a cloth bag. Inside the cloth bag was the coin with my initials on. And it was a really, really great trick. He only knew the one, but he could perform it very well. And so I would pester him. And I would say, please tell me how this was done. And he was quite wise. And so he wouldn't tell me for all sorts of good reasons. Magicians hold on to their secrets. But he did say the answer was in a book, and the book was in my local library. That was rather clever thing to say because I'm dyslexic. So writing and reading is not the easiest thing for me to do in the world. But boy, was I motivated to go and read stuff in the library. So I went and read all the magic books there, got hooked on magic, found out eventually how that trick was done. And that was my kind of inroad into magic.
What a clever way to get you on board.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And it must have worked because here we are years later and you are a magician and so much more. But here's something that blew me out of the water when John and I were talking about this interview. For those of us here in America, the magic circle is sort of the gold standard, certainly in England. And you were admitted to the magic circle at 17 years old.
I lied about my age. I think 18 is the cutoff. But I told them, I told them that I was 18. And so, I went from being interested in magic in my local magic club. I was born in a place called Luton, which is just slightly north of London. So I joined the local magic club there, got into magic. I was very lucky to have very good mentors who looked after me and taught me how to learn magic the proper way, i.e. reading books and actually going out and performing for real people. And then joined the circle, when I was, 17, supposed to be 18. Yeah.
What did your act look like at that point?
It's always been dreadful. I'm proud of the fact that hopefully it's always fun, but it has been consistently awful. So I did an act themed around Coca-Cola, which so Coca-Cola bottles and lids would appear and disappear. And of course, what's great about magic is this tremendous sense of community. So all of my friends, one of which came round and spent several hours with me this morning, who are of my age, I've grown up with them. So I knew them when I was 17 or 18. These are now very long-term friends. And of course, most of them do remember the Coca-Cola act. Many of them can't sleep because of it. They still pull my leg about it. It was not a good act. It was dreadful. And so that was my act. And then a few things happened, actually. I did street magic in Covent Garden, which is in the middle of London, a big sort of street entertaining area. That was with another psychologist friend of mine.
Can you tell us what that act was? Because that was
really bad. That was the only act that was worse than the Coke act.
Wow.
Appalling.
I've seen acts in Covent Garden.
Yeah,
and
they're good.
That is a tough. It's not a room, it's a space.
It's a huge space, and people have the right and ability to vote with their feet by walking away, and people exercise that right when we were performing. So we were there for one summer. My colleague, Adrian, who is a comedy juggling act, he's now gone on to be a very, very famous neuroscientist. But at the time we were doing comedy juggling, and we were so bad. I mean, they're still booing. If you go down there, they are still booing that act.
Yeah. It echoes within the because of the columns and all that. Yeah.
I can't go anywhere near Covent Garden in case I get recognized 30 years later. And we had no money, and my girlfriend was a nutritionist. I said, how can we survive with no money? And she said, you should eat porridge, which I'm not sure what's called in America. Oats, isn't it? Oats in America, I think, something like that.
Yep.
With grapefruit segments chopped into it, because that will prevent you getting scurvy. And if you have that, you will at least survive. And that's what we survived on for about 3 or 4 weeks in Covent Garden, earning no money at all. And then we did a tour of the South Coast with the Captain Fearless magic show. which was even worse than the Coke Act and the Covent Garden show.
But it was different. It was a different act.
It was a different show. We'd managed to take the essence of poor quality and put it into a different show. So that was bad as well. And then I went to the Magic Castle 2 or 3 times with my terrible act and decided to become a psychologist.
So let me just this at this point when you're when you're performing in Covent Garden and you're doing a tour of the Captain Fearless, were you? I mean, was the intention to become a performer, or was this more of a kind of an experiment as a psychologist?
No, it certainly wasn't an experiment as a psychologist. Ever since I was a kid, probably since an 8-year-old, I thought being a professional magician would just be the best way to earn a living, and my naivety. And then I tried to do that by doing, close-up magic, as it was back then, and at the castle and the circle. I suddenly realized you're on the road all the time. You were performing antisocial hours. It was a pretty stressful thing to do, as most magicians know. You've got to turn up, you've got to fool a bunch of strangers that you never met before, and try and be occasionally funny and charismatic. And so I decided that it wasn't for me, and that luckily the audiences agreed that it wasn't for me either. So, and I got into psychology because of magic. I read Dale Carnegie's book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And I got very interested in social psychology. I'm a social psychologist now. I got into Carnegie's book because of a Edward Morris book called Showmanship and Presentation. And so he makes the point that the one thing magicians should be is likable, and so that you should read Carnegie's book to be likable. And that was my pathway into psychology. So I pretty much have magic to blame for most of my life. But I mean, you mentioned the podcast, my podcast I've been doing, and Marnie, my co-host, she has this phrase now, is that she always says, it all comes back to magic, doesn't it? Because whatever direction we go in on that podcast, there's normally a story that circles back round to magic. So I owe my life to it pretty much.
I will have a link in the show notes to the podcast. I can't recommend it highly enough. I will ask up front here that you hold Britain's only professorship in the public understanding of psychology. What does that mean?
It's so I'm quite passionate about psychology. I love psychology. I like people, and psychologists do experiments with people and find out things about the way they think and behave. But often they only report those things to other psychologists in quite difficult to read books and even harder to read academic papers. And I'm a kind of conduit. My idea is that I take that stuff and make it far more accessible for the general public. So I've written books, I give talks, the podcast and so on, which, really takes this wonderful world of psychology and hopefully makes it a bit more digestible for folks outside of psychology.
Yeah, it makes it much more accessible. I think I've read all of your books. I'll have links to those as well, but you've taken sometimes stuffy things,
very stuffy things,
made them much more accessible, and you're also not shy about saying this was really stuffy, or this particular study was interesting, but it doesn't have anything to do with reality. So we went out and did our own study about reality, and one of those I want to ask you about, because I think it's going to be as your co-host said, everything comes back to magic. You did a study on the role of blinking in magic tricks. Can you summarize what you learned there?
Yeah, so I'm a little bit skeptical about a lot of the psychology of magic stuff. I mean, magicians are great psychologists. They're going out every night and doing an experiment. The experiment is the trick, and that experiment has to work. And their experiments are far more successful than my experiments as psychologists. I'm lucky if my experiments work on 70% of the room, theirs has to work on 100%. Otherwise, it's a bad night. So magicians know a lot about psychology. What I did with the blinking studies was I was interested, in just the act of blinking, which it turns out isn't random. We often think it is. But actually what we're doing when we need to blink, A, for physiological reasons, but B, in order to it resets the mind, as it were. There's a great deal of visual information coming in. It's overwhelming. We blink to shut down the mind to reset. So we need to blink psychologically. The question is, when do we do it? And the answer is when we're predicting that nothing particularly interesting is happening in front of our eyes. And so when you watch people watching a film, they all blink at the same time. because they're normally all making the same prediction about, okay, this is not particularly interesting for this moment, we'll blink. My thought was, does that extend to magic? And that is when the magician is doing something sneaky, often it's done on the offbeat, on the moment when the audience relax their attention, maybe when the magician makes a joke or makes them laugh. And so my prediction is that secret stuff for certain types of routines would be highly correlated, highly related to when people are blinking. So we had people watch Teller perform his amazing silverfish routine, which is where he's plucking coins from the thin air. And lo and behold, yes, people are blinking when he's doing secret stuff. So it's a nice insight into the complexity, I think, of magic, that magicians understand when people relax their attention. When they do, they blink, and that's when secret things are happening.
You know, you're making me think of an interview I read years ago with a director who's making the movie Psycho 2. And it's been enough years now that I can give some spoilers. At the end of Psycho 2, Norman Bates picks up a spade, a shovel, and he's standing behind a woman who's seated at a table, and he swings the shovel and whacks her quite hard in the head for reasons of his own. And it doesn't quite work, because you can tell something switched. There's something going on. There's something going on there. And I remember reading an interview with the director saying he wasn't admitting that it didn't work. What he said was, we made that switch right at the moment when the shovel's hitting the head, because we figured that's when everybody would blink. And I think he found out just the opposite, that nobody was blinking at the moment the shovel hit the head. He picked the wrong moment to make that switch.
And in fact, intuitively, as magicians, you would never make the switch at that moment. Mm-hmm. You know, we all know there are moments before that when you would make the switch. So that I think magicians' intuition, the ones that invent magic and perform a lot, is kind of incredible. You know, that you know whether something will fly or not. I mean, you occasionally get it wrong, but you normally have got a feeling for, yes, this will fool people, or no, it won't.
It ties back to Darwin Ortiz and his writings on time misdirection, spatial misdirection, and those were, for writing the Eli Marks mysteries, the stuff that Darwin wrote was the greatest, because it also ties into crimes, where you want to put some time between what you're doing, when you want to put some distance and all that. So that blinking, I will have a link to your website, and I would just tell everyone, take an afternoon, boil some tea, sit down. You're going to read some really, really interesting studies. But we want to turn now to the patron saint of this podcast. Eugene Berger has probably been mentioned on every single episode. Jim was lucky enough to study with him. I spent a weekend with him here in Minneapolis when he came to perform. So we were very, very, very lucky to have that amount of time we had with him. What was your introduction to his work, and what impact did that make on the way you looked at magic?
Well, the introduction was inadvertent in that I would have been working with close-up magicians. I would think, now I spoke to Jeff McBride about this, and he knew the exact date. It's when Eugene came through London to give a close-up lecture. It would have been 80-something. And I went along to see the close-up lecture. And right at the end of it, he says, well, I've got this new book out called Spirit Theatre, and I've only got one copy, and it's about doing fake seance stuff. So I bought that copy. He wrote in a very nice inscription to me. And that copy now sits probably about 10 yards away in my magic room opposite here, and had probably more impact on me than any other magic book. Because when I read about the seance stuff, I thought, oh my goodness, this is a Victorian darkroom seance. You're putting people into total darkness. Luminous objects are moving around. What could be more fun? This is what I want to do. And so I played around with some of the techniques with that, and then went to a very a regional magic convention to perform my Coke act. It was awful. It was still awful. And it had, I know there are non-magicians listening to this, so I'll be careful what I say, had a particular technique involved in it, which in order to make objects vanish. And boy, was that not happening that day. The objects were reappearing everywhere where they shouldn't be reappearing. I barely got through the 8 minutes of the act. Sitting in the front row was a man I'd never met before, who found this as funny as I did. And afterwards, he came up and he said, nothing has made me laugh as much as that for a couple of months. And that man was Andy Nyman. And Andy kindly gave me a lift back to London. And it turned out he was fascinated by seances too. So all the early seances we did from the Burger Book were done with Andy. So, and since then, I've probably done, I don't know, 150 of them, something like that. And it all traces back to Eugene and that book.
I have to tell you that we got one of the sweetest, nicest no thank yous from Andy about being on this podcast that I still treasure. It was like, wow, I feel like I've been gifted with something here. Thank you very much. So, Jim, why don't you just bring us up to speed with your interest in spirit theater, and then we can talk about these seances, because you've done similar stuff.
Yeah. I got a copy of Spirit Theater here in Minneapolis, a local magic dealer that I frequent. When I walked into his shop in 1986, I think, he said, "Hey, a book just came out you've been waiting for your entire life." And it was a $50 book at that point, which was a lot of money to me. Yeah. Yeah. And I said, gosh, I would love to buy this, but I just don't have the money right now. And I went to a poker game that night with some of my high school buddies and won $60. And I went back the next day and bought the book. And after reading it, was completely convinced that I had to do it. And so I reached out to Eugene. I just, it was long before there was any kind of internet or Google or anything like that. But I called Information in Chicago and got his number and called him up and just said, hey, I'm interested in performing hauntings. I'd like to know if you've sold the rights to anybody. And I'd like to, and he said, who is this? And I said, well, I'm just a guy in Minneapolis who's interested in this. And, I'd like to, and he said, well, you know what, call me in a week. And so I said, okay. So I called him in a week and he said, oh, right. Yes. I'm just going to the dentist. Can you call me in a week? And I said, yes, I can call you in a week. So I called him in a week and then we started to talk. And later he told me that's my standard protocol for somebody who calls me and wants to work with me. I put him off a couple of times to see if they're really serious. So we became friends and he allowed me to do his show Hauntings with the caveat that I fly to Chicago and learn from him. And then I bring him to Minneapolis so that he could work with us on the back end, the darkroom sequence. And I would set up a lecture for him here in Minneapolis. And that was the genesis of, I would say, the last 30 years of my life have sort of jumped off from that point. He was incredibly generous to me. He said, I don't want any money. He got Richard Kaufman to agree that I could use the material. He told me flat out, there is no script. You're going to have to create your own script. And so, but he was enormously influential in my life and really gave me a whole bunch of things that, a man at his level shouldn't have to give to a guy at my level where I was at that point. And we saw things completely differently. I was a young man at that point and said to him, there's no way that I can do the front half of this show the way I see it and carry the back half. And he said, that's no problem. What we want to do is find someone else then to be the medium, to be the spirit medium. And you do the front half of the show, and then we'll introduce a spirit medium who will do the back half of the show. And that worked like a charm. I found a brilliant actress here in Minneapolis. And so I would do essentially an hour of comedy magic that said, in a nutshell, how could anybody fall for any of this stuff? And then I would create a magic illusion that Eugene taught me that would go, oh, well, that's how you'd fall for it. It's just so amazing. And then she would come out and the entire atmosphere of the room would change because she was such a great actress. And I would leave and she would be in charge and the audience would immediately get, and Eugene conceived this moment where the last thing she would do before she called for the lights out, she had a razor blade in her hand and she would cut her wrist and it would bleed, and then she would call for lights. So that was the last thing the audience saw before she went into the Ballad of the Harp Weaver. And it was extraordinarily successful. I did it for many, many years. Now I'm an older guy, and I do a version of that show at Halloween, where I do feel I'm to a point in my evolution as a performer where I can do both the front and the back. Although the place I do it, I can't achieve total darkness, so I do sort of a dim light seance. But it seems to please people, and I've had a whale of a time with that material.
Well, that's amazing. I'm so jealous you had that time with Eugene. I mean, very generous guy, and also, you know, he could really perform this stuff. It's really, really hard to do. You read all these books and you think you've never done that, and then you read Eugene's, and I think that to me was the real moment of, my goodness, I think you've been out there doing this. I think you found a way of making it work. So that's wonderful he spent that time with you. We didn't have that that kind of benefit. So we really took his seance and made it into something which was slightly different, but still using the same underlying principles. And the question we always had was, these are very simple techniques often developed during Victorian times. Would they fool a modern day audience? And on day one, we found out they absolutely would. Yeah. And it's so different to a magic show. With a magic show, you want as much happening as possible. With the seance work, it really is less is more. That's really exactly is.
Yeah, Eugene always talked to me about, you know, like I wanted to do a piece about Houdini, which Eugene didn't like that idea at all, but I won him over. And he said, I wanted to use a wrapping hand because Eugene had used a wrapping hand. And Eugene said to me, the problem with the wrapping hand is this: when it wraps once, it's amazing. When it wraps twice, it's half as amazing. And the third time it wraps, they're looking at their watches. So we've got to conceive a routine for you where it only is going to wrap twice. That's it. Yes. We don't want it spelling anything out. We don't want it. So we worked together and conceived a routine that I did for years, where the wrapping hand only wrapped twice, and both time it got a gasp from the audience. And I would have completely mucked that up had it not been for Eugene saying less is more.
Oh, no, he completely understood. And also the frame around it. You don't want anyone, well, at least I don't want anyone thinking they've gone to a genuine seance and genuinely been in touch with people who are no longer with us. But equally, you want them to have this wonderful experience. And so our frame, which I believe comes from Eugene's book, was, you know, we're going to do this reconstruction of a Victorian seance. I'm going to play the role of the medium, you're playing the role of the sitters, and then we just go straight into it. And I've been doing that for probably 100 or so shows. So, no, it's wonderful. I've just been in Vegas, actually, with an evening with Jeff McBride where we celebrated Eugene's genius. So, yeah, and I'm so glad to hear that he was so kind to you.
He really was. I mention him in every show. Towards the end of the show, as I'm going into the seance, I mentioned that everything, including the poem that I'm about to read, was introduced to me by a tremendous magician and medium named Eugene Berger, who is now on the other side. And Eugene, I hope you're pleased with what I'm doing. After all you taught me.
And of course that book came with that floppy disk, if you remember.
Yeah,
that.
Of course.
Voice. Yeah.
I wore out my first copy and had to buy a second copy from him that did not have the floppy disk anymore. But he is not only the patron saint of this podcast, but he is, along with my brother, who is a magician, the two people I think most who influenced me as a performer.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure he'd be delighted to hear that. I mean, he's a very talented guy. Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Yeah.
So on the on your YouTube channel, Quirkology, which I'll have a link for in the show notes, which is another, not even an afternoon, maybe a couple days of sitting and watching everything on there. You have a lovely seance video. Can you talk about why you created that? What was your goal with that video?
Yes, that was very early on. People were doing those kind of recordings which feel 3D. as it were. Feel like you're actually in the room rather than just listening to something. And we just thought seance was a good one. And I think some of the script in that video, we're going back quite a few years now, but some of the script is similar to the script in the actual seance that we used. So it was a fun thing to do. And since then, I'm based in Edinburgh, so we have the Edinburgh Festival every year. Other people have done full seance shows just using that setup. So everyone goes in, puts on the headphones and listens to one of those types of recordings for a half-hour show. And then at Magic Live and Blackpool, which are two huge magic conventions, we did our own version of the seance where we had 500 people in the hall. We took 10 of them into the seance room, but then had an infrared link back to the other 490 so they could see all the methods, the secret stuff, as it were, while the people in the seance room enjoyed the effect, you know, the magical moment. So I've been playing around with the seance stuff all my life. It's something, it doesn't matter whether you're a skeptic or not. When there's the single candle lighting the room and you blow it out and you go to pitch darkness, the type of darkness that we don't normally experience, that is a moment. You can feel that in the room, that suddenly people realize how vulnerable they are and they're all holding each other's hands, which means they can't cover their face and hide and so on. So it's a wonderful, wonderful frame, I think, for exploring both psychology and magic.
When Jim did it for the first time, this is early on when I knew him and I came to see it, and I also knew the woman doing the seance, and he did it in a cave, in a cavern within a cave. So you're in the cave and then you're further in, and there is nothing darker than the inside of a cave. It was really, really spooky. Nice job, Jim.
I have to say, it's the hardest thing to black out a room. So that, I mean, a cave is great, but not in a normal room. It's so difficult because every light source. And at Blackpool, we spent, I think, something like 3 hours blacking out the room. It's a really hard room to get completely black, but we managed to do it. And I said to everyone, oh my goodness, that's the hard part of the evening, the afternoon over. Sat down on a chair. The chair collapsed from under me. As I go back, I pour my coffee all down the only shirt that I've got for the show. And the entire afternoon became a lot harder at that point. We've done that. We also... I'm trying to think of a way of phrasing this without giving too much away. We have, because you work in total darkness, we have tactile signals so that if something's going wrong, there's ways in which the person playing the role of the medium can be informed of that. I did a show 10 years ago, I think, where quite a few famous magicians turned up to see this amazing Wiseman seance, and it went catastrophically wrong, such that we couldn't do any effect at all. We could do no magic. And so I got the signal, tactile signal, that actually we just got to close this whole thing down. So basically, they came into the room, they sat in darkness for 20 minutes. I lit a candle and said, that's it. And we left again. It was the most disappointing only second to the Coke Act or the juggling in Covent Garden or the Captain Fearless magic show. So it's a theme of disaster throughout my entire life.
Yeah. You know, the thing that I think about a lot is when... in '86, when I started messing around with this stuff, Eugene was the only conduit, essentially. Then Tony Andruzzi and Tony Doc Shields had some stuff. But in terms of buying something or getting a prop, there just wasn't. And now there's a whole subset of magic.
Yes.
And prop makers who are making Ouija boards and bells that ring and stuff that you can get. And I really think they owe a great debt to Eugene, who sort of created this little window of magic.
And ironically, would never have used any of those props.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's so funny. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Well, we were talking about the seance video also on Quirkology YouTube channel. There's one of your most popular videos is the color changing card trick, which Jim, do you want to just tell Richard your reaction to having watched that?
So I watched it, and as soon as the cards changed color, when you turned them over and it was a red back, my first reaction was, well, I'm going to have to buy that. I'm going to have to buy that trick and figure that out. And then when it's all revealed, I was chuckling beyond chuckling to see what you had achieved there. But
But
Yeah,
the
that was-
initial reaction was magical to me. It's like, oh my gosh, I need that in my repertoire.
That's very funny. Well, I was happy to sell you the deck. I have it over there. It's so odd. I mean, when I look back, I think when we all think about our lives, we think it's going to be the big things that change your life. But you know what? It was reading Dale Carnegie's book. It was watching my grandfather do a coin trick. It was seeing Eugene's close-up lecture, which then turned to the Spirit Theatre thing. Color-changing card trick, the same thing. I'd got this idea for a video in my head for about 3 months. In the lab, we happened to have some downtime for an afternoon. I managed to persuade everyone to come together. At that point, YouTube wasn't that well known. It had been going for a couple of years. And we just stuck this video on it, and it got 250,000 views overnight. And that then became the start of the Quirkology channel. But it wasn't, I didn't have any of that in my mind. We just did stuff that we thought would be interesting to people. It turned out, to then really kick off an entire sort of genre, if you like, of video magic. So yeah, it was quite fun.
Not just video magic, but also perception beyond the magic. You're not really, the famous one that Jim and I probably saw the most because it turned up at a lot of corporate events, and we both spent a lot of time either backstage or on stage at corporate events, was the basketball video with the gorilla.
Yeah.
And that was a great 5-minute time killer with an audience because they would just be open mouthed at the end. But you did have that kind of larger goal in mind when you made it. It wasn't just a magic trick.
No, I mean, the idea was that I love the complexity and the lateral thinking and the brilliance involved in magic. Problem is, you can't tell people about that stuff because it ruins the magic. So my goal was to create videos that celebrated the wonder of magic in the sense of the cleverness of the methods, but wouldn't upset magicians. And in whatever it's been 20 years, we've never had one complaint from any magician because they realize it's there to celebrate magic. It's let people know how magicians think, but in a way that doesn't undermine any magician performing any trick. So basically, we had to create our own effects and ones that would work on camera. And the color changing card trick was part of that. I remember showing it for the first time at Magic Live. I think may even be the first Magic Live, and showed it to a very well-known card magician. And they said, that is the worst color changing deck I have ever seen. It goes out of shot. You could have done anything. Why are you wasting my time with this? And then we showed in the second part, and I can't repeat the words that he used because it's a whole string of foul language he's kind of so delighted, I think, that he'd missed all the changes. Yeah, a long time.
I imagine there are a number of magicians who used similar techniques during lockdown for their Zoom shows, that you really were 20 years ahead of time on that. And we're being very oblique about what the video is. We're going to stay oblique about it. There'll be a link in the show notes. And if there isn't, if I've failed somehow to do that, you can find it on your Quirkology.
I'm sure it's out there. But yeah, and the idea of making quick videos as well was ours. And then we did another set of videos when the 59 Seconds book came out that were all less than a minute, which because then the YouTube Shorts became that. So, I mean, I've always just done stuff that energizes me and gets me out of bed in the morning. If I'm interested in it, I'm assuming other people are as well. And if I'm not, I normally just leave it well alone.
Yeah. Well, it's great that with all your failure, you have turned them all into a successful career. Jumping off of seances a little bit, there's something, I'm probably getting it wrong, but I think you might have said on one of the podcasts that many of the parapsychologists became parapsychologists because something happened in their lives that they couldn't really explain. And that's why they went into it. You've done a lot of studies on ghosts and hauntings. Why were you drawn into that?
Because I find it interesting. It's that simple, but I don't believe a word of it, and that does separate me. So we should explain to folks, I did my psychology degree. I was then looking for a PhD, and at the same time, a guy called Professor Robert Morris, who's up in Edinburgh at the Curse of the Parapsychology Unit, was looking for someone to look into magic and the paranormal. And I've always had this interest in the paranormal. And so that's why I did my PhD for 4 years, and then I did lots of research into it. I've not been a believer, unlike most of the people in that field, but I do find it very interesting. I think when people say they've seen a ghost or had a dream that's come true or whatever it is, they're probably not lying to us. They are describing an experience, and I'm curious about what that experience was. And it's very interesting. When I was probably finishing my undergraduate years in psychology, I thought there's no point in looking at ghosts or telepathy because they don't exist. Why would you devote your life to that? And then I saw, again, just turned on the TV, and there was a psychologist on there called Sue Blackmore, and she said, rather than looking at whether these things exist, we can look at why people believe them. Why would they have these strange experiences? What are the impact of those beliefs on their lives? And that was a little light bulb moment. I thought that's what I want to do. So I became, well, I've always been quite skeptical, but yeah, working in that field for probably 10 years, I think.
That's fascinating.
And you've done studies that have kind of given some reasons as to why things are happening, right? Some perhaps scientific reasons as to why everyone feels something in one spot.
Yeah, we've looked a lot at suggestibility. So if you put a bent key on the table and say, hey, look, it's still continuing to bend, we know about 40% of people see that bending, even though it's not bending. We've done a lot in the seance room. We know that believers tend to report all sorts of things there that didn't actually happen. We got a call from Hampton Court Palace, which is a royal palace down in London. They said they got a ghost and could we go along and investigate it? And so we spent 10 days, the first people to go into a royal palace and do a ghost hunt. And what we did there was to lead groups of people through and say, where do you think the ghosts are? And they put an X on the map. And they all agreed with one another. They all thought the ghosts were in the same place. You go to those places, they look like spooky places. So we looked at the way in which the environment can drive these ghostly experiences. So we've done loads of this stuff. And the challenge is always to try and put science in a way that still maintains the integrity of the experience you're looking at.
Now, as a skeptic, and I'd have to really kind of think through my belief system on that. But as a skeptic, have you encountered or found anything that you thought, well, what the heck happened there? Or how could that be real?
No, not really. I mean, you go to Blackpool Magic Live, I constantly see things that I can't explain. I constantly see tricks that I don't know the solution to. You go to, quotes, genuine seances or a psychic, and normally it's terrible. And the reason for that is they're performing in a different frame. No one's going there with a skeptical frame of mind. They're going there to believe. And therefore, if there is trickery, it doesn't need to be as good, quite frankly. In fact, I was saying the other day that I tested a professional psychic who gave psychic readings. And I said to him, what's the most annoying thing about being a psychic and working as a psychic? And he said, well, people make appointments and then don't turn up. And I thought, well, if you're a psychic, surely you should know. So it's led to lots of those kind of moments and lots of weird moments. But no, I've never seen oh my goodness, what's going on here? When I go to a magic convention, half my time is spent going, I've got no idea how that happened.
I'm fascinated by the subject matter, as you are and have been since I was a child. It's still something I read a lot about. It's something I have never ever had. I've had spooky experiences, but I've never seen a ghost. I've had dreams of people that have passed over that seem more than just a coincidence or a dream. I feel like maybe there was something there, but I would give my right arm to see a ghost and not be able to explain it.
Yeah, I've been in many, many allegedly haunted places and not seen a ghost. I can tell you that. But what I think is magicians don't realize how lucky they are for two reasons. One is community. Is that you can fly anywhere and meet up with a bunch of magicians and you just talk like your friends because you have this shared interest and so on. But the second is, if you're into the paranormal or magic, life's quite interesting. And lots of people don't have that. Their lives actually are not that interesting. But we have that kind of baked in. And so when you go to parties or whatever and say you're hunting for the Loch Ness Monster or ghosts or whatever it is, you realize that you're being blessed with an interesting hobby or set of interests.
Yes.
Agreed.
I want to segue from that into a theatrical experience I had that I didn't know, but you were involved in. there's a play called Ghost Stories that my wife and I stumbled upon in the West End in London. It was in a big old theater. It was beautifully produced from the moment you walked in the door. The sound design, this is a beautiful old theater, and they'd done stuff to the walls in the auditorium itself. It was co-created by Andy Nyman, and I will tell you he did a terrific job. I won't tell him. But he was the character of Professor Goodman, who I found out later is based on Professor Wiseman. And it was a truly entertaining and scary experience in that theater. It's a lovely, wonderful show. We came back a couple of years later, and they were doing it down the street at a little black box. And I had one of my favorite box office conversations ever. I came up to the box office and said, we saw this before. We'd like to see it again. Is it different at all? And the woman behind the counter said, well, Andy has said to tell people, yes, there are some new things. And I said, are there? And she said, no, it's the same show. And it was essentially the same show. It wasn't Andy doing it. But they made a movie out of it, and they wisely changed it quite a bit in the movie because it's now a movie experience and not a play experience. But the last minute and a half, 2 minutes of that play there is so much magic going on that isn't magic, but there's so much theatrical trickery happening that is so hidden and so seamless. And I mention that only because a couple of years ago, while in London, we saw a play version of The Exorcist, which had 10 times the effects, I suppose, that Ghost Story had. Ghost Story is actually pretty minimal up until that point. And the entire time as an audience member watching, all you could think was, they're killing themselves backstage. They are just running from thing to thing to thing to thing. And you could feel the actors pacing themselves to, they're not ready. They're not ready. They're not ready. Okay, now we're going to do the thing. Now we're going to do the thing. Terrible production, but really interesting in contrast to Ghost Stories, which was so modulated. My understanding is something that happened to you in your younger life is part of that show. Can you tell me what that was?
Yeah, I don't give too much away. So Andy and Jeremy, Andy I've known many, many years. They were writing the play and asked to meet up. And I think at that point, they were kind of struggling with a way of bringing everything together and so on. And so we met up, and I spoke about some of my research into ghosts, the fact that I did this ghost talk, and I think at some point, Andy asked what was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. And I described this childhood experience, which is to do with, I wouldn't give away too much, but basically we did something as kids that was quite scary. And then they incorporated a lot of that into the play. So obviously the character, but the fact he's giving a talk on ghosts, the website that comes up is my website. I'm in that. So there is the photograph of me. There's a joke photograph that gets a laugh. I mean, that's me in it. So I appear in that every night. And then the final story is based on something that I did as a kid. So yes, it's interesting to see it. Yes.
One of the things that I missed in the movie, which was so fascinating, was the ghost lecture he gives at the beginning, where he has all those photos of people taking photos and looking at it going, there's a ghost there. And there's one, I think it's at a wedding, where it looks like a normal photo. And then he says, look in that corner there. And the entire audience gasped, because it looks as if there is someone, a very strange looking person, peering out behind one of the subjects of the photo. And
if that's the photograph you're talking about comes from my talk. So that is from the Science of Ghost talk, which is itself from the scienceofghost.com website, which I ran, where I asked people to send in ghostly photographs.
You know, I'm going to just deviate from the flight plan, because I saw in London a play called The Woman in Black, which probably is still running. And I think I am both a fairly experienced theater goer and have some onstage experience to draw from. But there was a moment in that show that elicited an audible scream from me. And it was a simple he was reaching for a door that had been locked and now was open. And as his hand got to the doorknob, it slammed shut. The whole audience screamed, but unusual for me, I think, to have that. And it was so simple. And when you talked about less is more, that's my touchstone for that. It doesn't take much, but boy, it's powerful.
But the context is really important. You have to build people up to that moment. And if you do too much, then they're in magic mode. They're in how's that done mode.
Right.
I think there's a real power to getting people to sticking in effect mode and not having them go, how's that done? So there isn't a how's that done. It's the symbolism of what it actually signifies that really matters. So yeah, it's a weird way. I think sometimes stuff that's weaker methodologically, and this runs in the face of magic thinking, but stuff that's weaker methodologically can have a more powerful impact on people because it stops them flipping over into how that's done. And at that moment, they're outside the play now. They've left their play.
So you've got, I'll put links in the show notes to all the books. I would recommend them all. But you have a new one that is essentially aimed for kids, right?
First kids book I've done, which was very, very exciting. I've always wanted to try and find a way of making magic work for kids. And of course, there are loads of great kids books on magic. I never wanted to compete with that. And then a few years ago, I started to look at the research on how magic is good for people. And we look at our own lives, and magic, certainly for me, has played this enormously positive role in terms of confidence and social skills and networking and creativity. And so I've taken my self-help stuff, I've taken my magic stuff, I put it together into a book where kids are learning magic tricks, I hope good tricks, but they're also learning all those things: confidence, social skills, creativity, critical thinking, even sort of straight, how to make life more interesting. All those sorts of things are really important. And that's what the new book is. So I'm very excited about it.
Did you test it on kids? Do you have some beta readers?
No one, absolutely no one has read it. I'm the only person that's read it. I doubt it works, quite frankly. I know it's like all my books, I've tested it on no one but myself. What I did do was choose a bunch of tricks that I would have wanted to learn when I was a kid, and I hopefully presented them in a more interesting way, in a more interesting context. So, you know, the chapters are on the skills that you might need to be a good magician. And so for confidence, for example, we take a trick, we learn a basic version of it. Once you mastered that, you move on to something a bit harder, then you look at variations and so on. And you slowly build up the confidence. Now that gives you a kind of template for learning anything. If you jump in at the deep end and fail, well, that's the end of your confidence. And so the idea here is that you're learning real skills that can affect your life through the lens of a wonderful pastime, which is magic. But it is kind of amazing. The one thing we're really encouraging kids to do is to put down screens, to move away from looking at tablets and their smartphones, realize there are other people in the world who are quite interesting, and that you can actually interact with those other people and show them something amazing. So it is about using your hands, which seems to be a skill we've kind of forgotten, but magicians know a great deal about. And it's really about connecting with other people and working hard in order to give them a wonderful experience. So it's not so much about method. It's thinking, how can you give this gift to somebody else? A wonderful, wonderful experience where they go, oh, wow. What does that take? Well, it turns out it takes a whole lot of skills which are going to be useful in many aspects of your life.
Jeff McBride and Tobias Beckwith on Magic School.
So let's just set a level here and ask about, where did each of you first begin to learn magic?
Jeff, well, I guess he didn't start before I did because I'm older than he is. But my first book was a book called The First Book of Magic, which was the first book I ever bought. I was 6 years old, first grade, and had learned to read enough. They said, you get to buy a book now. And they had these first book of the Revolution, first book of farming, first book of, and way down there was the first book of magic. And at the time I thought they were talking about my idea of real magic. I thought I was going to be able to wave my hand and make it rain, and, you know, and I got the book and I opened it up and I was so disappointed. It was just a bunch of tricks. But it took me
30 years after that to start to realize that tricks are about changing people's minds and giving you power. And at that point, I was already in the theater and met Bob Fitch, who was, you probably know Bob, was an actor on Broadway. I think he's done 27 Broadway shows, and a director and a dancer and choreographer. And he eventually introduced me to Jeff and drew me back from the world of Broadway management and production into the world of magic and magicians, who I found vastly more interesting, because actors are concerned about their role and their audition and that's it. You ask them, yeah, but how do you feel? Well, I'm auditioning for so-and-so tomorrow. No, I don't. How are you? They can't answer it. Magicians are thinking about, well, I got to tell this kind of story and this is happening in the world so I can create magic around that and people perceive. And suddenly it was a much more interesting crowd to hang out with than the Broadway actors and dancers and things I had been hanging out with for 10 years.
Jim, don't take offense. I know you're sometimes referred to as an actor.
I don't really consider myself an actor.
Okay.
Certainly not anymore for the purposes of this podcast.
Okay. Well, Jeff, where did you first start learning magic?
It was the first magic I saw in my life was all done by women. Strangely enough, there was these two twin girls, Susan and Linda Van Netten, that did card tricks, and they were younger than me, but they did 4 jacks as robbers and the hotel trick with the 4 piles of court cards, and they taught me these card tricks. And then my Aunt Joanna Rawson, who was the daughter of Clayton Rawson, the magician and mystery writer, who wrote a number of books, she performed, I think, the first magic trick I ever saw at my bedside. It was just, her taking her finger off. She promised if I stopped crying that she would teach me a magic trick. And she grew up in a magical family. Clayton Rawson wrote his magic books under the name of the Great Merlini, and that was actually my first magic book. And I didn't even know that I was like semi-related to this great mystery magician novelist.
That's kind of a weird coincidence.
I love when that happens. The coincidences are a sign that perhaps there's more that meets the eye, maybe, huh?
Well, I think that what we all have in common here is that we're all interested in magic and all interested in mystery, and that's that's the thing that connects all of us from our diverse backgrounds. And I met Tobias through my pursuit of wanting to learn more theatrical magic, and I met Tobias because he was a friend of Bob Fitch, the great veteran Broadway actor, great magician, and they were working on a show together. And I wanted to learn more about theater. And so we all got together and started working on shows. And then years later, we got involved in the Magic and Mystery School because we wanted to spend time with really wonderful, enlightened magicians like Eugene Berger and Max Maven and Charles Reynolds, and people that were involved in magic on a much deeper level than just performing tricks. And that's where Tobias and I really connected. And Tobias, you were working Broadway shows. That's where you learned a lot of your, production skills and theatrical skills. Tobias also taught theater at the University of Pittsburgh. What was that like, Tobias?
Oh, that was fun. I had to give it up because I woke up one morning and realized that I was doing the thing I hated from professors, that I was teaching something I hadn't done professionally. And so I packed up and moved to New York City and learned more working in a box office and as a general manager at the Fantastics, which was then in its 14th or 15th year, I think, running off Broadway, than I had in 6 years of college and 3 years of teaching. And that most of what I had learned didn't have much bearing on the real world and standards and things like that. So I didn't go back to school. I had gone there because I was going to go to NYU and finish my PhD. And after 2 or 3 months actually working in the theater, I had no desire to go back and finish the PhD.
And you were working on really high-level Broadway shows. I mean, the Fantastics was the longest-running show. Oh, Calcutta was one of the longest-running shows on Broadway. Yeah. And then you learned a lot about your craft from working Sweeney Todd.
Absolutely. I was a production assistant when they were still raising money before it started rehearsals even. And then eventually did that all the way through the Broadway run. And they sent me out as a company manager for the first national tour with Bill Lansbury and George Hearn. And so I learned a whole lot about the business and the art of being professional that I never understood, because I came in as an actor and director and thought, oh, I'm an artist. I don't need to know all that garbage about the finances. And it was only after actually being thrown into the fire and learning about the profession and the, how the fact that every artistic decision affects the bottom line, and every business decision affects what appears on the stage. And so it's all one big picture. And until you start seeing your business or your career that way, you're really an amateur. It's great. You love it. You would love doing the tricks, but you don't understand the bigger picture of what it's all about, how the art fits into the society, how how your biggest job is satisfying clients, not doing the best show you can for yourself. Yes, you want to do that, you get to do that, but the big job is creating the career, creating the thing that's useful in the world somehow.
One of the great stories that Tobias has of triumph over adversity is the balance of the show and the business. That's where Tobias really shines, because he's got this business savvy that he's learned from boots on the ground running successful Broadway shows. He's got the business, but he's also got the theatrical background. So he kind of knows the balance that it's both show and business. And not only does he teach courses in this, but this, and in these courses, Tobias tells this story about the early days of Sweeney Todd, this triumph over adversity. Could you tell that story about how it was like running into like severe problems? They were thinking like from the trajectory from just a couple of weeks before this thing opened. Tobias?
Absolutely. It was my dream. I was working with my heroes, Hal Prince, Stephen Sondheim, Richard Parr, and Charles Woodward, who Richard was president of the League of Producers at the time. And because I was driving Angela Lansbury back and forth to the theater, as part of my work as the PA, I got to sit in and watch the rehearsals. And it was kind of a mess. Hal had just opened Evita in London. And he spent most of the time on the phone talking to the box office in London saying, why aren't we spending more tickets? Why aren't we doing this? Instead of watching the actors rehearse on the stage, he had an assistant running the rehearsal, doing the blocking, and halfway through, he said, oh, and we need this bridge that'll go up and down. It'll only be another $50,000. Well, this was in an era when Sweeney Todd was one of the biggest productions so far. It was $1 million production, and they didn't have another 50,000. So they had to go raise that on the way. But anyway, we got to previews, and I had seen it enough. I knew what was going on, and the actors but they got in there in front of the first audience. They had these razors where he cuts people's throats with and they were mechanical. They had CO2 cartridges in them. So the first night they get to the place where he cuts the first throat, and the blood spurts all the way to the back row of the theater, and everybody in the audience gets splattered. And some people are jumping out of their seats and running out going, I don't know what's going on, but it's the worst thing I've ever seen. And the show didn't make sense yet. But after that, they went into 10-hour-a-day rehearsals in 2 hours. And within 1 week, it became the show that won, 14 Tony Awards or something. Yeah. And a brilliant, brilliant piece of theater. But Hal knew enough after doing 30 hit Broadway shows. He said, I'm not going to know what the show's about until it gets in front of an audience.
Wow.
Which is, a great lesson for magicians. We don't know what the trick's about until the audience tells us either.
It's true. It's like, getting out in front of an audience is going to tell you more than, they say one live performance is worth 10 rehearsals in the studio. And, one of the things that we do at the Magic and Mystery School is we, encourage precision. And of course, we want students to rehearse and have good scripts and good technique. But we also, many magicians get into analysis paralysis. They want everything to be perfect. And as we learned from our master teacher, Eugene Berger, one of his favorite quotes was by Leonard Cohen from the song Anthem. And ring the bells that still can ring. Forget your perfect offering. There's a crack in everything, and that's what lets the light in. So sometimes we have to dare to fail forward fast. We have to dare to go out there and do something, and we learn from it. And we encourage the students to video and to send us video so we can go over the video and help them refine and make things better. But to get out there, boots on the ground, and do it and perform. Lance Burton says, it takes 1,000 shows to become a competent magician. 1,000 shows. And these days, I think people are so swept up in social media magic and kind of disposable bubblegum magic that they forget to go deep on things. And back when I was working on my show, we did 4 or 5 tricks thousands of times in front of audiences. Now in the social media era on Facebook and TikTok and Instagram, a magician will do a trick once, video it, and that's it. And then it's on to the next thing. And that's really contrary to, the way I was taught martial arts was the philosophy of Bruce Lee that says, I fear not the man that knows 1,000 kicks. I fear the man that has practiced one kick 1,000 times.
Before you guys put together the Magic and Mystery School, were you taking on students or proteges and teaching them magic?
I've always taught magic. Even when I was in high school, I had students that wanted to study with me. So I've been teaching magic since the 70s, the mid 70s. And it's only, when you talk with other teachers, like one of our teachers at our school is Dr. Ricardo Rosenkrantz, who teaches magic and medicine program up at Northwestern University in Chicago. And he's a member of our senior faculty. And when, the doctors have a saying, see one, do one, teach one. When they're learning procedures, you have to watch it first, and then you do it, and then you teach it. You learn, I learned so much by teaching. I learned from my students. So in the act, I teach magic all day long. I am on Zoom from 9 o'clock in the morning till I have another appointment in 20 minutes. I have another class today. And I'm on like 6 hours at least a day doing, half an hour or hour lessons with magicians all over the world, watching their videos, giving them feedback, helping them get better, working on some of their strategies, working on some of their marketing and websites. So the more you do it, the better you get at it. But I learn so much every day from my students.
Absolutely.
Look, can we talk a little bit about the mystery school now? Because in my experience, it is a very something can't be very unique, but a unique offering in the world of the magic community. It's not a convention. It's not a lecture. It's not. There's so many components. What was the genesis of it, or what was your thinking behind putting together a mystery school?
Well, it started, over 30 years ago. I wanted to spend time with Eugene Berger and really illuminated masters. And it was a way of me spending a week with these people, having them be our special guest, and them teaching not only their performance techniques, but the psychology and the philosophy and some of the underlying theory behind what they do. And we used to do it once a year, and that wasn't enough. So Tobias and I and Eugene Berger got together, and after 9 years of doing it once a year, we said, okay, let's create kind of an oasis of magic where magicians, no matter what their level, whether they're beginners in magic or they're intermediates or whether they're advanced pros, we can come out, and since we have a number of teachers, we can break the students into different groups of beginners, intermediate, and advanced, and rotate the groups. And we only work with small groups of up to 15. So Tobias will take 5 students. I'll take 5 students. One of the other master teachers will take 5 students, and we rotate the groups, giving them exactly what they need, both on the show and business level. And what a master class is, everybody calls everything a master class, but master class is a term that comes from music conservatories, where a student will perform a piece and then the master teacher will help them make it better. So the essence of the teaching at a master class is you bring something you're working on, whether it is a single routine or a whole act, and we help you get better scripting, better blocking, better techniques, better music, better costumes, better business strategies to help level you up so you can add an extra 0 to the end of your check for the show, or just become a better magician.
And certainly I saw all of that at the mystery school that I attended. I enjoyed every second of it, but there was, in my memory of it, there was more to it than that. There was more than just sort of a hands-on, let me help you get this to a place where, and the other students watching, there were some mind-bending things there. There was some real stretching of us, not as performers necessarily, but as human beings. And there were field trips that we took to kind of open us up to other ways of thinking and doing things. It was just a really surprisingly effective way to shake us out of what we're normally doing or thinking about.
Yeah, well, magic at its very best, blows your mind. So magicians who think they have it all under control need to have a mind-blowing experience. One of my favorite sayings is that you can't give somebody a gift that you don't have. So if a magician doesn't have a mind-blowing magical experience that's transformational, how can they give that to someone else?
Yeah.
And that's what we provide.
And was that always part of your thinking? Because now I remember the stories from friends of mine who attended mystery school early, that there really was a lot of sort of getting people to really open up and think differently and experience things that would blow their mind.
And, and our program has changed over the years, and now is a program, and we have different programs. We have 1-day classes, we have 3-day classes, we have 7-day classes. Remember, we used to do it once a year, and now we do it, continually on a regular basis. And many of our classes are on Zoom. Today, we have a class starting on Zoom, a 3-day conference on inclusion and diversity. And we have mentalism classes. We have street magic classes, illusion. Tobias and I teach a thing called the Pro class, which is about show and business. And this is for people that are wanting to level up their professional business skills and also make their show better. And this is an online class that Tobias hosts, and I come in and I help people, with the show part, and he helps people with the theater and the business part of it. And it's a small group. We like to work in small groups. Back in the early days, when we only did it once a year, we had much larger groups. And now we've, over the years, dialed it in where we like to do smaller groups, like 5 or 15 people, so we can really give people extraordinary amounts of individual attention and personal one-on-one time.
Let's talk a little bit about Eugene Berger, because you've mentioned him, and you mentioned that one of the impetuses for Mystery School was for you to be able to spend some time with Eugene and learn from him, as so many of us did. Tell me his role and how you saw that, and how it all kind of fit together.
Well, he's the Yoda, he's the Obi-Wan Kenobi, he's the Gandalf, he's the Dumbledore. He is the ritual elder of the school. He is the wise man, and he empowered all of us to, to think deeper about our magic, and now that, Eugene's gone, Tobias kind of holds that role as our elder in the mystery school community, because Tobias was right there at the very beginning, and now is kind of taken that position on as the Yoda, as the Obi-Wan.
As has Larry. Larry is our he's picked up the philosophy, and I picked up the theatrical end of that.
Larry
Haas, who is
right,
school, and runs his Theory and Art of Magic Press, and is a wonderful performer as well and director. But he was a philosophy professor beforehand, so he's got that end of things really nailed down. But I think a big part of the school and what you're talking about is just that if you come to the Magic and Mystery School, you understand that you're in a community of people who think magic's important. It's not trivial. It's not just a bunch of tricks. It's an important way of dealing with life, as is theater, as our films are. It's an important art form, and probably more important than most people give it credit for. So it's, and I think that's one of the reasons we have people who come back again and again. We do this mentalism class every year, and it's usually sold out for next year before they go home from this year, because it's that deeper community of, 15 or 18 people who go, wow, 15 or 18 people in the world who are as excited and passionate about this art form as I am. And so I feel like that's a big part of what we offer. That's a little different than people who are, here's another way to do a double lift.
Yeah, they found their tribe.
Yeah.
No, not only that, but we get together with our students every Monday night for an hour online. Anyone that's a member of our online school, we get together for the past 11 years. We were streaming nearly 12 years ago, every Monday night.
Yeah.
For an hour. We have nearly 600 hours of and more of different episodes on every conceivable subject, and interviewed everyone in magic. And it's that consistency of feeding the tribe, of feeding the community, and creating a real oasis for them to come each and every week to reconnect. That it's not just an experience that you go do, a show that you go see, or a class that you take, or a lecture that you see, that there's continuity for a lifetime. I mean, people that have been coming to our school and coming to our classes have been coming for 30 years.
Yeah.
Wow. So in that 30 years, how has magic changed, and how have magicians changed in that time?
Well, I mentioned it briefly before. I mean, I think we're living in the age of where magic is getting cannibalized and eaten up and spit out by these social media machines faster than it can be perfected. And I think people are much more fixated on creating content than art.
And I would say, from my experience at Mystery School, that you have turned that on its head, that you are interested in creating art, or getting a magician or somebody at your school at least to think about it in those terms.
Yeah, we want the people to go deeper. I mean, there's nothing wrong with social media. It's just when when it's leading the economics of the magic community, that you have to read ads to buy social media magic, so you have a trick that week, so you can get clicks and likes of people that not even buying your product, just so you could have the more illusionary numbers at the end of your TikTok or something, that you have followers that, but it's not making a connection with anybody.
Yeah.
It's clicks and likes aren't soul-filling, meaningful experiences.
We talked about this a lot when we built Jeff's Zoom shows, because a lot of people were just doing their show like they're in front of a camera. I said, well, Zoom is kind of an opportunity to use a camera and reach a bigger audience, but it's interactive. They can feed back. And so Jeff built a show that was about telling stories, about involving the audience. Every piece had some kind of feedback from the audience. Do this, pick a card, do this, and exploring the medium, because it's an interactive medium. Yeah. For me, magic, yes, I love a movie that has magic in it. Yes, I love to see a magician, but it's not that experience that you get when you're live. Not that experience that, oh, it could go wrong. This is really happening. No, it could be CGI. It could be this or that. And so I think that's a big part of what makes it important for us, and that you don't get on YouTube or, TikTok or whatever.
Right. So what are you both excited about in magic these days?
I'm excited about the number of people who are excited about moving magic outside of entertainment alone. People like Joshua Jay's book on Thinking Like a Magician, or David Kwong's book, Spellbound. How are what we know, what we have learned, applicable to, well, for me, the world of startups. I'm interested in helping startups use magic to change people's minds, specifically in the climate change industries, the energy and things like that, because they need to change the public's minds in order to get us to behave differently if the planet's going to survive. Well, magic's good for changing people's minds. Sort of the premise of tricks are, oh, you think the world's this way? Well, think again. And it's more effective than just saying you need to change. So I'm excited about those outside applications. That's just for me personally. Jeff is much more immersed in the heart of performing and the art of magic than I am. So he'll have a different answer, I'm sure.
I like, we hear the term immersive so much, but that's actually what the very first mystery schools over 30 years ago were. They were immersive experiences where you were in the center of the experience instead of watching the experience out there. It wasn't a magic show or a lecture happening on a stage over there. I spent a lot of time at festivals, and I met my wife Abigail at a festival, and I go to Burning Man Festival and other conferences and festivals. And I'm working in January. We go live with one of our courses called Immersive Magic Theater, which is going to be interviewing and having teachers and innovators and trendsetters and influencers that are creating virtual reality experiences, immersive theater, participatory theater, environmental theater. There's so much of this going on in Vegas right now that the shows, the performance experience has to be immersive and totally sensual to stimulate all the senses. So magic is not just something you watch, it's something that you're inside of.
Well, now I'm excited about that. That just sounds great.
We've always mystery school has always pushed the edge. You think mystery school and you think something ancient and archaic or maybe Victorian or something, but we've always been ahead of the curve technologically.
Fantastic. Jim, do you have any final questions?
Yeah, just because this book that we are letting the listeners hear is called The Bullet Catch, and it's about that trick is sort of at the center of this story that John has written. Do either of you have any thoughts on the trick, the bullet catch, or any hands-on experience with it?
Well, I think it's a metaphor for alchemy, because the person that could catch the lead got the gold. So it's transforming a little tiny piece of lead into box office gold.
Brent Morris on the science of shuffling.
I will say before we dive into our questions that there's two things that my co-host Jim has said consistently over the last 5 seasons. One is he has mentioned that when magic is good, it's almost a spiritual experience. And the other thing he has said repeatedly is, I was told there would be no math.
Yes,
so
that's true.
We need to keep
this simple.
Yes, we need to keep it simple. And I don't mean simple in the pejorative sense, but I just
simple
look at
in
him.
the Jim sense.
Yeah, just look at him. He's wearing a baseball cap in his kitchen.
Exactly.
So anyway, in a past interview, you mentioned watching the Howdy Doody show, and that as a child, that sparked your interest in magic. Do you remember what it was about that show or that magician or the particular trick that captivated you?
Well, it was Buffalo Bob, and Buffalo Bob was the MC of the Howdy Doody show. And I can remember as a kid from the house that I lived in, I must have been 5 or 6 years old. And the Howdy Doody show was the only kids show that was nationally broadcast. And I think at one point there was like a multiple year waiting list to get on the show. So parents would give birth to a child, and then, within a week, request to have them on the show for their 5th birthday or something.
It's like signing them up for first grade when they're born.
Yes, very, very much like that. So I watched the Howdy Doody show, and if I remember right, Buffalo Bob was with Zippy the monkey, and he brought out a chafing dish, which I now recognize as a dove pan, and he put some stuff in it, and then he put the lid on it, and then he took the lid off, and it was filled with popcorn. It was mounded with popcorn. It amazed me. So for every birthday and Christmas thereafter, I wanted a magic trick. When I went to the library, I would check out every book on magic, and I would read them. I'd learn how to do tricks. And of course, as a young magician, as soon as I learned how to do the secret, I would go show it to someone, which doesn't work very well. You really should practice it a lot. And then when I was about 8 years old, I decided I'd put on a magic show in the garage and make some money. And so we made signs that we put up on the telephone poles in the neighborhood, and we had folding chairs in the garage, and I had several of my friends and my sister were going to help me put on the show. We sold Kool-Aid and miniature donuts for refreshments. We made more money on the refreshments than we did on the attendance. And I said, wow, this is great. So I did 2 or 3 magic shows in the garage. And then when I was 12 years old, a friend of ours in the neighborhood was having a birthday. She was a younger girl, my sister's age. So I would have been 12, she would have been 9, something like that, 9 or 10. And I did a magic show for her birthday party, and I made $5, I think. Wow, I was overwhelmed. I'm rolling in cash. And then I let it be known around the neighborhood that I was available for birthday parties, and I made a little more money. And I had some business cards printed. Actually, what my dad did is he had a print job at his business, and it was going to be on cardstock, and he had a 2.5 by 3 inch blank piece that he wasn't going to use. When they trimmed the paper, that would be left over, so he laid it out for a business card for me. So I went down to a neighborhood toy shop, and I went up to the owner, and I said, could I leave you a stack of these cards if anyone is ever looking for a magician? And by word of mouth and by a little chutzpah, I started making money as a magician, and this was cool. As part of this, my dad went to the Salvation Army, and they had dozens of tail suits that people had given because they had stopped wearing tail suits or tailcoats and were wearing tuxedos. And so he worked out a deal with them that I would do a magic show one evening and entertain the men that they helped, and I would get a set of tails and a folding silk top hat from their inventory. And so now I had a costume to wear and a top hat, and here I am.
Your dad sounds fantastic.
Oh, I could not have done it without him.
Yeah, as a father myself, I appreciate all of those little steps your dad took. That's great.
Yeah, he was my great supporter. He would drive me to magic shows when I was performing. If it was the evening, some distance away. Yeah, it worked out great. And so somewhere around junior year in high school, maybe senior year, so I'm 17 years old, I decided I wanted to learn more about card magic because all the guys at the club are doing card tricks. And so I got a copy of The Royal Road to Card Magic, it was a classic beginner's book, and I worked my way through it. And I learned a dozen or 20 tricks that were pretty good. And then when I showed that I was learning how to do the sleight of hand, when I'd go to a magic club meeting, the older magicians were more than happy to share with me. Not, there's this sort of unwritten rule that you don't casually share the way tricks work, especially with someone that might have only a casual interest. So the fact that I learned about it, they taught me more. And it was about at this time that a British computer scientist named Alex Elmsley did his research on the Pharaoh Shuffle. Now he's famous for the Elmsley count, but Elmsley also did this work with the Pharaoh Shuffle in the mathematics of it. And one of the things that he did is he showed that if you converted a number, a location in the deck into a binary number, that then gives you a sequence of Pharaoh shuffles to do. Now I'm going to get a little bit technical and geeky here, but I don't think it's too geeky.
Well, first, let me just say, for the non-magicians, what is a Pharaoh shuffle?
A Pharaoh shuffle is a perfect shuffle. You cut the deck, assuming it's a deck of 52, you cut it into 2 packets of 26, you butt the ends together, and then they interlace perfectly. And there are 2 ways you can do it. You can do it and leave the top card on top, or you can shuffle it and the top card is shuffled in to the second position. So that gives you an out shuffle with the top card out, and an in shuffle with the top card in, and that's I think fairly intuitive. Even if you can't do the perfect shuffle yourself, you can imagine the cards going together every other one, and then you can imagine doing it in such a way so the top card remains on top, or the top card goes in one. Well, Elmsley realized that there's a fairly simple formula describing where the cards go, and if you do the out shuffle, in fact, first I've got to back up and tell you one change we're going to make. Non-mathematicians would call the top card 1, the second card 2, the third card 3. We're going to use, if you've ever been in a European elevator, the ground floor is 0. It's not 1. In America, we number the floors from 1. Both work perfectly fine, as long as you know which one you're doing. Now, if you use the European numbering system so that the top card is 0, and then the next card down is 1, and the next card down is 2, then a Pharaoh shuffle takes the card in position P. So P stands for the position. So it could be position 3 or 4, whatever P equals. If you double it, that's where the card winds up. And if you think about it a little bit, it's not too hard to imagine. The card on top of the deck doing an out shuffle stays on top of the deck. So 0 stays at 0, 2 times 0 is 0. The card in position 1 now has a card between 1 and 0. So the card in position 1 has been pushed down to position 2. Well, 2 times 1 is 2. And then similarly throughout the deck, the card in position P goes to position 2 times P.
So let me just make sure I'm getting this.
One of us should, because I'm done. I'm out of the contest.
No, I think you're going to get it, Jim. So if you know what the value is of card number 13, when you've done the shuffle, that card is now in the 26th position?
That's right.
Okay, I got it then.
That's just simple math.
It's called modular arithmetic if the value is bigger than 26. What happens to the card in position 34? Well, that goes to 68, but there are not 68 positions in the deck. I won't try to explain that without having a chalkboard in front of me or something to show diagrams.
But I'm guessing that you need to do some sort of subtraction at that point. There's a value that you consistently subtract. It's like doing a magic square, sort of.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys need me for this, or should I could just turn off I could mute my mic, because I don't think I'm going to be of much value.
Jim, you have a stack of laundry there. Why don't you sort your socks, and Brent and I will keep talking.
This is fascinating. But no, I got to just back up for a second, because for those of us who are not Pharaoh shufflers, but rather are shufflers, a Pharaoh shuffle is much different than the sort of, if you're playing cards with your family shuffle.
You've probably seen people do something similar to a Pharaoh shuffle, and that is that they take the two halves of the cards, they butt them together, put a little pressure on it. And then the cards go together every other one, and that's what a Pharaoh shuffle is. But it's very controlled. And Elmsley showed that if I wanted to take the top card in the deck and I wanted to move it to some other position in the deck, position 7, I would convert 7 into a binary number, which would be 111, and then for each 1, I would do an in shuffle, and for each 0, I'd do an out shuffle. Now, this is just as computer science is starting to become hot stuff. This is 1967, 68, and being able to do binary arithmetic in my head, and converting to binary numbers is not a big deal now. But it was pretty hot stuff back in 67.
Yeah.
And then I could do a magic trick. And in fact, I showed up at the Magic Club, and I did this. I had someone choose a card. I used straightforward sleight of hand and got it to the top of the deck. That's the beginning of dozens and dozens of magic tricks. And then I would ask one of the members of the Magic Club, tell me where you'd like your card to wind up. And so they would say, well, I want it in position, whatever it is. I would do the conversion in my head. I would then do the 3 or 4 Pharaoh shuffles, and there would be their card. These were guys older than me that really had no idea what binary numbers were. And so binary numbers are just becoming important to computers. All of a sudden, Brent is not the young kid who's just joined the club and is just, working his way through Royal Road to Card Magic. He's doing this amazing stuff with Faro shuffles. So it gave me a sort of a position of prestige in the club.
Now, let me ask quickly here. When you say that you're doing a Faro shuffle, for each one of those, are you actually doing it butting the two halves together, or have you developed a way that you can do it what looks like a normal shuffle, but you're really just interlacing?
There's some people who can do what's called a table Faro. And that's where the two halves are face down on the table. Then you put the edges together, and it looks like you're riffling with your thumb, or you are riffling with your thumb, and you can get them to go every other one. And I can't do that.
So you are just doing the traditional butting the two heads together.
That's
and
right.
You're doing it 3 or 4 or 5, whatever number of times it is that you need to get the card to the position you've asked it that you want it to be at.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Now, I don't want to get too into the weeds here, but we probably already are. Jim's gone.
All I'm thinking about right now is I wish I had a Dove pan full of popcorn because I've got nothing else to add to this.
I'm guessing that in order for this to be really effective, you need a set of cards that are at a particularly mature or not mature state. You don't want the cards that Grandma's been using to play gin rummy with for 40 years, but is the cards coming right out of the shrink wrap? Is that the best kind of card, or does it need to be worked a little bit?
Worked a little bit, I think, is better. But I would rather have straight out of the pack than an old deck.
Okay. Let's take a little leap here that we'll just see if we can get Jim's head to explode, which is
It's
really...
starting. It's too late.
Yeah.
There's brain matter all over my kitchen.
All right. So you are, last I heard, you're the only person in the world with a PhD in card shuffling. Is that still true, or did someone creep up on you there and try to get that?
There's several others now that
There are now.
have.
But at the time, you were the first one to do that. How did that come about, and what does that mean that you have a PhD in card shuffling?
And who the hell offers a PhD in card shuffling? What kind of colleges are there?
Well, I went to Duke University, so
there's some prestige.
I've heard of that.
It's not a clown college, for sure.
Here's what I did: is I stretched the truth a little bit for showmanship. The question that I looked at, and a mathematical dissertation is always looking at some problem, and solving the problem is going to make an advance in our mathematical knowledge. And so the basic question is, if you have a deck of cards and you allow two operations, a shuffle and a cut, how well does that mix up the cards? Now that's a very practical question for a casino. Is this the way you would want your dealers to randomize the cards? Now, Percy Diaconis, who's a statistician at Stanford, he's a breathtaking magician, and he's also a breathtaking mathematician. He's just an amazing guy. Percy answered some similar questions, but the first question he asked is, what does it mean to be mixed up? If I've got a deck of cards and I take one card off the top and I put it on the bottom, well, the cards are now shuffled from what they originally were. They're different, but they ain't very different if you're just going to take a card off the top and put it on the bottom. So, science writer at the New York Times, Gina Colada, and this is, I think, back in the 70s, was interviewing Percy and said, so Percy, you figured out how many shuffles it takes to mix up the deck. What's the number? He said, it's 6.76. And Gina looked at him and said, no, Percy, it's either 6 or it's 7. We're not, 6.76 isn't going to cut it with my readers. And so Percy said, it's 7. And so if you're got a deck of 52, you're doing, ordinary type of shuffling, 7 shuffles gets you sort of maximum randomization. The question I looked at is, I didn't go into that level of detail, but I showed that the Faro shuffle and a cut, and an arbitrary cut, where you cut any amount of cards off the top and you put it to the bottom, that can generate every possible permutation of the deck, which means in some sense, you can't do better than generating everything.
So are you saying that just those two moves are enough to sufficiently randomize the deck?
Yes. you can achieve any permutation.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Even I can follow that.
That was the question I looked at in my dissertation. And then I looked at an additional question. What if we took the deck of cards and we cut it into 3 packs? And I gave a third to Jim, a third to John, and Brent has a third. And we're sitting around a table. And I go first. I put down my first card face down on the table, and then John puts a card on top of it, and Jim puts a card on top of it. Then we do it again. And so what we're doing is a triple riffle shuffle. The deck is divided into 2 parts, but since we only have 2 hands, we can't do an effective triple shuffle. But if we share the work, if each of us takes a packet of cards, then we could get a triple shuffle. Well, what if we had the generalized shuffle? Now call this a generalized faro shuffle, where you're not cutting into two packs. You're cutting it into 3 or 4 or 5, or however many you want. How well does that mix up the deck? Does it make any difference? And so that those were the questions I looked at. How well does the faro shuffle and a cut of an arbitrary number of cards mix up the deck? And then let's generalize the faro shuffle and define it with multiple packets of cards.
Mm-hmm.
And as is so often the case, I built my dissertation on previous work. A mathematician named Solomon Galam, who was a Hopkins graduate, but his faculty position was at USC in LA. He answered the first question with the regular faro shuffle.
Mhm.
And then I generalized it and looked at a generalized faro shuffle.
So with this PhD in card shuffling, you then make the leap to designing a computer memory system. How does that leap happen?
Well, here's the way the leap happens. I graduate from Duke, get my PhD, spent a year teaching at Duke while I looked for a job, and I took a job with the National Security Agency. And it turns out NSA is the largest employer of mathematicians in the United States. Bigger than Google, bigger than Microsoft, you name it, NSA has more mathematicians. And I didn't know that. First day of my job, I walk into the Office of Mathematical Research. My boss comes up to me and says, "Welcome on board. Here's your desk over here. We all usually go to lunch sometime between 11 and 1, and the usual stuff." And he says, "And by the way, here's a paper that's just been published in the IEEE Transactions on Computers." IEEE is the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, and that's a major professional group. And they published several journals, and there was this article entitled "Parallel Processing with the Perfect Shuffle." He said, "You know something about the perfect shuffle?" And I'm thinking to myself, no shit, I got a PhD. The arrogance of youth.
Now you're talking my language.
Well, I didn't say that to my new boss, but I said, yes, I'm familiar with the perfect shuffle. So he said, well, read this article and see what you think about it. Well, it turns out in a binary computer, in a digital computer, there are basically 2 things you can do with numbers. You can multiply by 2 and you can add 1. And that's it. You can't do anything else. With decimal numbers, you can essentially multiply by any number from up to 10. Think of it as multiplying by 1 through 10 or 0 through 9. And you can add, again, it's basically one number to it. And you can just, if I wanted to add 7 to it, I just 7 times that add 1 to it. So what a parallel processor is imagine that you've got a half a dozen laptop computers, and you've got them sitting on your dining room table or the kitchen counter. And now you're going to connect them together so that at various times I can take the data that's in computer 3 and I can move it to computer 7. And I take the data in computer 7, I move it to computer 2, and then each computer was now going to start working on its piece of data. And then after a while, you're going to shift. And so if you're clever, you can take a big problem, chop it up into little bitty pieces, and you can then have several very small computers work on a little bitty piece. And then they occasionally will exchange the data. So that the data Jim was working on, he finishes with it, and I finish with my data, and we're going to swap. Or Jim gives me his data, and I give mine to John, and John gives his to his wife, and there's an exchange that occurs. Then we go back and work again. And what this lets us do is solve problems faster. Now, there's some problems that can't be chopped up into little pieces. To use very geeky terminology. It's not parallelizable. And if that's not geeky terminology, at least it's hard to pronounce. So there's some problems that are not parallelizable, but other problems can very easily and naturally be chopped up into little bitty pieces. And then you have, instead of these huge hulking computers, when I got started in the business, they really were huge and hulking. You know, they're 6 feet tall and massive. Now we're talking about telephone. Now it has more compute power than the computers that they sent guys to the moon with. So the idea is you're going to take this really hard big problem and you break it into little bitty pieces, and you then can solve it quickly with small cheap computers. Well, that's what we have now with chips. We build a chip. Whoever's got the best technology builds the chip, and then you chop your problem into little bitty pieces, and there you go. So I read the article and I said, oh, in fact, one of the tricks was the card trick that I knew. It was the Elmsley trick, where you can move the top card to any location in the deck by shuffling. And this guy was moving data around a computer memory by shuffling the memory. Normally, a computer memory is on a disk. We don't use physical disks anymore. But when you had physical disks, the data was all in. It was like on a merry-go-round. And if I wanted to get someone off the merry-go-round, I would then rotate the merry-go-round until I got to the, drop-off place, wherever it is that people were going to get off. Maybe you had a stool there, so it'd be easier to step off of the merry-go-round. That's what a disk memory was. It was just a merry-go-round spinning around with data stored, in these locations. What if we didn't spin in circles? What if we could do the equivalent of shuffling people? And so we had like slide chutes that went from one location on the merry-go-round to another location. So when it was time to rearrange, you didn't go around in a circle. You got on your chute and you slid down to the next location. And then everyone got on their chute at the same time and everyone slid at the same time. That's what's doing a perfect shuffle is basically that, a very precise way of moving around in the memory.
How you doing there, Jim?
Huh? I stopped I gave up a long time ago.
I think most of our listeners did not. I think you got more of it than you
I
realized.
probably did, but it's fascinating that there's things then there's things you don't know, and then there's things that you don't know that you don't know. I'm so far out of where of things I know that my mind is just constantly in turmoil up there. It's really something. This is the level of math and the level of thinking about math is so far beyond where I am as a human being that I can't help but find this absolutely incredible.
But Jim, you can picture a deck of cards.
Yes,
26 and 26. Each one of it has a value, and you're just moving it up and down and around. And
yeah, but then you get on a slide and you slide it down so you can get off the merry-go-round. My thought about how good people off the merry-go-round is just make it go very quickly. People will just fly off the merry-go-round. So this is really fascinating, but I am really having to run hard to keep up because it's so far. I just don't have that mind. I don't have a math mind.
All right, Brent, you've lived with math since ever, and you've explored all corners of it. Is that true? Are there people who just don't have a math mind, or is it just they haven't had a good teacher?
First, let me get to a very specific. Let's do a parallel. Someone says, "I don't like novels because I can't read," and you can say, "No, everybody can read, and you just put your mind to it, and you can enjoy a novel." Well, in fact, there is dyslexia. There's a mental processing problem that some people have, where symbols get scrambled in the process of going from their eyes to the brain. There's also a problem called dyscalculia, and these are people that have trouble doing calculations. So let's put the dyscalculia people aside. Let's put the dyslexia people aside. And let's now go with what's mostly the broad world out there. And I think the problem is somewhere along the line, they had a math teacher that they didn't like, that embarrassed them in class, that they were trying to solve a problem that everyone else said, oh, I see how to do it. They're working on the problem. And then, their classmates are working on the problem and they're stuck with it. And they're embarrassed to say that they're stuck with it. And then they get a bad grade and they're embarrassed because they're in the bad grade. And they're put it next year, they're put in the slow learners class. And they say, the sooner I get out of math, the better. Now, when I got out of grad school, or when I was in grad school at Duke, and so this is 71 to 74, one of the questions was, why are there not more women majoring in mathematics? Mathematics was one of the majors. In fact, there were women's majors and there were men's majors. And men majored in science and technology, women majored in literature and in the arts. And I remember that the initial thought was something's going wrong in the freshman year. What can we do to change the freshman experience to get more women involved in majors? And as they did the research, they discovered that hypothesis was wrong, that the problem can be traced back to the 7th or 8th grade. So that's when you made this very important bifurcation. You took one of two paths, and you either you were going to take algebra, or if you didn't take algebra, you were going to take business math, and you were going to learn how to do spreadsheets and that type of math. And when you get to your freshman in college, you really can't do the math you need in college is calculus. When I was in school, calculus was the fundamental skill you needed for physics, for engineering, for chemistry. To move forward in math, you had to have calculus. To have calculus, you had to have analytic geometry. To have analytic geometry, you had to have advanced algebra. To have advanced algebra, you had to have, and then you work your way back, and all of a sudden you realize that everything you want to do as a freshman depends on the decision you made in the 6th grade or the 5th grade. When am I going to go into pre-algebra or am I going to go into business math? And that, I thought that was an interesting discovery that here everyone is thinking, we've got to do something to change the freshman curriculum. And the answer is no. You've got to change the 5th grade curriculum if you want more women majoring in STEM. STEM, of course, is a modern acronym or whatever that's called. And think about how many special programs for girls in STEM topics that you see today. And I think this is just wonderful. This is a group that has been excluded from participating in math because it's not a girls' activity. And now they're saying, no, STEM is important. We want to show girls in elementary school how exciting STEM can be. In fact, there was just within the last year, 2 young women came up with a new proof for one of Pythagoras's problems. This problem had been sitting around for 2,400 years, give or take, and no one had looked at it quite the right way. Well, these 2 young women looked at it the right way, and they said, wait a minute, if you do it like this, you can solve the problem. And there is this, face-smacking OMG moment when the math community says, they're right, they did it.
So I put it to you, Jim, that if you'd had Brent as a math teacher in 5th or 6th grade, you would have long ago solved Fermat's theorem, and you would be making your living as a mathematician.
Sure, that's true. The aha moment for me is, yes, it probably started that early. That it was probably in the 4th or 5th grade that it became difficult for me. And once it became difficult, then it became impossible shortly thereafter. Once it became, I can't understand this, then that became a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't like this because I can't explain it. However, if you want me to read something and tell you, give you my analysis of what I just read, that I can do and love to do, and I'm happy to do. Or if you want me to stand up in front of the class and do something, that I can do. And there are people in my class who can't do that. And so that is the the branching. It's happens much earlier than that's what's fascinating to me is that just lit that up for me. It's like, yes, it was somewhere third, fourth, fifth grade that I made choices that led me to where I'm sitting rather than where Brent is sitting. But I wonder how much of that is in the teacher's hands and how much of it belongs to the way my mind works. So is there a correlation between what I enjoy and how my mind works and what I'm not good at and how my mind works?
You're asking what's almost a philosophical question. Did you get, here's the interesting thing with me and my sister. I saw Buffalo Bob, blew my mind away. I started studying magic. I get the positive feedback, getting a nickel a head for people sitting in the audience to watch the show. My sister, we grew up in Texas. She fell in love with horses. She has raised horses. She's bred horses. She could not imagine going through life without having a barn behind her house with a horse in it. For some reason, horses never caught on with me, not the way magic did. And it's hard to pinpoint what's going to have that positive feedback to the young mind. Now, I do think there is a difference, not the dyslexia, non-dyslexia difference, or the dyscalculia, non-dyscalculia, but there's a difference in the way people learn, in what is easy for them, what they're good at. But there's not a massive difference. Everyone ought to be able to balance a checkbook. Everyone ought to be able to read a menu and or read directions. If you don't have a problem like dyslexia or something, there's some minimum levels that everyone can do. And then there's some people that can do better with arithmetic, mental arithmetic, than others. But I don't think there's a massive difference, such a difference that people say, I can't do math. Well, it probably means that you had early in your career a bad experience with a teacher, and you said, I'm not getting any positive feedback from this course. I'm going to focus on courses where I do get positive feedback.
I'll buy that. I really buy that and it's fascinating to me to think about it that way, that it has more to do with where the positive feedback came rather than I'm incapable of doing that, which has been my supposition for these many years. I'm incapable of doing that. That's not something that I do or can do. This is what I can do, and it has a lot to do with where I got positive feedback.
Now, the one thing I worry about saying that is that there is someone, there's an education professional, a doctor of education, who has studied the data and said, Morris, you may do good card tricks, but you don't know anything about learning. You don't know anything about the way the human brain is wired. I'm just saying what makes common sense to me, that we all are attracted to things that give us positive feedback. Everyone likes positive feedback, and so for whatever reason, that's what we stick with.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I don't think you need a huge study to prove that. I think you're right. It is common sense.
I just proved it. My dogs had to go out. They had to come back in, and they want their treat. They got their positive feedback from that.
There you go. Positive feedback.
Somebody had once in a while given me a treat while I was in algebra class. Who knows where I'd be today?
Cunningham, here's a cookie. Yeah, that's all you really needed. Okay. We've taken a lot of your time. Let's steer back to magic just to wrap this up. What role does magic play in your life now, and what excites you about magic?
I almost never leave the house without a deck of cards in my breast pocket. It's not 100%, and I always say, darn, I should have had a deck of cards. But it's 90% of the time I have a deck of cards in my pocket, because someone will say, oh, you may not know it, but Brent's a magician, or Brent was the first person to get his PhD in card shuffling. Well, it really wasn't in card shuffling. It was in the mathematics of random, I was looking at permutation groups. But since I was looking at permutation groups associated with shuffling playing cards, I call it a PhD in card shuffling. And they say, card shuffling, what do you mean? I said, well, let me show you. And I reach in my pocket and I pull out a deck of cards, and there's almost a gasp. I mean, a deck of cards is not a particularly unusual item. It's just you don't expect it, a gentleman to carry it in his breast pocket. And then I can do a magic trick, blam, right on the spot. I've got 2 or 3 that I can do quickly, and it's always fun to entertain. And you meet a new friend, you go out for dinner, you do a quick trick or two. It's an icebreaker for me. I get positive feedback from the table. People remember me as you're the guy that does the card tricks. So today I nearly always carry a deck of cards with me. I'm prepared to do 2 or 3 tricks. I always much rather stop one trick short of the audience's capacity, so that everyone leaves the performance thinking, "Oh, I wish he had done one more trick," than to cross the line and have them think to themselves, "Oh, dear Lord, when is he ever going to stop doing this?"
That right there is something that a lot of professional entertainers have not tumbled to yet, myself included. That
Yeah.
idea, we always say, leave them wanting more. Seldom am I capable of that, but it's a really smart thing, which doesn't surprise me that you have tumbled to, because you're a very smart guy.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure how to phrase this, but what are some misconceptions people, my name Jim could be inserted in there, have about magic and mathematics? Misconceptions about those two things.
First thing is they're surprised that you can actually do a pretty good card trick with some pretty sophisticated mathematics. They're surprised that both the entertainment value and the mathematical value are as high as they are. They're expecting that, he's doing something like subtracting 2 from the location of the card in his head. So the card is position 17, and he subtracts 2 from 17 and gets 15, and that's the level of the mathematics and in the card trade. So the surprise is there's really pretty good magic, and it's really decent math.
So am I wrong in thinking that a magician who is really good at memorized deck and really good at a pharaoh shuffle would be burned at the stake for the tricks you'd be able to do if you, walking in, knew where every card was and then were able to shuffle to that?
There are many breathtaking tricks that you can do with it's a memorized deck or a stacked deck. And if you add to that with a pharaoh shuffle that I can then do, turns out with a deck of 52 cards, 8 out shuffles returns the deck to its original order. 8 out shuffles is a lot of out shuffles to do.
Yeah.
But let's say I did 5 in advance before I came to the show, and then I can casually spread the cards and they look almost mixed up. If you look at after 5 shuffles, there are some patterns that are starting to emerge. But I bring out the deck of cards, I do a perfect shuffle, I chat with someone, I do another perfect shuffle, and I say, "Let me show you a trick that I learned." And then I do that third perfect shuffle, and now the deck has had 5 from the setup. So now we're good to go. So one of the things that I did, there's a David Burgess has this amazing trick. It's called any card at any number, ACAN. It's abbreviated ACAN. The trick is basically simple. You bring out a deck of cards and you say, "You, sir, name a card. You, ma'am, name a number from 1 to 52. And so Jack of Hearts, 27. And you count down to 27, and there's the Jack of Hearts. He's famous for having done that. People ask me all the time, could you do that with pharaoh shuffles? Well, I figured out how to do it. It requires 6 perfect pharaoh shuffles in a row. That's well beyond the limit of a normal audience, because a pharaoh shuffle takes 10 to 30 seconds to do, because you butt the cards together, you get them cut just exactly right. In my case, I'm old enough that I've had cataract surgery, so I have a little trouble seeing close up. And so it's hard for me to use, visual estimation to cut the cards. The first time I performed this in public was at Queen Mary's College at the University of London. I'd been invited over to give a talk, and the presentation is on YouTube.
There'll be a link in the show notes.
I will watch that.
Yeah, and I said, this is something that I've never tried before, but I'm going to take a risk. And I said, name a card, name a location. I did my 6 shuffles. I counted down to the location. I turned it over, and there is the Jack of Hearts, the 3 of clubs, or whatever. oh, wow. And I get polite applause. And then what I like about my method, I said, I figured as long as I was going to go to the trouble of getting the Jack of Hearts to position 27, that I might as well reset the entire deck to new deck order. And at that point, I turned the deck over, spread it out on the table. It's ace to king, ace to king, ace to king. Actually, I'm lying. It's not new deck order. But if you don't know what new deck order is, it's ace to king, ace to king, ace to king, where it's actually ace to king, king to ace, king to ace. But that is one of the things that makes any magic trick, not just a card trick, this surprise kicker at the end.
Mhm.
Yes, I've cut the woman in half. And then what happens next? She's restored, and now the costume she's wearing has two different colors to it. It is that unexpected kicker, and that unexpected kicker to my version of ACAN. Yes, you got to endure 6 perfect shuffles. Oh, and by the way, I decided to reset the deck. I turned it over and spread it out, and they're gasps because they didn't expect it at all. It happened in front of them while they were watching me do whatever it was I was to get the chosen card to the location. And then blammo, there's the deck restored.
Yeah.
That to me, I think, makes powerful entertainment.